My my noti didn't go off, so I don't think you're there. Oh, there it is.
Hi, hello, and welcome to the Illumineers Champion League. I'm Sasuke here with JDZ, Garrick, and Colors Law. How are y'all doing this evening?
Good.
Greetings. Very, very
Fantastic.
well, Sasuke. I like that. We're doing
That's good.
fantastic. We have another action-packed Lorcana evening on a Friday, and it's going up. And this is not like a typical ICL match tonight. Tonight, we have two powerhouses of the game. Tian versus Maelstrom, the home team. I got my blue on tonight. I'm a Maelstrom affiliate, but Tian is one of the strongest teams in Lorcana, and we got another action-packed evening on a Friday. So we'll kick it around, and we'll talk about these teams, and we'll see what's going to happen. Garrick, what do you think about this match? What do you think about these teams? What do you think is going to go down tonight?
Man, I'm super excited about this matchup. Like you said, you set it up. It's one of the biggest matchups that we could have in Disney Lorcana. I was at the North American Championships for Disney Lorcana, trying my best to get in via LCQ. I didn't quite make it, but while I was there, I was hanging out with Team Maelstrom, and Tian came in, all of them together with their jackets. Basically everyone on the team was qualified somehow. Like, they're all so good at the game. I got to talk to a bunch of the members and meet them. They're all very nice. I love both teams, so I'm not going to be rooting for. I want everyone to win. I want everyone to have fun, but it is a mega matchup. It is probably the two of the three biggest teams in Disney Lorcana right now. Just incredibly stacked rosters on both sides. It is a matchup to sit down and pay attention to for sure.
Absolutely. And Color, I know you know a lot about both of these teams, and you mentioned these jackets, those black and red power coats that they wear. Can you tell me about this Tian team? Can you tell me about this Maelstrom team? And can you tell me what you think might happen tonight?
What I think was, you just want me to predict the future? I could do that.
Please, yeah, go for it. Take a shot.
Yeah. No, the jackets are incredible. So if they do win, it's probably off the power of the jackets alone. Honestly, they're really good. But yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see what happens. There's definitely a kind of like rematch potential thing that could happen tonight. So, from like the NA Continentals, I think that would be an interesting thing to see. Yeah.
How those matches line up. I'm down for it. I am down. I think it's going to be great. Like I said, there are a lot of, I believe, looking at the score sheet of who is going to be playing, there are some serious, I think there are like, 5 or 6 nationally ranked players that are in here, and some world's qualified players are in this tournament. And we have a national champion in the bracket tonight playing as well. So we'll throw it to you, Sasuke. Can you tell me about the Maelstrom team? I know you're a Maelstrom affiliate as well. You hang out with the Maelstrom Discord a lot, and you have gotten to know a lot of these players. Can you tell me about some of the roster that's happening with Maelstrom tonight, and what do we expect to see coming into this round 2 of the ICL?
Sure, yeah. So I know R&B's playing tonight here in the third round. You also got Sailor and I believe Zenulos, and all of them are just incredibly talented players. Zenulos most recently got 10th place in the CCS, an incredibly difficult position to be in, just because it was 319 players, only top 8 got to make it, and so yeah, 10th place, nothing to scoff at. Unfortunately, he didn't get, unfortunately, they weren't doing like a top 16 or anything like that. Because I think he would have been able to make it all the way, just considering how well he built the deck, how well he was piloting it. And he's a storied player, and yeah, absolutely powerhouse of a player, and definitely somebody to be watching out for tonight.
100%.
Yeah, he went 7-1-1, and I think had his one loss, had a tie early on, and then we just kind of were like, just win. And he said, okay, and just won. And he won out, and unfortunately it's breakers, but it's a really tough tournament. Like top 8 for that many players.
Absolutely. And that does seem a bit unfortunate too, because typically when you have that type of record, you expect to make it to the top cut or at least a day 2 type event, because you did play so many rounds. If that were a DLC, you'd be making it into the second day. Unfortunately, just because of the way that tournament shook out, you didn't get it. But we have nationally world's qualified player Sailor here. Everyone knows who Sailor is, the Sisu on Ice pioneer. We could talk about this player all day, but Garrick, what do you know about Sailor, and what do you think he's going to be bringing to this tournament today?
Oh, absolutely love Sailor. During the North American Championship, I got to hang out with him a lot, which was great. We were doing some play testing. He was helping me prep for the LCQ. I didn't win a single game, so I didn't go into it super confident. But I was thinking, there's probably not anyone as good as Sailor in the Last Chance qualifier, so that had me a little bit optimistic. But Sailor is one of the best players in the world, of course. Like you said, the progenitor of that Sisu on Ice strategy, which is that Ruby Sapphire, and now he's got the coil, so it makes the deck even more powerful. We all know his incredible accomplishments. He was 8th at the North American Championships. He got 12th in Dallas. And like I said, he created that Sisu on Ice deck. I believe he did go up against Ed in the North American Championship, as did RMB. So if either of these players go up against Ed, it is a rematch of all rematches. But Sailor, incredibly skilled, and one of my favorite players in the game. Not just a great person, but a great player to watch and a great player to learn from as well.
Absolutely. Love to see it. And closing it off, we have RMB. This can't be the real RMB photo. Every time I see this,
I know. I'm like,
Mazzy, okay.
Every time I see it, it cracks me up. The bald menace straight from the dentist himself, looking good. We've kind of peeled him away from the vibes. He's big time vibes now, but still had to come in and execute some Disney Lorcana. He plays at an extremely high level, playing that Sapphire Steel strategy. One of the OG Sapphire Steel players. Colors Law, I know you have a good relationship with RMB. You guys are good friends. Can you tell me about this player and what do you think they're going to bring to this tournament? How they're going to do?
Yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite photos of R&B. Just like looking like he just tell you that he'll come back over like after he gets back from Home Depot, But other than that, no, I'm excited to see him play. Every time I see him pilot Blue Steel, I like he's never serious. He's always yelling at me for one play or another, but like watching him pilot that deck is very impressive. He takes lines that I would never think work, and then all of a sudden you're just like 2 turns later it's all working and it's like going well. And yeah, so definitely excited to see if he's even playing Blue Steel at all tonight. So
I would hope so. I like it. I like when players do what you expect them to do. You know what I'm saying? I like when people do their thing, as they say. I'll be disappointed if he didn't show up with that deck. But it is kind of a toss up. So you never know. Ruby Sapphire is quite strong, and you don't want to be predictable. I think that's another thing that these players are going to be looking out for as a match. But that is going to be the Maelstrom organization. Let's see if we can get the Tian organization, anchored by the perennial All-Star, the North American Continental Champion Edmund Chu, is back at it again. As you mentioned, he is the Maelstrom Wave Rider, the sinker of ships. He took down RMB and Sailor in one consecutive tournament, and he's going to try to keep that party train rocking and rolling in this event. You can't say anything about him. DLC champion, North American Continental Champion, Battle of the Bay champion, doing his thing with the 4x4 strategy. Sauce K, kicking over to you. What do you know about Ed? What do you think he's going to do tonight?
So just correct me if I'm wrong. He's known as a red-blue player, correct?
He plays Ruby M. I think he's a Ruby M player by trade, but I think he has adopted the Ruby Sapphire strategy as a way to win.
Yeah, understandable. Understood. I think Sapphire right now, at least in this meta, after the release of Bell, Tamatoa, Ain Scrooge, I mean, it's kind of hard pressed to not want to play Sapphire right now. So I completely understand that. But yeah, I mean, as far as I understand it, he's just one of the, I would probably put him in the top 3 best players in the world right now. Yeah. I mean, especially looking at his accolades, he's an incredibly strong player. I mean, he managed to take down both Sailor and RMB, like you said, in a single tournament, which is not an easy feat to do. And so, I mean, this is definitely one of the players to be looking at for tonight.
100%. I would be. I mean, he is the anchor of the team. He is the captain, I would say, of the team. The spirit of the team is going to be. I think if Maelstrom can figure out a way to take him out of there cleanly, I think that might be a good way to go ahead and move their way on to victory. But huge shout out to Ed. It's going to be tough. Sorry, go ahead, Gary.
I really, really hope that Ed plays Ruby Amethyst, because he's one of the 2 pillars of the community. Him and Kendall just have been on the deck for so long, have had so much consistency with the deck. And maybe the deck is not as good as it once was, but I'd like to see him pull it out for the one time at the ICL. Do it for the fans. You know what I mean, Ed?
Garrick, I agree. And when you see him get off of it, you're like, dang, dude, no one's doing it. All the heroes are leaving, man. They're leaving you and Lorcana Villain to hold the bag, dude. It's not enough. You and Terrace and Lorcana Villain and Garrick ain't enough to carry the deck, man. We need some more all-stars out there. But we also have Brian in the building. I don't know much about Brian. Very handsome haircut, very nice glasses, and they're ready to get it in. As we got Toronto was at top 128 at Toronto and two-time
gotta
set
let it go.
championship winner. Let's go. I don't know much about their playing style, what decks they're going to be playing. I don't know if they participate in round number 1. I'm looking forward to get to know more about Brian. Do you guys have any information on Brian and what their techniques are?
I don't personally know what Brian is on, but I mean, take a look at the accomplishments. Getting top 128 at any DLC is not an easy feat. You have to basically not drop a single game or win a whole bunch if you do. So it's really difficult to do. You're right on the cusp of that top 64. You're definitely within the skill range of the players that made the day 2. Most certainly if you've made a top 128. So Brian definitely has to be a top tier player, not to mention he's on Tian with Ed. So Ed, of course, is playing with him. He has to be a great player. I'm not sure what he's on. I'll be excited to see the list, but he's got to be a great player, and I'm excited to see and learn more about him. I mean, it's great to see these players with pedigree that we all know, but it's also great to see some new faces, see some new decks and some new spins, some new play styles. So can't wait to see what Brian's got coming on the ICL tonight.
Oh, 100%. I love it. Just getting a chance to get new faces. I love that's a huge part of this thing and playing. But do you think, Color? I don't know if you played a lot of feature matches, and I'll throw it to you, Sauce, as well. Do you think that having this type of additional pressure as someone who may not have that opportunity to do that often, do you think that come up? Is that something you do, Color? Is that something you do, Sauce? Play a lot of feature matches?
I mean, I wouldn't say that I play feature matches, but I do play in Discord with tons of people watching, judging, and yelling at me all at the same time. So I feel like I've heard Ed, coach kind of like different times and stuff like that. So I think if you're on Ed's team and you've been playing anywhere near where he can see your cards, you got pressure. You understand it. You're good.
Okay. And we're going to wrap up the Tian Ho team. We're bringing in Dennis coming in. He's got that very threatening red and black jacket on, letting you know he knows how to put the things down. Top 16 DLC in Las Vegas. First, pretty good tournament, and 128 in North American Continentals. So top 128 DLC NA Continentals. Top 128 in Continentals. Does that mean you showed up? How does that work? Does anyone understand how that works? Top 128 in Continentals? I'm not sure, but still, just getting to Continentals, I think is going to be a blast. Tell me about Dennis. Anybody have anything on Dennis? Any information on what Dennis is going to be doing?
I mean, I think both Dennis and Brian for me are a little bit of dark horses. I haven't seen them in the scene quite yet, but I mean, to get on to Tian, who is no easy feat, especially because the captain is Edmund Chu. So you have to assume that he's going to only recruit the best. And I mean, top 16, DLC Las Vegas is no easy feat, as well. So, I feel like Dennis has already showed that he's here to play, and I'm excited to see what he's going to bring.
Let's do it.
Vegas was absolutely stacked. I mean, that's when Green Steel came and swept the leg from pretty much all of us. So, I mean, top 16, that's not bad. And then from that top 16 going into Continentals, get 128, I'm excited to see.
I'm down. And I honestly, in my own opinion, when you go to a tournament and someone slaps down that Rapunzel mat on the table and starts to play, that's automatic power move. That's a little intimidation factor. And Dennis does have that capability since you did get top 16, so he didn't earn that credential. So shout out to you. I'm looking forward to it. I'm ready to get to know these players. I'm ready to see it. We have Tian Ho. We have the Maelstrom organization. Everyone knows who Maelstrom is. Tian Ho. We have the Dennis, and we have Brian. We might not know exactly who they are, but we're going to find out. And I'm excited to see it. And again, shout out to them. Shout out to the Asian American organization out there coming in from Northern California. They represent well in their community. They go to a lot of tournaments, and it's just what they do outside of the game as well should not be put to the side. They host a lot of tournaments. They support a lot of things in that local region. So if you guys in the NorCal area, check them out and support what they're trying to create there in that region. But I'm ready. I'm locked in. We still have a little bit of time until the matches start, and I'm excited to see how this thing shakes down for the Friday night action. What are you guys looking forward to most to see in round number 2 of the ICL?
Again, I think it's just these players that we don't know as well. I really want to see what they're bringing to the table because, like I said, Tian Hu came into the North American Championship, like the entire team I felt like was qualified for Continentals, but I really didn't know that much about them. They didn't have that much of a public presence. So I think the ICL is sort of a vehicle to have these players become more well-known, maybe on the level of the players on Maelstrom or world-class cards or something like that, because I think Tian Hu, the roster that they have, can stack up with any other team in Disney Lorcana. We just need to know more about them. So I think that's super exciting. That's something that we can definitely be on the lookout for. Of course, like I said, we have our anchors in the Maelstrom team as well as Ed, but learning about these new players is just so exciting to me personally. I can't wait to see what they bring.
Oh, for sure. For sure. And I've held Ed extremely accountable. I've said, hey, you guys need to get on some social media. You guys need to do some YouTube. You need to get out there and just get your faces out there, because having the skill, but not having a way to project that out to, you got a lot of star power in there. There's something that you guys could be doing a little bit more. You're missing some opportunities. And I'm going to keep pressuring him. Hopefully he watches back this VOD in the future and says, man, I'm going to get this guy JD to shut up. And I'm finally going to just do it. And just do what you need to be doing, big dog. And I think that would be something I would definitely like and subscribe if you were to make that happen. But
there is something to be said of just like the fact that, they're like the social media presence is like low, but the skill just speaks for itself. Just anytime, anytime you watch any of these people play. So I am excited to see who Ed chooses to have on his team.
Yeah. That's I think it's family. It's like friends. They're all in the same local area. I'm sure there's like a vetting process. They have to go through a whole thing, and you have to probably play in front of Ed. You know what I'm saying, and not misplay too many times, and then you can get the jacket. I want to know what it takes to get a jacket. I want to be a jacket. I want to own one myself. I mean, I know I probably don't qualify to get on the team, but maybe I can at least get a patch or something. Maybe
a patch. Yeah,
perhaps,
like an honorary.
Like an honorary member. I would like that.
Absolutely.
I think that'd be neat. That'd be neat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking to Josie, who was a member of the team during the North American Championship, and she was telling me all about the jackets. And she gave me the info of the person that they got to make them. They're all custom. They're super cool. And I want to get my own, like, maybe not a Tian Hu jacket, but like my own that says like Garrick or something, I don't know.
Just like across the back.
They just look so cool. And then I could walk in like behind them and be like, I'm not on the team, but I look just as good.
Get a jacket.
That's what I'm saying. Like
it's what we're here for is the outfit,
And it's kind of like me, like my inner nerd, because I was there in Seattle, I was there in Vegas as well, and they all walk in together with them on. And I'm like, man, that is so cool.
You hear
so
boss
jealous.
Music playing. You're
like,
whoa.
It's almost like a villain behavior, a little bit like the bad guys from the movie, a little bit like it's a little edge to it. And I'm just like, man, that's so cool. I'm kind of a nerd too, but
the photo of all of them with the jackets when they're like cheering for Ed when he's up on stage and they're holding the jacket. I was like, that is such an epic photo. Like, this is a trading card game, and that is one of the most epic photos I've seen. Like, so cool. Just like representing for their teammate up there. That was a really cool photo.
I'd love to see it. I'm down. All right, so it looks like we should be getting ready to start. I think everything is still getting set up in the background, so we still have a little bit more time in the pregame show. So everyone out there, thank you so much for dropping in early, getting a part of the preamble, getting a chance to introduce the players and understand what they're all about. But we'll do another quick around the horn. Let's get some predictions. We have the matchups. You guys have the matchups, and we'll start with Sasuke. Yeah, it's going to be Tian Hu. We're going to have Ed versus Sailor is going to be the match. Okay.
No.
Ed and Sailor are going to be playing against each other.
Oh no!
And then we're going to have Brian versus Zen, and then we'll have Dennis versus R&B. So we'll just do a quick little around the horn situation and just see who you guys think is going to win each match and what do you think the results are going to be. Keep in mind that if you lose a round, it's going to be the team who lost gets to choose who goes first the next round. So put you on the spot, Sasuke. You're immediately on the spot. Let me get your predictions.
Now, this one I feel like is honestly a bit of a coin flip here. I think both of these players are incredibly strong and they're storied players as well. But that said, I think it's going to go to 3 games. I think they're probably playing both inclined to be playing Ruby Sapphire or Sailor. Obviously, Ruby Sapphire expert, the Sisu on ice. Progenitor, I think was the word that Garrick used. Really cool word. And then Yeah, and then I think from there it's going to be a little bit more favored towards Zenulus. I mean, just watching his line of play and watching him play in general, I feel like he's one of the best players that doesn't quite have the accolades to support how good of a player he is. He's an incredibly talented player, and just watching it, like, he just doesn't make mistakes. And I think players like that, sometimes you just get a little bit bad luck. Just like in the CCS, 7-1-1, but not quite enough, good enough tiebreakers to get into that top 8. So I think Zenulus will take game 2, and then game 3 R&B. It's going to be tough to tell. But I mean, I'm a huge fan of R&B. I think he's an incredibly talented player, so I'm just going to vote for him just because I like him.
Okay.
Biased.
So you got a Maelstrom victory here with a toss up between Sailor and Ed. Okay. Color, what do you got? What are your picks?
Oh yeah, I have to pick. So let's see. The first match I am so excited about. I mean, just Ed versus Sailor. I think that is going to be a mirror. Which I might be the only person in existence that enjoys Ruby Sapphire mirrors, but I am absolutely pumped for that. I have no idea who's going to win. I have no I love Sailor's list because they're always so disciplined, and they're and for me, just because like I've talked with Sailor a lot and everything, like I understand like his card choices and the way he puts in it. And then when Ed builds a deck, I made the mistake of questioning it one time and then never again, because that was the list that he just went and just ran through and completely won the NA Continentals. So he puts cards in decks and he loves 4-ofs, and every time it surprises me, but I'm just excited to see kind of how that one goes. So that one, I have no predictions on that because that's going to be the Wild West. And it's kind of hard. Game 2, Zenulus and Brian.
Mm-hmm. Zenulus and Brian.
Yeah, yeah, like kind of what Sasuke was saying, like Zenulus is a very, very strong player. He just has the worst luck sometimes. So I want to see if his luck's a little bit better this time, or because he does not make mistakes. Like he plays very, very well and very tight, and that variance gets him, and I want to see if maybe he overcomes that one. So
okay.
Yeah, and last one, I'm just gonna vote for R&B.
Okay. How about you, Garrett? We got to do quick because
right.
I know that the matches are about to start, and I want to put you on the spot. I know you got to pop off, but what do you got?
No, I'll rapid fire it. Okay, if Ed is playing Ruby Amethyst, Ed is going to win. If not, then I'm going with Sailor. Round 2, I'm going to go with Zenulus. And then round 3, if R&B is on Sapphire Steel, I'm going R&B. If he's not, then R&B is going to lose. So those are my predictions.
Okay. I'm also I like that energy. Ruby Am Ed. If it's in the Ruby Sapphire mirror, I gotta lean on Sailor. I think he's top to bottom the best Ruby Sapphire player we got in the game right now. So I'm leaning on Sailor to use that strategy to its highest capability. And Ed did dodge R&B. So let's put that out there. R&B said I'm going to be in spot 3, and Ed said no, I'm gonna go to spot number 1 to get away from that heat. So I don't know if that's gonna work out or not. Maybe Dennis is gonna be ready to take down R&B. We'll see how that goes. But if R&B is not playing the Sapphire Steel strategy and he's on something else, maybe we can root against. But I don't know. It's gonna be a great matchup. But I am leaning. I think the Storm is brewing. I think the Storm is trying to get their rematch on for what happened in Nats. They're trying to take down Tian, and I think Maelstrom is going to take this thing out. I don't know. Let's see what happens. But make sure you guys tune in as the action is about to start soon. Go ahead and adjust your seat back to the upright and locked position. We're about to take this thing off as ICL on a Friday is ready to go. And let's do this. Coming into the booth is going to be me, yours truly. The show is over. Color's Law is coming in. Let's do it. Let's get loose and let's get active as we have Sailor, who's going to be on your left, and Edmund Shu is going to be on the right. Are you ready for this? Color. This is exactly what you wanted.
Oh yeah, no, this is what I wanted. Oh, look at that mat.
This is exactly what you want. Let me hop into the voice. I'm not even in the right voice call. Oh my goodness, I'm a mess. Let me fix myself. No, I think you're good. I think I'm not. I need to be in there watching the screen, and I'm not. Okay, we go.
Boop, got it.
Right. All right, all right. So the players are here, and everyone should be ready to go. As it
Ooh,
looks
they're
like
already
Sailor,
zooming.
and
Yep.
they're already into turn number 2. It looks like as Sailor has hit his ramp and is going to think about his second inning. So you mentioned that you like Ruby Sapphire. What is it about Ruby Sapphire that speaks to you, and why do you like this strategy so much?
Dragons, just in
Okay.
general. No, yeah, I always make the joke like if anytime I get to put all of the dragons in a deck, I will do so. So, it looks like Sailor went first then.
Yep. Sailor did win the dice roll,
What
which is a huge
think
important
of
part of the game, and
well, does he have the high roll? Oh,
he's already ramping and puts the brawl down into the inkwell. So now Ed has the opportunity to go for the ramp here, and you will
yep.
also do it. So this is the Ruby Sapphire mirror. This is exactly what you wanted. You should
I
be
did.
extremely happy right
It.
now.
I needed it. That's why I was like, we're ink and we're gonna high roll it. Oh,
Oh, but
is that
look
a
at that.
develop?
That is a develop your brain. So it looks
I
like
told
Edmund
you.
Chu has adopted some of the shark technology, it seems. And if I
There's
can
no.
get the production to send us those deck lists so we can make some
I
real
have
time
it.
calls of what's going down. Usually, shout out to Katie. Usually, Katie is going to be the person wrangling the deck list, but it seems like she's had a severe injury and she's kind of recovering right now. So hopefully, we wish her nothing but the best. As Hiram Flaversham is out, popping a popsicle.
Get after it. That's kind of what you want. It's not necessarily what you want in the mirror because you know that's probably going to get brawled. But he always has a plan, a backup plan, or
Mhm.
Sisu, baby Sisu, a little bit
Look
of
at
a
that.
presence and banished at the same time. It's
Right
always
on
good.
time, on curve too. You don't really have to apply too much pressure or go out of your way. As Sisu is you're maintaining your tempo and you're able to get rid of that Hiram Flaversham. As Sailor does have another popsicle as well. So both of these players are playing with some speed. I love the speed in which they're putting these cards out. And Sailor did have that backup Hiram just in
You always
case.
have a backup.
The pocket Hiram able to
Oh,
continue to munch on popsicles and get on through.
you always have a backup. You can't just throw him out there to get banished immediately.
Mm. And we
Okay,
will
trade
also
here for
go
here.
Hiram on 4 as well. So both players are absolutely hitting all their markers, doing exactly what they want to do. As we'll play another popsicle for a draw, get a quick quest in for
We are
one.
gaming.
What do you think? Now we're getting to that critical turn 6 play here for this Ruby Sapphire strategy. This is typically where you want to start getting to some of your top end.
I
Medusa
want to
would be
see that
phenomenal
big.
here.
Well, yeah, you're right. Probably little baby Sisu to get rid of that Medusa. Medusa seems a little heavy for Hiram right here. I would like to save that, especially for so maybe Coil Sisu. That'd be nice.
I take it. Just take a little down tempo time, get your coil established, and clear some characters that clear a character at the same time. So this is critical mass. Sailor does have a ton of cards in hand, and these are the decisions. This 6 ink turn, or maybe that 6 to 7 ink turn, is where the game really starts to unfold, especially in this mirror. So you're going to see if you can preserve some of your resources or how you're going to use it. As we did tap that 2 for a second, or we did exert that 2. Maybe thinking coil, maybe taking your play.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to see a coil drop here. Maybe sing how far I'll go. I mean, that's a little overkill, but at the same time, do it. Oh, he wanted to know whether he wanted the coil or not. I wonder what's in his hand.
So we will go ahead and open the pipes for a Hiram Flaversham. How far I'll go is quite far, a little just down the street and around the corner, as it may be, as Hiram is now exerted and your position is pretty fine. I think this is a great spot. I think this game is very far from over. It's very
Everybody
balanced.
seems.
Everyone seems content on doing exactly what they want to do, as we'll take a little bit more tempo off to establish the Great Stone Dragon. And you did have the Sisu as well.
So establishing that early, is that signed? This shout out to Tomas here, the Great Stone Dragon being signed. Yeah, that's definitely. I wonder if he has the coils because he exerted the 2, which is like unfortunate. But that shift, yeah.
But look at that,
Shiny.
right on time, on
Favorite
curve.
Card
We have.
Yeah.
That's your favorite card? That is your favorite card in Digital Lorcana?
I love Big Sisu so much. She is a problem. She makes everybody upset, and I love to see her every time she comes down.
Sisu. And I can't believe it took so long for that card to become a $30 card. It's insane. That card is one of the strongest cards in this entire game.
Okay, so he did have a coil.
It is obnoxious. So we're going to go ahead and set up another item. We will tap that Great Stone to just get a little bit more ink going, and then you can go ahead and coil up the Sisu. And this will, if you ink again, that'll make that Sisu vulnerable to another. So it should be only sitting at 1 right now. Yeah, taking 1 damage back, or takes 3. So I think you only ink just at 1 time.
Yeah, he just did the Great Stone trigger coil. Get rid of that Sisu. How many cards in hand? Oh, just the 1.
It's just the one for a Sailor.
I think so.
I think he should have more cards than one right now because I did.
They
trigger
are
a
in
higher-
the
He's got
April.
two. He's got two.
He's got two. Okay.
He's got two in hand. Okay, so he's still okay. As we are going to go ahead and pop the popsicle just for its effect, just for vibes alone, adding 2 popsicles back to hand. Ed doing what he wants to do here. Still has an opportunity to ink, I believe, and you can ink for turn, put the pop down, and continue the pressure momentum wise. As now you have this coil dragon play, you can ink and clear.
Yeah,
Who's-
this. I mean,
who- oh, sorry, go
Tamatoa
ahead.
did. Oh, sorry, I was going to say
No,
Tamatoa
no,
did his job. You get the 2 popsicles back. You know, you put it down. And again, like with the coil on board, you breathe and that crab is vanished. So that leaves Sailor a little bit more room to play the Tala to see if he can find what he needs to find.
Whose
So
spot
good.
are you liking more here? If you had to pick one, if you had to just transmorph yourself into one person's position, whose body would you be snatching right now?
It depends on how many cards. I mean, Ed has more cards. He's also doing the more like proactive thing of playing the crab, get the popsicles back. He's making Sailor kind of answer him right now. Sailor looks pretty set up though. But Ed is still just drawing cards. So I don't want to choose sides.
Oh, you gotta pick a side. You gotta pick a side. Okay. I want no pressure. I want pressure to pick sides.
Pick a side.
I do like Ed's position a little bit more, just because he has more cards in hand. But
Yeah.
that all can turn around very quickly as Sailor is kind of pulling ahead in the ink situation. A couple of Hirams here, or maybe another, maybe your own Tamatoa happy as a clam, and you are right back into an advantageous position as Ed is going to set up his own great stone. So he's not going to lose the ink race too long, as we'll go ahead and get another rip in for Sailor. Happy as a clam will be a great play here.
As I say, for Sailor, yeah, that's exactly what he wants. I think right now would be the big old Tamatoa. And it's enchanted.
Look at that beautiful card.
Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Sailor is just churning it out now. So we have the coil with the Great Stone Dragon trigger the popsicle into just a full board. Now I don't know if Ed is doing the thing. Ed is doing a lot of things in his list, and I knew I was going to look at this list and just be speechless.
Do you have access to the list? I didn't get them yet. I don't have them.
Wonder sent me the link, so I don't.
Okay, if I can get those, I don't know if production can still hear. If I can get those lists, I would love to partake. But there is a card, and it is a song, and it costs 7, and is uninkable, and it has been a point of contention amongst the players in the community. These top level players, they've been thinking about reducing it or not using it.
So I want to know what chat thinks about it. Do they think that card's in both decks, one deck, 2 decks, 0?
No decks. I don't.
Yeah, like is this like this whole?
Double coiling. Oh, look at that.
Double coil, Great Sun Dragon. Everything dies to baby Sisu. Banished to baby Sisu. It is.
And it looks like we're going to go ahead and activate that coil right now with the Great Stone Dragon, targeting the Tamatoa, happy as a clam. And we can just small Sisu this thing right on into the discard pile if you felt so inclined. And there it is. As small Sisu hits the board yet again, happy as a clam finds his way into Banishville. And then we'll go ahead and get a trade in with grandma and grandma violence, and then we'll just go ahead and stare down and pass it.
Not the nanas. They're both looking so good. Like their board, they have the 2. Is it 2 coils each? The Great Stone Dragon, 2 pops. Like,
yeah, this is filthy. Color. I don't know what you like about this. This is so degenerate.
I love it so much. I love it. Everything about it. It's got 3 cards in hand. How many Sailor have? Yeah, Sailor's flicking through enough. This is good stuff. And then just like dig 5 cards deep and see what you need. Just go pick the best 5th card out of your deck. It's so good.
And it looks like we're kind of stifled here a bit. Maui can't quest, but he can sing. Baby Sisu can transmorph again into or be shifted into the big Sisu again. Another couple inks with a Great Stone Dragon and one for your hand, and basically everything is getting sent. So it's going to be a back and forth. Who can survive this war of attrition?
I think it's Sailor's business. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Just play a big thing. Maybe he has dime in hand. Maybe start pressuring like quest dime Sisu next turn.
That could be a play to turn the tides. I haven't seen any locations yet, but Maui is still standing on the board, and even the McDuck Manor won't really do too terribly much. As we're going to go ahead and continue on
Are
with
there
Ed. So
bandits here?
can Ed clear here? I think this would be a nice time to play a Be Prepared if you do have it. But Hiram is
he's not worried
just as
about it.
good, in my opinion. You're going to get another 2 cards in.
Yeah, I think we've seen 2 Hirams from Sailor, and then this would be Ed's second one. So
And it is going to be
Maui.
Enchanted Maui, find his way to the Inkwell, and then we're going to go ahead and hit out the Medusa. Medusa's in the deck, not Lady Tremaine. Very interesting technique coming in from Ed. Learning some lessons from the LCCC. Maybe Tremaine might be pretty good with those coils.
Yeah, Tremaine might be in the deck, and that might have been Ed's only Maui in the deck as well. But he's running. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 one-ofs.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I'm looking at this deck now. This does not look. This got to be the wrong deck. There's no chance Ed sent this deck in.
I think he just grabbed his enchanteds and shook them around and threw them, and then that's what he did.
I am befuddled, bewildered, and perplexed. This is not an Edmund Chu concoction here. This is not Edmund Chu.
There's so many one-ofs.
This is not an Edmund Chu deck. I'm not believing that. That's fake. Fake announcement. Yeah, there's no way you can tell me that Sailor has less one-ofs than Ed. It's just not real. I'm not buying that
Sailor
for a second.
Never.
That's insane.
Sure. Yeah. I mean,
Insane.
the one-of. Yeah.
You know?
That's why I said, I was like, this deck is he has some explaining to do.
I would love to hear. But I mean, clearly you get it. You never let them know your next move could be the vibrational frequency from the North American Continental Champion. As we are in the midst of resolving a vision of the future, taking a look at the hand. This is cool. I like a little bit of adaptation. You never know. Never let them see you sweat. Never let them see your angles, huh? That could be the technique.
I mean, he's got one. How far I'll go in there, because is it a good card still? Is it bad a card? Like, drawing more than one is like kind of a liability, but sometimes in the mirror. But just throw one in there, see how you feel about it.
And we'll bring out another Sisu. So both players playing all sorts of enchanted Sisu, enchanted Mauis all over the place, as we got 3 cards remaining in hand. So now Sailor's going to be under the knife to encounter this board, it seems, as both players are just going 1 for 1 on each other. We'll heal the Maui.
Yeah, half the deck's in the Inkwell, so this is a different.
Another Happy as a Clam is coming down, or big crab's coming down. Okay.
Boy.
So timeline is going to start speeding up. Whenever that huge Tamatoa hits the board, it starts going a little bit faster, but we can ink brawl this thing and just clear him so easily, which is just a travesty sometimes.
12, they're at 12 ink. Like, let's see how many answers he has. He has one big old dragon, because it's a one-of.
But keep in mind, these deck lists are not open, so we can't share too many intimate details on the deck until the game is over, because just in case the players or the teams are listening and they are getting this information. So we can kind of glance over, but not too many specifics on the deck list. So just keep that in mind, just in case. I'm not saying anyone's playing with any lack of integrity or anything like that. They're probably not listening to what we're saying as we're commentating, but there is a slight chance, and we don't want to give up any tactically relevant information as it's underway. All right, so we are going to continue on. It looks like we are going to think about this play here. It looks like we are going to pop our own popsicle, and we'll go 3-6 again. Another Happy as a Clam coming back in, as we got 2 more cards to dig, and we can set up another. We just need to clear the crab. You should be on your way.
Yeah, he's got 4 ink. I mean, yeah, just tap Great Stone ink. Yep. Ink for turn. Yep. There it is. Baby Seasued, a big Tamatoa.
Tilting.
We are gaming. Like, that is.
As I tilt. Okay. As I live and tilt.
That doesn't like fuel you a little bit. Like, it's just like, I've seen people like Baby Sisu, Chernobyls, this set. It is it is something to behold.
Yeah, it's. I don't think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. I think Sapphire Coil was a mistake. Okay, it was a bridge too far. We flew too close to the sun.
Hilarious. And
sometimes you're going to get a lot of dubs in your life as a designer. Sometimes you're going to take an L. That's okay. They all can't be winners. That's an L. You hate to see it. As
I think shake it up every once in a while. Throw a card in there that's just gonna make people blow their top, and see what we do with it.
but look at what's happening right now as both players are just going back and forth, just yeeting each
Oh,
other's
that's a
board
third
over
one.
and over and over again.
Yeah.
And this is gaming right here. This is big city gaming.
Yeah, whoever runs out of resources last wins. You gotta conserve them.
Hiram is out and he's able to pop another popsicle to continue to fuel the fire. He's probably going to not be long for this game as he is one cost, and I'm sure he's going to get removed almost immediately as Grandma Tala is also going to be a part of the board. Checking 2, sending 1.
Thing I don't like about Great Stone Dragons, I was like, how many Sisus has Sailor played? I don't know. They've been Great Stone Dragon. They're gone. That information is gone.
That's a great point. There's some tactics there. So you have to have a nice high profile switched on memory as you have to keep in mind what cards are now in your opponent's inkwell, because a lot of times late in the game you look at their discard pile and try to make assessments of what could be in their hand. If you forgot that they put a great or a Sisu or a crab or something in their inkwell, you might be counting in their deck and play around something that doesn't even exist. You hate to see it.
Yeah, it's definitely a hard one. And then no note taking, so you just gotta do better. Not here.
I love it. So both players sitting at 14 ink. Okay, not 14 lore. That's 14 ink.
It's 1 to 4. Oh, I love it. Somebody's got to love it. You know what I mean? Like
it's gotta be for somebody, and that somebody is not me. Okay, I can. I
want to see all of their cards in their deck before the game is over. That's what I want to see. I'm like, how many cards are left? I can't. Like Sailor's got and then where's Ed's? All right.
As we go ahead and hit a Medusa here, Medusa's going to be able to take down the Hiram Flaversham, and I'm on team Nerf Red Blue. I'm on team Ban Popsicle 100%. Oh yeah, I'm team Ban Popsicle 1000%. We got to clean this up. This is a mess. Okay,
I love it. I don't know why. Because it's so crazy. You take, like, at this point you have 14 ink, so you take your turn. You have 45 game actions, and then you look at their board and go, oh yeah, I need to banish that, and then you do 2 things, and then you banish a 5/8 for 3 ink, and it's just like, and then you're like, okay, pass, and then
it's gone.
It's insane.
We've come too far. I think we've crossed the threshold of what's cool and what is uncool. This is now uncool. As looking at Sailor's board, it is quite expansive, as that Maui has been sitting there. I almost forgot that Maui was there.
That's another. Okay, so I think we've seen 3 big Sisu, 2 or 3 big Sisus out of Ed this game. So
in theory, you could GSD. Oh yeah, you're doing it, and you can lower 3 things, and you can Sisu here and just nuke this entire operation again. You can ink 1 from hand if you felt so inclined. Yeah, so we're hitting the Meta Medusa. We're hitting both grandmas.
Yeah.
Big Sisu here, and this board is gone. You hate to see it. And look at that. And we're thinking here, it looks like we're paying the troll toll. We're paying a full bounty. It looks like we're grabbing 8.
But I mean, this is an interesting situation because Sailor is saying, this is a juicy board for Sisu. You need to either do it or don't. And then how many do you have left at this point? Because I think we've seen 2. So
and there it is right there. So we did ink again, and we were able to reduce the effect of everyone, and that just clears the entire board for
Maui.
Even the Maui. Like even the Maui. If you don't know, if you're new to Lorcana, Maui has 6 strength. Okay, 1 little inking and he's weakened to 0. You gotta hate to see that. Like that can't be fine with you. That's terrible. Okay,
I don't know.
At least they shouldn't stack. I mean, they should just be a one-off. It's a one thing, right?
I mean, I will say, and everybody's going to really come at me for this, but at the same time, Coil, there is a price to it. Like, look how much they're at 15, 16 ink. That's like you're starting to ink your hand. You're starting to that's why Great Stone Dragon mitigates that a little bit. But if you wanted to, continuously trigger that without something like Great Stone Dragon, there's a lot of things that have to line up, and a lot of times they just don't in other games.
But now Sailor does the exact same thing back, as both players are just completely playing this really weird Sisu
Yeah.
game, as we will grab back another item from the hand, just continue to refuel, getting a replacement for itself, as we have that Japanese Tamatoa bling bling onto the board for Sailor. That's the second one. I don't know if Ed has access to those. It looks like Sailor has the Tamatoa. If he can establish the Lucky Dime, I believe Ed has already sent a hideaway into the Inkwell, and if he can set up the dime, I think you can just probably start to turn this thing around. You also have to keep in mind the amount of cards you have in your deck, and they have to be dwindling. As you're sitting at nearly 20 ink, you're sitting at 16 versus 17 ink.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's definitely. I like. These are the game states that do become just bananas, where you're looking at it, you're like, everybody's at 20 ink. Like, we've got like a fourth of our deck left. It's really this is where you get to dirtle and do what you want in a mirror, and at the same time, like I said, I think I love it because you get lost in the gameplay and you get to see the full potential of the deck. You get to look at different lines. I mean, if you're playing against an aggressive deck, you don't get that option. You just turn to for you play your coil, you brawl something, and then you are your opponent's at 20 lore, and you're like, sick. How far I'll go, so like,
Yeah.
It is disgusting, but like the mirror is when you get to see these kind of like egregious. Look at all the popsicles.
True. It's so many. You got all the popsicles in play, and it's just a race to the dime. You can get to the point where you have a billion actions. You can play Tamatoa and Dime and activate Dime in the same turn at this
That's
point.
17. Yeah, I was about to say
That's
he's at 17.
so we're getting to that kind of timeline is what I'm pretty sure what Sailor's win condition is looking like.
That's kind of what you have to do is just sit on the dime, wait till you can play Tamatoa Dime in the same exact turn. I mean, and then that says like you had better have Cusco, Hideaway, be prep. You better answer this.
You better clear it. I think that
This
is
tells
going to
me.
be another Happy as a Clam coming back in as the Maleficent Dragon. That is insane.
So much
That
ink.
is
It's so much ink.
This is
Look at that board. Look at all those dragons. Look at that shiny crab.
Oh my goodness, his deck is so cool. He's got the Japanese cards in there too. I am such
so
a
good.
fan. As we get another ink, that would be a cool card. I'm looking at the chat. Army says would like to 40 ink to win. That would be a nice little card design. If you had like a location or something that says if you got like 25 ink you win or something, or 30 ink, 30 ink to win. That'd be a neat little win condition or something like that. I don't know. Maybe it won't be great. As we got like an all-in to Inkwell win condition deck. Would be pretty neat. As we get another Hiram Flaversham, both players are at 18 ink, 5 lore.
Look at Sailor laughing. What's going on out of there?
They're having a great. They gotta be having a good time.
Absolutely, because this is so. Like I said, this is the full potential of the deck. You are seeing this thing stretch to exactly what you want. I mean, they had great openers. The first like 5 turns were exactly where you want to be, and now we're just digging through our decks and hanging out and having fun.
I mean, deck out is a viable outcome.
Absolutely.
Mill out is a viable thing that could actually happen. Like it's
there
look
it
at
is.
Ed's deck.
Yes, there it is. Oh, Ed, he always got to throw one of those in his deck. Look at that enchanted baby. Oh,
the enchanted Lady Tremaine. What are
you
your choices? What are you taking?
Dragon? It's I think if he has diamond, it's probably the dragon. Well, excuse me, Mal.
Which one?
Dragon. Yeah, right. Excuse me. Yep. That's what I would say too, because then hopefully we can quest, because he's got 5 ink, but he's going to ink Great Stone Dragon. He probably has another baby Sisu for the Tamatoa, which would get rid of that, so we can't get a free dime. No, it lives.
Wow.
The dime.
Wow.
Free dime.
So
free dime.
Ed ran out of removal just in time, and it looks like we got free dime. You can go double dime here, which would be insane. If you have 2 in your deck, you can play both of them right now.
Good.
One for free, one for full retail value, and just go to
and then still play a Tamatoa. You can play
silly.
Tamatoa 2 dimes. Could you tap? I don't think you could tap. I'm bad at math. Oh, we're gonna go look for it.
It's so silly. As we're going to take a vision here, looking at your deck, you don't have both players are on fumes in their deck list. There's not a lot left. We are pushing these things to the absolute limit of their capabilities as we are checking here, checking 5 right now, probably looking for that lucky dime, taking a little bit of tempo to put that thing into, well, not even tempo loss because you get the quest and put it in for free. What am I talking about?
That's what I love. I love the late game visions in these mirror matches because a lot of times, especially like with Ariel and other cards, like you look at your cards, you're like, send these to the bottom and I'll never see them again. But like with visions and a mirror and a red blue mirror, you're like, oh look, it's those cards that I bottomed like
Yeah.
20 minutes ago.
A whole nice
they're
cards.
back. Yeah, exactly. Like so, the order of your visions turns really matters because you are going to see those suckers again.
And look at Sailor. He's making some painful choices here. He's really pondering on what card he needs to send to the bottom because maybe at this realm of the game, you may not see those cards again. He's doing a little bit of inventory on his ink stockade he has there, his warehouse of ink, and trying to determine the decision that you have to make.
He's got barrels of ink at this point.
There's not even an ink fountain. He's got a whole ink freaking like coffers of ink over there.
This is the flood over here.
Yeah.
But look how beautiful those enchanteds are. And just Tremaine just like holding it down right in the middle of Ed's board. And another dragon. Just as a treat. Just a 9 ink play, just as a treat.
Just an extra little guy, just to come on, just pop something.
Yep.
This is insane. But still no dime. We have not seen the lucky dime be deployed just yet. I don't know if Sailor's just really trying to harvest that lucky dime. He knows it's his only win condition, and he's looking at Ed's deck, and he's realizing Ed is not playing a standard Ed build. He's playing a very sporadic deck with a lot of different card counts in there, so it's probably throwing him off of his counts. He's trying to probably not get hit away right now, or maybe just doesn't have access to the lucky dime.
I mean, the problem with that is like you see the Tremaine in the middle, and you're playing against Ed specifically. So there's either one Tremaine in the deck, or there's 4, and there's no in between. So I think that's something like a little bit of a mind game thing he's got going for him right now.
Okay, yeah. So he's going to pay another 6 or 5, bring out Maui, just to have a guy on board. It seems very interesting on the Maui. Probably trying to protect. Why Maui there, I wonder? Just trying to use that ink?
Tempo Maui, add another enchanted to it. I mean, the showmanship of that, of the 3 enchanteds and the Japanese Maleficent foil dragon is pretty...
Oh! Yep. And
now, was he forcing that? Was he wondering, is he forcing that on purpose?
He did have it. So maybe he didn't think Ed played it, and Ed definitely had to be prepared in the deck. And he was able to get a maximum value out of that. And then we're going to go ahead and still have a whole bouquet of ink to your disposal as well. Imagine having enough ink to play Be Prepared and then have enough
and
ink
just
to
still
play
take
a
your
whole
turn.
16 more turns. That is insane.
Bananas. Yeah. Well, okay, so he's going to throw his crab out.
And we'll grab back some more popsicles, and then you continue to draw. But Ed really needs to be cognizant of the amount of cards remaining in his deck, because you're going to draw
that has
enough.
To be his fourth one. His fourth crab.
It's got to be. You still have 4 ink remaining, and you're going to go ahead and go for another Vision of the Future yourself. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. He's got 9 cards. Wait, 7, 8.
No,
9.
I think those are only 2. So he's got 7 cards left, or no?
That's not a lot of cards. You got to figure out a way to put this dub together. And Sailor's got to know as well. So looking at
Sailor's deck, oh,
they're both. This is what we live for right here. Now this is some high profile action. They're coming down to the wire. This is only game number 1, Color. So we're gonna have to do this again, maybe 2 more times. There's no chance it's gonna make it not to time, but it's coming down to the bitter end of it.
So he was gonna have the Maui sing the How Far I'll Go, and that's kind of what I thought maybe he was setting up for. You had the ink, you play the body, you sing How Far I'll Go, continue to dig, ramp for fun. Yeah, so it makes sense. The little Maui chucked out there at the end.
Okay, that does make a lot more sense now, as it is evident that's what he was trying to do. Maybe get some value out of his coils as well. But it looks like the Sailor he's still pondering here. A billion ink to use. You still have 15 ink at your disposal, which you can still do some pretty dynamic plays with that. Sailor's deck seems quite standard. Ed is a little bit off of, especially out of his norm. So he came to play here. A little bit of gamesmanship coming in from the North American Continental Champion, as Sailor's like, okay, I got to piece this together and try to figure out what those last 7 cards could potentially be. You have to play that mental gymnastics of what was put into the inkwell from the discard pile. That's another thing. It could be anything. You have no idea what's left in the deck unless you have a galaxy brain, a 10-pound memory right here. And Sailor is one of the best players at tracking the game state.
Sailor is amazing when he plays. Like, I mean, there'll be turns where I'll be like, okay, so I'm gonna sing how far I'll go, and he's like, why? And I'm like, what do you mean why? And he's like, what are you looking for? And I'm like, well, I am just tempted by the options. Like I want to sing this again.
Yeah.
He's like, get your lore, don't sing that. You don't need that. Hardcast that. I'm like, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
That-
he's
that's something. It takes time. It takes time to learn because I have my cards. I want to play my cards. It's one of my biggest weaknesses as a player.
I know.
I
I'm
want to
like,
get them played.
sing this. Yeah.
I want to get them played, and I think I'm cheating the system when I sing.
There's another
So-
dragon. Wait, is that the same dragon? No.
That's a different one. So I think he's got 4 dragons in the deck. It seems as we're going to pass both players
Ooh.
sitting at 20 in the inkwell. Absolute ridiculous Great Stone Dragon playmanship right here. Disgusting.
I love it. I love it. Ed can't have that many cards left, but I mean, all of them got to be win conditions at this point. He's got one of those. Okay.
I don't know. I think Ed has used so much gasoline already.
Yeah.
He's got a ton of cards in hand. And there is another win condition right here. Maybe Sailor is out of gasoline, as Ed did drop down about 240 frames per second as the Tamatoa has hit the board. That is the OG Tamatoa. Checking the chat. Kingdom.
There's the dime. Yep, dime
This-
taps for enough.
Is that it?
No.
No, that brings up
Oh.
18. But Dime is established. Sailor has to be holding on to that hideaway.
So if he has a dragon, Sisu, hideaway, he's got Cusco's. Ah, come on, Cusco. We love Cusco. But I mean, he might have inked him because that was 30 years ago that it mattered, right? Whew, okay. Let's see.
it. So the Dime is up now, and
Okay.
that could be representing GG's if Sailor cannot engage with this lucky Dime. I don't know how
Dime
many
grab,
dimes
R&B,
Ed's
yep.
playing.
I mean, there's
But-
no way he's got his whole deck in his hand. Where's your dime? Dime crab. I mean, we've seen 2 big crabs out of Sailor. Hopefully, he hasn't inked another one.
And there is the
There's a Be Prep.
Prepared. We're gonna hardcast to Be Prepared. Is that good enough? I think
Oh, he
a little bit
didn't.
more
He didn't
energy
sing
than
it,
that.
huh? Did
Didn't
he?
sing it?
Oh, he
quested
quested?
and
Okay.
then played it.
So
Instead
that'd
of
be
the-
hold on. So 12, 17, 18,
But you need-
19, 20. What if he does
Is that
dime crab?
6?
He wins.
This could be Cusco here.
Dime crab.
And there he is, Cusco right on time. We're going after that lucky dime here. And that is a great move for Sailor, getting some more ink in for Ed, but right on time, unless there's a second dime for Edmonchu here.
Look at all that ink. That's crazy. I mean, like I said, if he has dime, because if he sets up, he quests for 2. Yeah, it's there. Yeah,
And he's
there
got
it
his
is.
own Tamatoa. So now this is looking like a win condition for Sailor now. And Pirate's Life is going to be the play. Sailor couldn't quite play around it. You didn't have your own Pirate's Life. And we could go
No,
ahead and go Pirate's Life into
I forgot there
the-
was. Yep.
that's an out. Man, how many
Sure.
cards? Are we counting? How many cards is Ed playing? He
He.
got them all.
I can't.
He's
So,
got
yeah,
them
no, he's
all.
got. So I mean, can we? I mean, are we allowed? I don't want to.
I mean, we can talk about what we saw, but again, I don't want to
Okay.
go into. He's got 60 cards, 13, 60. That's 60 cards. Yeah.
My man ran every single win condition. So he's got the shark.
Yeah. So
He's
he
got-
does have 60 cards in the deck, and that is just. It seemed like he's got them all. Like I got to talk to Ed about his deck. I got to know.
That's what I said.
gotta
I was
know.
like, he's got some explaining to do, but he has every single like win condition just like taking air. Like again, there's 8 one-ofs. There's 8 one-ofs in this deck. So
Insane.
So he was like, okay, I'm not going to win with Tamatoa, then I'm going to win with Pirate's Life Shark because I've got enough ink to
That's insane.
build a
I
kingdom.
mean, I think Ed might have taken some notes from the LCCC. He's like, you know what? Maybe my Edmund Chu 4x4 by 15 strategy might not be the most optimal way to approach these games. Maybe you have to be unpredictable. Maybe the chaos theory might be the way to go. Just put a bunch of really good one-ofs in your deck, and you got Visions of the Future, so you can just search for the card you need at the opportune time and just vibrate spectacularly. And now your opponent, Sailor, has to be kind of in ponders right now. Like, what is going
Just
on?
happened. Yeah. And that was
What
kind of
just
like what I was worried. I mean, I'm not great at math, but I feel like when he quested with the dragon, if he had dime Tamatoa, I'm pretty sure he won just like the amount of items plus dime
Mm.
tap that. I'm pretty sure he was at like 12. That would
He
have
had,
been 20.
he had a victory position, maybe just sync. No, because he quested went up to 12, and that would have required him to have 8 items.
I'm pretty sure he did plus dime.
Did he have
so,
8?
because he had like all 4 popsicles, 2 coils, a great stone dragon, and then some other things hiding out under there. So that's kind of what I was thinking, is he was going to dime Tamatoa and he would have been exactly 20 because of the quest with the dragon. But I'm wondering if it was just the last card in his deck.
And there is a non-0% chance that he just didn't have it, and he just didn't have it in his hand.
Yeah.
And it's going to be like that a portion of the time, as Edmund Chu comes out and gets to the dub early, taking a game number 1 off of Sailor, who's going to be on the draw going, or excuse me, on the play going first in this game number 2. We do have 25 minutes left in this round, so there is a 1,000,000,000% chance that we're probably going to go to a draw type situation. We're going to go to time, especially if we keep playing.
This is set 1 stuff, where you go 1-0 and then you just take the match,
And honestly, is that, and no fault to the players. They were playing with some speed.
Oh yeah,
they were not slow playing at all. I mean, there were some dicey spots where they had to slow down a little bit to think, but there's definitely no slow play involved. It's just the way this mirror goes. It is very time consuming sometimes. As a digital fist bump, Edmund Chu has dropped down to about 140 frames per second now, as the camera is just going lag mode central, while Sailor is sitting here with the 4K crisp face cam. That should be a new standard in the ICL here. I like to get some faces associated with these players.
His setup is so good, and I love Sailor. I don't know if you can see the full thing, but his Dune poster in the back there is one of my favorites. It is so good. It's so good.
It's so nice. He's got the clean lighting. I love the lighting. I like the angle. I like the matte. Purple Maleficent matte, very cool, as we are going to get a ramp on too, inking the Cusco.
Not the Cusco, so we got to remember that. That's important. One
and
Cusco down, dragon. One dragon down.
That's got to keep little notes of what is happening here, as we do take a little sail of the Azurite Sea, kicking it back on over to Ed, who is also going to spam a sail in there into another sail. He's glitching down to about 8 frames per second here. Maybe we can get a reset a little bit. I don't know if that's something that we can do, as now it looks like we're at 1 frame a minute now. I think
a minute, yeah. So is that your professional assessment?
I would say I think so. I think we're
Pirate's Life down. Pirate's Life down. Not twice. You will not do that twice.
Not again. It might be, unless he has more copies in the deck, but I'm not sure. All right, so this is match number 1. This is game number 2, as both players have hit some markers there. No popsicles for either player. Thoughts on that? Going into full turn play with no popsicle. How's that feel as a Ruby Sapphire player?
Typically I'm about dead inside. So he does do a tempo Greatstone Dragon, which is not my favorite play either. That's not what you want. But I mean, there's nothing on board, so there's nothing he needs to specifically answer.
And he didn't ink though. What does that tell you there? Oh, I don't like that. From
Ink and Crab and a hard cast on how far I'll go. We are. What is the opposite of gaming? Is there like
we are dirtling. I learned that phrase.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And we do play the popsicle here.
We found it.
And it looks like Sailor just might be bricked uncontrollably there, because you were inking some absolute units right here. Yeah. Some great cards you would love to have into that later game in this mirror match. So really telling the tale of what your hand contents are. Hiram Flaversham next turn or bust, as Maui Half Shark has established himself onto the board. You got no coil set up, so this bad boy is going to get some longevity, as we are how far outgoing hardcast. Edmund Chu's got to love to see that, as another turn is basically taken off for Sailor as he's continuing to ramp heavily.
Sailor, let's see. Sailor's at 4 or 5 inks. So he's at 5. He's at 6. So I wonder. So the answer here is not a lot.
I mean, he can do some coil. He can do some coil situation, but that Greystone Dragon with no characters in the discard, that's when it's at its worst. We saw a nice representation.
On 3 is not my thing.
We saw a nice deployment of Greystone in the last round when it was just one of the best cards you ever seen. But it's a lot of times where it's going to be like this, where it just doesn't really do anything until you can get the engine rolling, get the ball rolling. You got no Sisus, you got no coils, you got nothing. You're just kind of in the mud right here, it seems, as we're going to go ahead and set up our own coil, and the Hiram is going to be on the board, and we're going to quest 1 with the Maui Half Shark.
So this tells me that Sailor is either like power ramping to something, and I'm wondering what he's going to drop. But I mean, he's already inked 2 dragons. He's inked Big Tamatoa. So does he have B prep in his hand? Is that what we're just going to power that out?
It might. I think his hand is super bricked. We saw him hardcast 2 How Far All Goes, and he did miss an ink opportunity on turn number 3 as he just deployed the Greystone Dragon and vibed out there. So maybe he's just trying to just clear these hands of uninkables and just unbrick himself, and while not losing too much momentum. And that might be what the play is. Maybe just get to a nice, be prepared, reset, take a deep breath. Now your hand's active, and you can continue to rock from there. As Ed does have a pretty stable position, but he's not so far ahead that you can't catch up if you're Sailor. So unbricking, staying patient, rocking out, I think is what is on Sailor's the forefront of his mind as we're kicking it back on over to Ed now.
Yeah, I mean, that Hiram lived, so that's something, but he'll either sing how far I'll go with it, with I know the numbers on that, but you have to pop the coil if you really want some value, which is not my favorite thing to do.
Yeah, I don't think that's an ideal situation in this match. That coil was so good for you last turn, so I think hanging on to it might be a good thing this time.
Unless you have another one, that is something that you can do. If you have, yeah. So I was going to say, if you have another one, or if you have Tamatoa 6 in your hand, you can safely pop it and get it back, and then you can play it for free the next turn, which is always.
I was living in a fantasy world where Tamatoa 6 didn't exist, and I forgot that was.
Yeah, and then you can get your coil and your popsicle back, and then
ridiculous.
play the popsicle, then play the coil if it lives for free. But I mean, you never know if you're going to get the second ability of Tamatoa 6 in this matchup.
Absolutely insane. As you do get to a Hiram Flaversham, able to add some 2 cards to your hand, I'm sure that's a sigh of relief as you're continuing to unbrick yourself and try to catch up on this tempo game as you bring out the Sisu, the humanoid Sisu, and you'll be able to clear the Hiram Flaversham after he's already done his damage. He's got a quest and a drawing. You hate to see
4 cards off that Hiram, so
that's miserable. That is miserable. But we still have this Half Shark up, able to check down the Hiram. And then, the big evolved Sisu was able to completely board wipe Sailor and set up another setback in a major operation as you're still trying to just establish something. You were on the draw, but you came out of the gates way too slow. Missing that ink set you back so far. And now Ed has complete control of this board and he's up to 7 ink.
I think they're both. Are they both?
Or 7 lore and 8 ink.
Yeah. I was like, well, they're ink about even, but yeah, okay. Now we're doing that. I mean, the coil is not here, and that's not great. Mm-hmm. That dragon, the shark is very hard to get rid of in this deck, and he's already inked two of those big old dragons. So.
Yeah, he was forced to do that. They came a little bit early, and you could tell he reluctantly had to put those in inkwell just to continue to advance the game state a bit. Mm-hmm. And now we're going to put 3 in as T-Po's back on the play, and now Ed can continue to take the momentum back. Another removal here could be problematic, but you are walking headlong into a potential be prepared that Sailor could be hanging on to. I don't think we saw one last game, but that doesn't mean they don't exist.
I think maybe he is waiting for the crab, because that's kind of what I was thinking is, so he popped the coil safely. Now he's going to use the 6 crab, get back coil, get back popsicle. What do we got? Oh, he's inking a dragon. And did he just flop down the baby Sisu? The disrespect.
the little Sisu comes in and
just like Gambit, just like flick the baby Sisu across the board. Oh, and by the way, banish Hiram.
Yeah, and we will go ahead and get a quest in with that Sisu. And this is just looking all roses for Ed now. I think you need to get to the be prepared here if you have it.
No, okay.
And he pops another. Oh, he gets the gifts keep on coming. As Sailor does get to a popsicle.
Okay, the T-Po. We have gotten 3 T-Pos in the inkwell where he belongs, so I'd like to point that out.
Hate to see it. Get T-Po out of here. Ban him as well. T-Po and popsicle can go. He's gone.
Every time I draw him late game. Every time I'm like, he's gone. I'm like, be a dragon. It's like, I'm a gremlin boy.
Oh, and the story of the day, we knew it. We felt it. We could feel the presence, and that is a brick dog nasty. You got full house. That's three of a kind.
That's everything. That's the dime. That's the Sisu. That's the Medusa. That's rough.
You hate to see it. Brick. You felt it, but then that last uninkable that you drew. It's just going to be like that a portion of the time. That is misery incarnate. You've been there. You've done that. Have you bricked?
Have I bricked? Have I bricked?
Have you
Sorry,
bricked?
I just got triggered by the question.
Oh. And we are here. And we are here with the players. Colors Law. We were in the booth watching that game go down. Game number 1 was a stellar match. stellar match, and game number 2 didn't go the way that you wanted to go. But we have Ed in the building. We're gonna start with you, Ed. Congratulations on your victory representing Tian Ho. You are continuing your reign as the Maelstrom Storm Destroyer. It seems that you've taken down Sailor in another match in this tournament. Can you just talk about the deck that you brought? It wasn't a normal Edmund Chu concoction. Okay, this was not an Ed special. Can you talk about this deck? What made you bring a different type of Ruby Sapphire strategy to this tournament?
Yeah, so the exact opposite of the Ed Special, as it were. But yeah, so for this, I kind of wanted to like just try a bunch of cards, and I think the value that you have to kind of respect when everyone plays just like one copy of a card is that they could always have it, right?
Mhm.
Something I kind of learned from the DKP match was like the power of developer brain. I think that card's actually really, really good right now, especially since there are so many powerhouses in the deck that you can kind of dig for. And I think it did help. Like I did cast it a couple times in the first game, and I was just able to like dig me kind of 2 cards deeper, right, to find like that Tamatoa Dime plus Pirate's Life, or Tamatoa Dime plus Shark plus other actions to kind of finish the game. And I think those are kind of the things that I was kind of looking for. And I think the main thing is I guess this is an open deck list, but I know like, Sailor, knows all the cards and stuff, and I had to like make him respect it, right? Like being able to play like a bunch of random cards to see if he'll play around it. So I think that was kind of the thought process for this game.
Dude, it worked out great. It worked out great, at least from our position. We saw it. It was like, oh man, how many one ofs you got? You got the Be Prepared in there. You got the Pirate's Life. You got it's just so many things. We thought you were playing like 95 cards, and it had to kind of mix your opponents. Cole, I know you got some things you saw from from your angle. What do you think about Ed's deck and his performance in this event?
Yeah, I was saying I don't like,
Uh
but
oh.
I did like, like I was like that is
Uh oh.
Oh, I think you're cutting out.
We're getting a little cut off there. It's going to be like that. Sailor, can we Color? Can we hear Color coming in? I think. But while we're getting Color set up, I do have another question I was going to ask while we're waiting on Color to come in with her questions. I'm certain. There were points in that game where you guys had over 20 ink each, and you had probably about 6 or 7 cards left in deck. Were you ever concerned with getting into a deck out situation, or were you content of your position and then getting to that win condition that you kind of knew? Did you kind of feel like, oh, I don't know if I'm going to get it, or what? How'd you feel there, getting at the very very end of that game?
Yeah, so I felt pretty comfortable just because I knew that my dime was gonna get like that 8 or 9, 10 amount of lore. And then the shark, I knew there was at least one shark left in my deck, right? So
Hmm.
I was kind of just waiting to, after you deploy the Tamatoa dime, you go shark and then just deplete your whole hand. Like my whole hand was just all actions. I was just waiting to like storm off. So I think that's how kind of the deck operates now, like on kind of 2 different axes. Like I knew he was gonna save his Hideaway or Cusco for the dime. So I already knew I was only going to be able to get 1 activation from dime on Tamatoa. So it was just a matter of finishing the game with like Shark, Pirate's Life, plus a bunch of actions.
Absolutely, and I like it. I'm gonna try it. I'll give it a shot. I'm always trying to try some Edmund Chu special, but I think we're gonna kick it over to Sailor real quick before we can. Sailor, again, it didn't work out that great for you in this particular matchup. Can you just talk about some things? Obviously, game number 2, we're gonna just put a big X on that one. That was kind of a wash. I mean, the cards just betrayed you. We looked at your hand, and once we saw that you didn't get a chance to ink a card on turn number 3, we kind of felt that it was basically over at that point. And I'm sure Ed saw what happened. You saw what happened. Everyone in the booth saw what happened. Can you just talk about game number 1? Any plays you feel like you left on the table, and then what from your perspective, what went down in game number 2?
Yeah. Hello, everyone. Excited to be here. Excited to be playing a good and a good friend of mine, Ed. Always enjoy having these very high level games with him. I knew game 1 it was going to be about like trading blows until we can get to our win condition. I had not put. I didn't create my deck so that I be specifically targeting red blue, because I was anticipating Ed to maybe go after Ryan, and so I built my deck a little bit more for a steal, right, from his opponents. But I was perfectly geared to still play on the mirror with this Greatstone Dragon and Coil. This is most of what this matchup is going to be about, and I had like a fantastic start with my second popsicle very early on. And then with the Greatstone Dragon and 2 and then 3 coils, I was very well set up to just eventually get to 19 in one shot because I was able to get to 10. And I think one of the thing that you can do outside of doing something like the Shark plus Pirate's Life, right, is that you can get these 10 lore by sticking a big Sisu. And I was not able to do that because obviously the order of the cards were not exactly in my favor, but like I still was able to get to 10, right, by just committing a little bit more to the board at a point. But all these trading blows, it was just for trying to find a way to quest some bit and until we get to the dime, right? And so I was just trying to find a dime and it just didn't happen. So it was very, very at the bottom of the deck. And that's basically how it plays out. Like if you want to be making sure you have a great plan into the mirror match, I think Greatstone Dragon is obviously a good one. If you want to make sure you have at least one each of those mirror match, you can play 2. And if you want to edge a little bit more, even you could play 2 dimes so that you don't get stuck in the positions that we were both in of not finding the dime. Because I was at 19 ink for a long time, right? So I could have played Tamatoa dime myself. Just didn't get to this particular spot. So
did you not find it the entire time?
No, but well, I found it like. The turn, so I was waiting for it, and then on the second to last turn, I had Alpha. I'll go trying having to
sing with Maui
to choose between Maleficent and Dime, but it was too late at that point, and so I went for trying to mill him. Because I had all the things to deal with, but I didn't have any of the Tamatoas left, right? So.
Oh, I didn't realize. Yeah, I was like, because you quested with the dragon and then played the Be Prepared like to 12, and I was like, so if he has Tamatoa dime, he just wins here.
No, it's unfortunate, but like I had the option of having the dragon or the dime at that point. It was much later than that. Sorry. Okay. No, it's much later than that.
Oh, so you anyway, it earlier. Oh, well.
Okay.
And then the game 2, I opened with 2 Inkables and I kept Vision and Sail plus Greatstone, and I drew like 4 on Inkable. I drew and I inked my first Inkable, and it was just like it wasn't on game.
That wasn't a game. It was heartbreaking to watch. Every time you'd ink something, we were just like, no.
Yeah, I definitely don't want to ink Tamatoas and Maleficents, and
two, like 1 Tamatoa, 2 dragons. You just like everything was going in the inkwell, and then finally you inked a Tipo, and I was like, well, that's fine.
Eventually I found it to my Tipo, but I needed to answer his board, and it was like just all together in the wrong order. It was pretty miserable. I think maybe we rushed the shuffling a little bit too much. But anyway, no, I don't know. Okay. It just happens. It's variance.
Absolutely.
I mean, the first game though was like amazing to watch though. Just like kind of the back and forth between 2 high level players. Like I know everybody always complains about the red blue mirror, but I was having the best time. You guys had great openers and the back and forth was really great. Those games were kind of like just like answers back and forth until you can kind of get sharked, I guess.
Like, I mean, I was not the shark. That was the dime and Pirate's Life.
Wild.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't expect the Pirate's Life, so maybe even him at 18, I was kind of feeling confident that I could potentially drag the game so that he could bail out, right? So that's kind of like what I went for on the second to last turn. Right, I just said, okay, I'm not gonna win with my dime because I drew it too late. I'm just gonna try to mill him out at that point. Obviously, I didn't know about the Pirate's Life and the Shark when I decided that.
Absolutely.
How long did you have that Pirate's Life and Shark, Ed?
Oh, me? Oh yeah. So I had
You
Pirate's
didn't
Life
have the
since like
Shark.
the beginning. I had the Pirate's Life since the beginning. My
You're
next
just
card was the
death
shark.
gripping it. Just
But
Okay.
death gripping the Pirate.
the other cards in my hand were like Develop and Sail. So I think I remember like when I did my visions thing, I tried to put it like as top as possible. So even if I didn't draw on the next card, I could have like dug for maybe one or two more cards and then try to storm off my whole hand anyway.
Yeah.
So I think that was kind of my game plan after that. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a good game plan. I didn't see it coming. I was saying while you left that I was at that point, like I found the dime like the turn before you went. The turn after I've dealt with everything, right, and did the B prep Cusco Maleficent turn. I found it after that, but I off of the how far ago, but it was like an answer or the dime, and I was like, okay, let's just try to mill him out and just play answers, right? Because at that point I didn't have much to dime for anyway, and I knew that you were keeping an answer for it.
Yeah, I think one thing I kind of learned from this game though is I probably have to go up on the Sisus. Like I wanted to just play this just one time. Like I was like saying in the SLTP, like we should definitely run forward and for Sisu. But it's like how sometimes you get clogged with it, so I'm like, okay, maybe I should try one less. But I think in like terms of attrition, like those cards are actually the best.
Man.
And
Yeah,
if
they're
you don't
incredible.
if you don't have like all 8 copies, like it's gonna be really tough in attrition battle. So after this I'll probably go back up.
Yeah, and I think one thing that is great about the small one is that you want to play the small one, and so they're like, I'm not going to brawl a small Sisu, and then you shift onto it, take out something else with the coils, and then quest for 3, and these 3 accumulates, right? If you can do the small into the big one a couple times, you go up to 10, and then you finish the game with the dime on Tomato on 19.
Absolutely. I mean, I also thought the game was crazy. I got one more question for you, Sailor. Playing on the opposite side of Ed's deck list, were you kind of baffled or befuddled a little bit with the ratios that he brought to this tournament? I know he's known for 4x4 by 15, and he had a ton of 1-ofs in there. Did that throw you off the game at all, or were you kind of prepared for that?
I mean, me and Ed talked, so I kind of knew what was going on when I saw the Develop Your Brain.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, I knew exactly what was going on, and obviously, like I didn't know about the Pirate's Life, but I don't think it mattered too much.
Absolutely. But still, I thought it was an incredible match, man. And whenever I see you guys, these world qualified players, I'm sure you guys take all the opportunities to play these high profile worlds preview matches. And Ed just happened to get the dub on that. I'm sure you might be able to get your revenge at the World Championship whenever that date comes to be. But Ed, before we let you guys go, can you just take some time to introduce the rest of your team? I know everyone knows who Sailor is. You're very famous. Everyone knows who you are. You're quite famous, but people don't know much about Brian and Dennis. So can you take the next 1 to 2 minutes to kind of introduce your follow-on teammates, some of their strengths, and what to look out for in the rounds 2 and 3 of the ICL?
I have to go. Go ahead. Talk to you later. See you guys. Love you.
See you. Bye-bye. So yeah, Brian and Dennis. So Brian and Dennis, they're both like locals that I met playing locals, and I think they're like 2 of the better players like in our locals. Brian, like we traveled together for all the DLCs. Like we went to like Toronto together, and we also went to I think Atlanta together. And historically speaking, he also plays like whatever is the like top deck of the format, and he learns really quickly. So I think he will definitely bring a very interesting deck today and showcase the strength of it. And Dennis, he topped at Vegas, playing green purple at the time, and he's also like pretty strong playing Ruby Sapphire. But I took Ruby Sapphire today, so he can't play Ruby Sapphire. So yeah, just my local players that have been performing well at DLCs, and yeah, excited to see what they can do today.
Absolutely, man. And we'll let you go celebrate with your team and start pumping up the jams. And let me get one of those Tian Ho jackets one of these days, if I can. If I could just be an honorary member, I want to be intimidating with my red and black on at some point. But we love to see it, champ. And thanks for your contribution. And when's the podcast dropping? When's the YouTube channel dropping tomorrow or what?
Keep it locked. Don't turn
Keep it
that
locked.
dial.
Don't touch that down. Don't touch that dial. All right, keep
Don't
it
touch
locked.
that
All right.
dial.
All right, and
Dial.
congratulations on your victory, man. And I'll let you go celebrate with the rest of the gang, and we'll see you back at it again here at another day, I'm sure.
Yep. Till next time. Bye-bye.
Bye. Color, we're going back into the dojo, unmuted or
what does
whatnot.
that mean?
Well, the video. I think we're muted in the Discord. We're back
All
into the
right,
video.
all right.
Let's mute in Discord and go back to video.
All right, all right. But color. This is what do you
Yes.
think? This your first time in the booth? I think
It
got some
is.
drops. How'd it feel? I mean, I know it's a lot. How'd it feel being here?
I mean, it worked out. It was my favorite deck. I didn't have to think about any other color pairings, amber or otherwise. So I think
Let's Let's go. Well, we would love
Yeah.
to have you back here on the ICL. We like your perspective and we like your whole demeanor. So if you ever have more time, but in the meantime, in between time, where can we find more color is law? How can we get to know you and just want to plug anything or talk about your social media or whatnot? Or where can we see more color?
I talk a lot on Twitter, so there's that one. So it's at Colors Law 1 because I didn't think that through. So that's fine. Just throw a 1 on the end of it. And yeah, so that's pretty much where I hang out. I'm in Discord a lot, playing games, trying to get as good as Ed and Sailor. So
Okay.
yeah.
And we'll get you back into the ICL, I'm sure, for more nights.
I did all right this week. I don't
Let's
know.
go.
Was it Monday?
I
I
like
think it was this
so.
week.
Make sure you guys get into the comment section, say nice things about Colors Law so she can come on back. But in the meantime, in between time, we got round number 2 coming in, and we got another powerhouse coming in. Color. I'm going to be here all night because we had some people had to drop out, but no big deal. Life is going to come
Marathon
first. Injuries,
JDZ.
you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be here all night, okay? Because Katie had some issues come up. Shout out to Katie. Hopefully she's feeling better. She had a shoulder injury that she's undergoing right now. She's getting that thing sorted out. She'll be back better than ever. Why Breezy is taking care of some stuff, and we got Luke who's doing some heavy lifting in the back. Luke
bailed
is
on me.
running this whole thing in the background, so it's gonna
Yeah.
be your boy JDZ. But I'm not gonna be alone. We got Key Issues, Garrick, and Sauce K coming in for round number 2 and round number 3. But with that, Sailor, or with that, Color, any final goodbyes before we wrap this thing up?
I'm just kind of hyped to see the rest of these matches. I get to eat some snacks and watch my favorite players play. So I'm excited.
Let's do it. All right, everyone. Round of applause for Color is Law. Keep it going while you're while you're all in the clapping mood. Let's keep that energy going for none other than you know him. You love him. You know him. While you're in the clapping mood, we got Key Issues. Garrick is in the building.
Yes, sir.
Good. Oh man, he's looking good. Jeez Louise. He got that hair going. Don't shake the hair, Garrick. Please don't do it to him. Don't shake the curls on me, dude. I'm bald, man. Every time he did it to me. Oh man, I'm cooked. I'm cooked. What am I gonna do? I'm cooked. No, Garrick. But as always, it's a vibe, man. Did you see that match? Were you in the green room? Were you tuned in?
I was there. I was watching. I was like, this is gonna be a mill out. There's no way these two get to 20, and then Ed somehow found a way with the dime, big Tamatoa single turn, and then the Pirate's Life out of nowhere was crazy. Yeah, that was a really interesting match. It stinks that Sailor bricked in the second game, but the first one was intense. So I'm wrong on my prediction because I said if Ed wasn't playing Ruby Am, then he's not going to win, but he found a way.
I was wrong too. I mean, sometimes you can be as good as you want to be in any trading card game, but sometimes you can't fight fate. And when you're breaking uncontrollably, or when your draws aren't coming the way you want them to, you're going to lose, and that's just how it's going to be. But that's why we play. It's just that ebb and flow, a little bit of the ebb and flow. Hey, I like you're so good, dude. I'm gonna write that down. I got my notebook out. I'm writing that down, dude.
But what I did notice was Ed did have Lady Tremaine in there. You can take the Ruby Amethyst out of the deck, but you can't take the Ruby Amethyst out of the player. That's what I always say,
Absolutely. But we got a next matchup. It's coming up. We're going to keep it rocking as Maelstrom is sending Zenulus into the operation, and we have Brian Wynn coming on in. I know he's a Tian player. You might not know him now, but pay attention and get to know him in the future, as he could be the next great player, as we're still in our infancy of Disney Lorcana. And we're going to get to see what this player is going to do. He's going to be fighting an uphill battle, as Xenulus is quite strong of a player. Just came off of some significant tournament success at the CCS. Didn't quite convert it into the top cut, but still had a pretty stellar performance over there. What do you know about Xenulus? What do you know about his tendencies of what he's trying to do here?
Oh, Xenulus is awesome. Yeah, I love Xenulus. He was he stayed at my house for a tournament down here in the DMV, actually the one that you casted with me, the invitational. And then he's coming down and staying with me next week for another tournament here in Maryland. So yeah, I love Xenulus. He's a great player. He plays a bunch of different decks, and I saw the deck list. The deck list was sent over to me, and he is playing something that I did not anticipate at all. And yeah, Luke told me that this was a deck he was quite fond of before he started playing Emerald Amethyst, and that's really the deck he became known for. But this is another mirror match, and we'll see. We're seeing double here.
And it looks like we do get a little bit of green card going down to the inkwell, and we will reveal some green steel in the mirror. So I don't have access to the deck list just yet. I'm gonna see if I can see those. Maybe I can play along at home, but you guys keep maybe we'll note the changes. We got a ruby sapphire mirror, and now we got a green steel mirror. Who did we curse? Who did we curse? Who did we curse? I think we were cursed by someone, because we get a green steel and a ruby sapphire mirror back to back to back, and that's just, I mean, I love it. I'm here for it, but I would like to see those inverted a little bit. Thoughts? I like to see a little bit of variety there in my mirrors. I mean, maybe ruby sapphire versus green steel, and then ruby sapphire versus green steel again. I think that would have been a little bit more, at least for me, for my own sensibility. I could be wrong.
Yeah, these mirror matches are really interesting. Sometimes I feel like it comes down to who can stick the Diablo first. But I'm not super well versed in Emerald Steel. But that's what it looks like to me when I'm watching my teammates and my friends play it, as we do see the Diablo come in with the shift, and Brian missed his on turn 1, which is very, very important to note. And we get a Mr. Smee down. So we're running some pretty aggressive lines here in the Emerald Steel deck as we quest for 1 and have the Smee ready and raring to go for 2 more next turn.
Yeah, I think you might be onto something. One player getting Diablo established. You need to see if you can get this bird taken down quick. But on 2 ink, I don't think you have the cards in the color in the deck. Maybe they go back to Fire to Cannons or something. I don't think they play that card anymore. I don't think they ever did. But you just don't really have the cards to do that on 2 ink. So this Diablo is going to get at least 2 more cards. Let's see if you can put something out to engage with this bird right now, as Smee is going to start questing heavy for some early lore.
Yeah, Xenulus off to a huge lead here with the Diablo, and then Brian just having nothing really to respond with on 2. Of course, he does have 2 drops in his deck, but none of them are really going to fight the current board like he would like it to, but you got to get established somehow. So go ahead and ink the Hypnotize there, and we'll see what he gets into.
Maybe
could go for something like an Ursula, yeah.
I'd like Ursula on 2, just to kind of break up a potential singing play that you can have, but you're going to send this bumbling mate on in, and I'm liking this guy less and less in the steel mirror. My own experience, because he just gets clapped up so easily these days, and it's just not even cool, man. He used to be the rock star. Now he's kind of taking a backseat, as both players are electing to lean heavy on these Smees to kind of counteract each other. Zane is still in a pretty comfortable position, and now you will deploy this Ursula. If this Ursula goes strong, this game just might come to a screeching halt right here. And
yeah, we'll see what will hit. Let the Storm Rage on is probably what you're going to go for here.
Yeah, that will be the case, as Storm is going to be nabbed. So Ursula getting a plus. Diablo's shaping up to get another plus. And then are we going to sing? Maybe we can sing Strength here. If Diablo can sing Strength, that might be a tempo blast that you just may not be able to recover from. And we're going to I'm Still Here. Look at that. Foo Fighters. Oh, sorry.
That's Goo Goo Dolls.
Goo Goo Dolls, not Foo Fighters. Yeah. Not Foo Fighter. Goo Goo Dolls.
Yeah.
I'm Still Here. It's beautiful.
I've been rocking out to I'm Still Here since they released that card, because I was like, wait, that's a song? And then I went back and I was like, oh, this song rocks.
It does.
It's
that
like
movie's a sleeper, man.
That movie. Yeah.
It's a sleeper movie. It's a sleeper movie.
A great film. Yeah. I watched it like 3 times since Azurite C came out.
I think it's because it flopped a little bit in the box office there. As we got the Smee, who's up and active, can't even be challenged due to the effect of I'm Still Here. That will give that resist 2 until the next turn, as Pete, game's referee, is going to find himself onto the field of play now. So that will at least stall you a little bit. And maybe you can start to contest this board. But as long as that Diablo is unfazed and unfettered, you might not be able to do anything. But this Pete will allow you to strength that Diablo next turn if you felt so inclined.
Yeah, Pete is great here. It is probably the best card that Brian could have played to fight back into this matchup. Zenulus could Pete him back, which is typically the best answer to Pete, just playing your own. That way your opponent cannot take advantage of the turn where you were not able to sing and they are allowed to sing. So if Zenulus has the Pete, I would love to see that come down from him. If not, we'll see what he's able to do, because that Pete could really dramatically swing this game back into Brian's favor.
Or second Ursula would also be devastating, because you won't be able to get that strength off if he can just nab that strength from hand. So you know the strength there. You know your Diablo is not going to be long for this world, as Pete's going to be able to sing it quite freely. As you're going to set up 3, maybe you can put a little pincer out, a 2-prong attack, put the Ursula Deceiver of All out there, and make the decision a little bit more difficult. So, and you will go double Diablo. You got bird gang, and that is also going to be a little vice for Brian to have to deal with.
Yeah, we could potentially see a shift Pete come down on turn 4 for Brian, which could also be a huge boon to his side of the board. It gives his pirate characters resist. He's got a Smee out there, so the synergy is there. Not to mention that while Pete's exerted, your opponent can't exert to sing songs. So he can put down the Pete here, potentially sing something or quest with it, get that Pete exerted and prevent Zenulus from singing back his way. And you give the Smee resist, which is not bad.
Absolutely. But looking at the lore, Zenul's already at 6. Typically, this green steel deck takes a long time to get out of the gate, but you're kind of rushing ahead over a quarter of the way there already. So this is looking pretty great. Zenul's was on the play, and you will go ahead and deploy the Ursula Deceiver of All. And now you can gamble here. Maybe you don't play the strength and roll that dice. I think that'll just be a bold move, and I think that's just too much. This Ursula, so much can happen. I think you just got to deploy that strength right now, and let's see if that is what's going to happen.
Yeah, I would personally sing here, get rid of a Diablo, maybe challenge. So we are going to sing. I think that is the right move. Get rid of the Diablo. We'll see if the challenge comes through from the Smee, but you weaken Zenulus' side of the board, which makes a potential crackback on a strength worse if he's not able to develop another character. So I think that was the right move here. Brian, again, like you said, gambling a little bit, putting the Ursula out there. Maybe she is able to stick. And if she is, it could be a huge tempo swing. You got to think that he's got another song in hand if he sang with Pete and deployed Ursula on this turn, right?
Yeah, just setting up a little vice. I think that might be a little technique that a lot of players like to adopt. Put 2 threats out there and make your opponent make these painful decisions. That Diablo did kind of get loose for a while. You were able to draw a ton of cards, and Brian is running out of cards. You haven't had the opportunity to refill. No Prince John, no double sudden chill. But if this Ursula can live and you can go Prince John, double sudden chill, you are right back into this thing.
Brian skips inking. We should keep that in mind. He does not ink for that turn, but these Emerald Steel decks are not very ink heavy. They don't need a lot of ink. They have big characters, and we don't talk about Bruno sometimes, but they usually shift the characters for 3.
So we are going to deploy the Prince John, and we are going to sing Sudden Chill here, and this could be the demise, as Brian's hand has to be very low right now as we're making that decision on what to kick out.
But if he has a Let the Storm Rage on, next turn he'll draw 3 cards if he's able to double sing that with Ursula, and obviously the card he gets for turn. So that could bring him back.
And it looks like we'll send another Deceiver of All down onto the discard pile. A second Sudden Chill could be painful, or Diablo still has the ability to pipe off and sing one as well. Strength onto the Ursula is also quite painful. So let's see it. And he's exerting, and it looks like we are going to be singing I'm Still Here. Okay. Interesting indeed.
Yeah, Brian got to be feeling not too bad, but I mean, I'm Still Here does stall out a potential song coming down a little bit, which stinks. But if again you have the Let the Storm Rage on, it does help refuel your hand. But with the Diablo has resist, it's gonna allow Zenulus to draw 2 cards as well.
Unless you go just straight gangbusters and put out a couple of characters and then sing a double strength onto a Diablo, that sounds terrible and a waste and not the most optimal use of your cards. But if it depending on how many cards you have left in hand, I can't quite get a make of how many cards. Are you top decking from Brian's side?
I believe he had one card in hand when he discarded the Ursula.
Okay.
I believe that is right. He's moving there, so he might have two, or might just have the one, but he definitely has something in hand.
So we are going to go ahead and send Pete on into the Ursula. We'll get a plus value there, as that is going to be exactly what you need to kind of start clawing back into this game. You're going to try to gain as much value as you can, as we did lose our screens, just a minor technological indifference. And now we switch. Whoa, complete new camera angle. That was neat, though. Well, that was neat. That little.
Zenyl's got a whole production going on. We got
that was a neat little setup there. A little treat. Getting a check of Zenulus's abdomen there. Looked quite nice from that side of the angle. And this is still game number 1. And we'll just pass it back on over here
with no Ursula Singh. That's really, really interesting. Maybe he was baiting something out there. Maybe potential removal so he could play the Diablo. Looks like he's got 2 cards in hand. So we know that for sure. But no Sing. Maybe we risk it again. Maybe we do have a song and we're just like, okay, I'll risk it. Oh,
we'll find out now.
Comes the Ursula. Yep.
And there's no song. There is a Hypnotize and an Ursula. So the bait plan did kind of work, as you're able to stick the Ursula, stick the Diablo, and you force out your opponent to play the Ursula, but they still have more card advantage over you, and they have lore advantage over you as we put the We Don't Talk About Bruno down into the inkwell. Prince John is kind of just being a fixture there, and then that reveals the Hypnotize. What are you kicking out here?
Ursula, I think. I mean,
yeah. Especially now that you see your opponent has tossed the We Don't Talk About Bruno, there's a good chance they are trying to play around your songs or maybe trying to mind game you a little bit, as you'll get 2 in from the Prince John and the effective Hypnotize. Staring down this board, it looks promising. We're just going to send a quest in with the Diablo, it looks like. So another card coming in from Zenylus. The Diablos have been the story of the day. You had yours live, and now we're going to see if Brian's going to get his to get some draws in, as Diablo did remain active onto the board. We'll go ahead and ink.
Oh, plays?
Ink it?
Yeah, plays it.
Okay.
So he's going to draw. He's got to be looking for a song here. A song to get rid of this Diablo is what he needs to try and come back into this game. And he set up the Ursula. He's looking for the potential answer.
I mean, you can trade up your Diablo into theirs, or you can just play this little attrition game and maybe set yours up, and maybe you can draw a few more cards yourself. So that's a decision that you have to make, and we're thinking about it right now. What do? Do you just quest Diablo and try to grab a couple cards, or do you say, nah, I'm gonna roll the dice and just clear both of our Diablos? Now, I think you have good information of what's in the hand. No, you don't. You didn't get to see. He saw your hand, but you didn't get to see Zenulus's hand.
Right.
And it looks like we are going to gamble. We're going to quest this Diablo, and we're going to say, I'm going to draw some more cards, and hopefully you can't out mine before I out yours. And this is a really funny little Cold War state of attrition game. Diablo, I don't know. Maybe I'm too scared. Maybe I just crash him and clear it out, because I don't want my opponent to clear mine before I can clear theirs. What do you do?
Well, he hasn't been able to clear the Ursula yet, so Zenylus is going to take the trade here.
Mm-hmm.
So good on Brian, able to get an additional card. Zenylus has used a decent amount of discard so far. So forcing the Diablo to go into yours is pretty good, but keeping the Ursula out, I think, as long as you possibly can. And there's the Pete, so that kind of denies Ursula, even if he was able to get into a song. I know we keep mentioning it, but the card's on the board, and it is so powerful. If it's able to sing twice, has not been able to do that yet, as Brian's still on 3 ink, and Zenylus just continues to dominate the board. 3 cards in hand, wasn't able to discard anything there.
I mean, I think I'd like to, I don't know if he's playing those shift lines, but maybe even getting a Morph out here, maybe, or another Diablo, just set it up now, and maybe they continue to not have their ways to remove them. And there it is. That's an enchanted Diablo. The Devoted Herald is now up on the board, ready to get exerted to start drawing some more cards. And this is exactly what Brian needed if he ever intended to turn this game around, as we'll ink an Ursula Deceiver of All as well. So that is probably your last copy of Ursula. And this Ursula has been up for the longest amount of time I've ever seen an Ursula up, not singing a song. Absolute insane behavior there. Love to see it. As we're going to continue. Now you got a pretty powerful strength that you can sing. You can clear a lot of these characters now. And it looks like we got the Lucifer. Look at that.
Lucifer is
Holy.
big, but he has a strength. Okay, so
Ooh.
opts to discard the strength instead of 2 other cards, which is the Lucifer text. You can discard an action to prevent double discarding, but would have loved to sing that strength with the Ursula, I know for a fact. And he finally had it, but the Pete prevented the double sing on that turn, which really, really hurts.
You really hate to see that. As now we are going to get a mighty quest in. Zaneless looking at the score total. It's like, you know what? Maybe I can just start trying to race up out of here and stop trying to play this. Let's stop trying to play this little song and dance. So let's just go ahead and try to win here, as questing is going to be the way to get that done. A lot of these green steel players like to try to control the entire element of everything before they start questing up. But let them leave that Pete ready. You got that heavy quest and Lucifer over there, as well as Prince John questing for 2, Smee's questing for 2. The board is starting to expand, and Brian is slowing down still. He just needs a turn to grab some tempo back. Maybe you can get this, let the Storm Rage on with this Ursula. It still won't do too terribly much in this spot. What are Lucifer's stats? Do you know?
I can check for you right now. I
know it's a 3-2. Is it a 3-2 or the 3-3?
2-2.
It's a 2-2.
Yep.
Yeah. So if you go double seeing Storm, pops me, pop Lucifer, that could be the card, the way you get back into it. And then Pete can take down the Ursula. That could be a good turnaround for you, as Zaneless is still feeling very comfortable leaving that Pete up just to check the Ursula Deceiver.
Zenulus is at 10, but again, Brian's had a bunch of different opportunities to come back here, just hasn't been able to find the cards. It's interesting to note that he did ink last turn because Zenulus had pretty much stopped playing discard cards, so he felt safer to ink there, as we put the Beast into the inkwell and put the Prince John onto the board. So now Zenulus's Prince John is going to get no value if those discard cards come into hand, as Brian is playing empty-handed, and that's how
he will get one though, because the Diablo will trigger and he gets one back. So maybe hanging on to that Beast. Maybe now that Bruno's, I think in this, now you got Lucifer set up. You know, Lucifer's favorite song is "We Don't Talk About Bruno." Apparently, I don't know. I didn't think a cat could sing that song, but he sings that song very, very well, and he can bounce something that's going to be a clean out to whatever you desire, and that is just going to be a super tempo swing, especially with this Prince John ready on the board as well. So I fully expect a Bruno to come on in, probably popping that Diablo, discarding. Oh my goodness, Amber Alert. Cut it out. Oh, Amber Alert for the Lucifer singing Bruno here. You hate to see it, and there it is.
You called it. Yeah, the Bruno is pretty brutal here. We'll see what gets discarded, but there are 2 cards in hand, so we will do a little shuffle up and see what happens. But Prince John's going to draw a card off of this. We're going to go ahead and roll the dice. What do you think, Diablo or no? Call it.
I'm calling Diablo. It's going to hit Diablo 100%. This is Diablo. Is it here? And it is the Devoted Herald. It's enchanted too. Unless he's got 2. That's the he had 2 all along. It was Agatha all along. The Devoted Herald. You hate to see it. And the Inkwell. Enchanted. Beautiful card. It's going up in value as well. I think Diablo is broken. Probably also quite bannable. And we're going to play it. I hate it here.
On to the Ursula, who sat there and did nothing for just 5 turns.
literally didn't do anything. That thing could have been literally any other card with those stats, and it was the Space Pete Pirate.
Ooh, man,
that hurts.
That's a big time hit for sure.
Brian had the shift line available too.
Yep.
That is not cash money at all. And this looks like it's going to be all aces for Zenulus here, who is just trying to continue to complete the drill. You always got to finish the drill. You never know in Digital Lorcana, anything can happen. But at this point of the game, with players who are quite talented, you kind of know when it's over. But you can't give up. You're not going to scoop. You're going to play it all the way through, and maybe your opponent can completely just fumble the bag on the way out. You hate to see it, but this game is pretty much cooked.
Yeah, I mean, there are potential avenues for Brian to get his way back into this game. These Emerald Steel decks, when they're not having too much pressure put upon them, are able to come back. But Zenulus recognizing that, saying, I'm just going to quest with everything. I'm going to put myself into the position to win the game. Obviously, Prince John can trade, but we're just going to pick them up and go
Yeah.
to game number 2. So congrats to Zenulus taking game number 1. Brian, gonna want to start off a little bit quicker. We did see Zenulus get the turn 2 Diablo, as Brian really didn't have much to combat that early, and that just snowballed the entire game. Like I said, there were opportunities for Brian to come back, but wasn't able to find the pieces of the puzzle to see the entire picture. But we are going into game number 2.
Absolutely. And that is just one of those things. I mean, it is a play draw thing. It is a play draw dependent kind of game. And this green steel, as you mentioned in the opener, it's going to be one of those things where who gets the bird up first and how fast can you answer the bird? We saw that Zenulus was able to protect his bird quite well with those "I'm still his" and those things. I mean, that could that be the difference maker? You get your bird out, you're able to protect it, you're able to draw a billion cards, and you're able to just outvalue your opponent. That Lucifer was super strong. We don't talk about Bruno's. It all just kind of cascaded into just a straight up advantage nightmare for Brian. So it can't go like that all the time. I'm certain Brian is trained in the Tian art of recovery. You know what I'm saying? Short-term memory, able to lock back in, get laser focused again. You're on the draw this time. And let's see if you're on the play this time. And let's see if that can be a nice way to expediently recover.
Yeah, for sure. I think the last match was incredibly well piloted by both players, but as you said, that's just how it goes sometimes with these Emerald Steel decks and the way they're able to cascade and snowball these amazing advantages. We'll see if Brian's able to get into the turn 1 Diablo here and sort of flip the script on Zenulus, who was able to start off so strong in the last game. But I would love to see both players start off well in this match, so we see an extremely high level, evenly matched game between these two players. That's what we all want to see. That's what we came here for, and that's why we love the ICL. So hopefully no bricks.
Mm-hmm.
We have some great hands.
No bricks, all back and forth. That's what we want to see. As we are going to send a nice, healthy altar back in, sending 4 for Brian. So
that's
maybe you got
pretty
a nice...
good news, I think. Keeping 3 with Emerald Steel is like a lot, you know.
I know.
Like to send back 6 or 7 a lot.
Let me tell you something, Garrett. One of the scariest sensations you'll have in Disney Lorcana is playing against a green steel player, Emerald Steel player, and they say, "I'm sending none."
Yeah,
you're about to get cooked. You know it's bad. So sending 4, that's a sign of life. When they're sending 7 and they're on that struggle bus, that's where I need them. Okay, I need them all sending 7.
Yeah, it happened to me in Seattle where I was basically playing to try and get into day 2. I needed a 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. So I got a 2-0. My next round, I won the first game against Emerald Steel, and then he's on the play game 2. I'm full keeping, and I'm like, okay, well, there goes that dream.
Because you just know it's such a crazy thing about Disney Lorcana. Some of these things that happen in this first year of competitive play, you just know. It's like, oh man, I'm cooked. I lost. And it's, maybe it's my own mental weakness or my own mental blocks that I just put on myself. But it just feels so bad sometimes because you just know it. You know it's going to be a low cove shift. Oh my God, get out of my life, dude. Get out of my face. I hate it here.
Yeah,
but it is what it is. So we'll see if Brian can come on in and hit these power plays right now, and see if Zenulus can recover. And also, I would like to point out that, in my opinion, I think this Emerald Steel strategy is one of the best decks at going second. I know there is a huge play draw dependency in this game, but if you can go second and set up a Diablo shift and it survives for 2-3 turns, it doesn't even matter if your opponent doesn't have that access to those types of things as well. So it can go either way. I think it's a fair and balanced matchup, but it does require someone to get something and someone to not get something. I would like to see a double Diabloing. Let's see if both of them can get it and see what happens there.
Yeah, I agree. Incredible comeback potential with this deck, especially against other mid-range decks, as we ink something and pass. So he kept 3, but not the little Diablo. I'm curious to know what those 3 cards were, but we'll see if Zenulus is able to go back-to-back 2 for 2. Thinking about what to ink here, and these are tight inking decisions in this deck.
And you do show the bird, and we'll get a sneak peek of what the hand was. You kept the big bird, you got the Pete, you have the Ursula on 2. So that's a pretty nice little curve you have established for yourself. You can go Ursula on 2, Pete on 3, shift Pete, and rock out heavy. If that Storm Rage on can live, but you're going to have to draw some serious ink on ink on ink. If you brick once, you're going to blow that curve, and it's going to feel pretty bad.
For sure. Yeah. Yep, 2 uninkables in there could throw a wrench in things. As we find the little Diablo, he does decide to ink it because, just a turn too late as the Ursula comes down. We take a look at Zenulus's hand. He does have the shift available to him. He's got the Singer. He's got the Pete to counter the
Oof.
Pete from Brian. So that's how you get yourself back into the game, as we mentioned in game 1. So Zenulus has the pieces to prevent the Pete from hurting him too much. But you got to think about the shift Pete on the crackback, because if the shift Pete is exerted, you're not singing songs.
This is tough, man. What are you seeing here? Because that Bruno can be a clean out to your Pete, because once you get that Pete up, you're going to be out of cards, and that Bruno could be just striking true and just get rid of it now. But that Storm can also be problematic. You're going to need one of those cards on the next turn, and you're praying that Zenulus can't get another action off the top of the deck to shift this Diablo. We will go ahead and
Storm
take
is
Storm.
right.
Yeah.
The potential to use Storm was there. I'm not sure how much the decision ultimately matters, because if Zenulus doesn't top deck an action here, he's probably going to discard the second action to shift regardless.
Right.
But you do still want to make the most optimal decision, and I think that that was the correct one. So we are going to take a look at the hand again and grab that Storm that we knew was there.
Mm-hmm. I think that's just a heads up play. You got to just get rid of it. You can't force yourself to get locked out by this Pete and then get shifted on, and then he sings the Storm, and that's just going to be a downhill type situation. As we'll go ahead and yeet that Bruno, shift this Diablo, quest up for 1, and now you're in a pretty good spot. This Pete coming in on 3 isn't as dramatic as it once was, but I still think it is okay. Or you can take it a little down tempo Diablo deployment now that you feel pretty confident your opponent doesn't have the Storm in hand or the strength. So these are decisions, man. This is a tough spot. Are you going Diablo here, or are you still going to slam the Pete?
I think, not sure what we're inking there. That might have been the big Pete.
That was a sudden chill that you got inked.
Sudden chill? Okay. So sudden chill goes into the inkwell. We go with the Pete. I think that's still right. I think it's just so strong on 3 against these decks. If Zenulus is able to find a song to punish back, it really, really hurts. Like if he finds a strength in any of the 2 draws that he had in between the last time you saw his hand, then it really, really hurts to not go for the Pete.
So now if you can get into another Storm off the top and you can shift this Pete in, or maybe not Storm off the top, because I don't know how many inkable cards you have left in your hand, but if you had another inkable card and you can then Storm off, shift this Pete, Storm this Diablo, then you can be in a comfortable, cozy position. But now you won't, because you knew the Pete was inbound anyway. And now this Diablo's going to quest freely again for at least another turn. So this is looking great again for Zenulus, who's able to slowly start to turn this thing around. You had a slow start coming in from Brian again, but it's still, this is a much better position than you had last time, as the Pirate Pete shift line is getting sent down to the inkwell. We will shift another. Can't sing, but we can quest, and we will do so going up to 2, giving resist to himself, which is broken. Insane, by the way.
Yeah, that does target himself. It's not any other. It is just any of your pirate characters, and he is a pirate, so he gives himself resist. He is a 5/5 as well. Right now, let's keep in mind, Zenulus has been like soft peated, basically. He can't exert to sing songs, but he can still play them from hand.
So if he can put out, I don't know how many, maybe you can ink a card, put out a character, and maybe yeet your own. That's too much resources.
Zenulus, like, hard. Well, he's only on 3 ink. I was going to say if we were going into 5, like a hard cast, Bruno would be brutal here, but we'll see what he goes for.
I still think Brian has a few cards left in hand. I can't quite see the hand. I know you haven't refreshed at all. You just kind of been playing off the top. I think you might have missed an ink as well. So we got Ursula coming on into the inkwell, feeling like you have used your time. No more Ursula. We'll go for 4 here, and we'll also shift up to Pete. We got Pete on Pete. Pete on Pete. We're
going Pete for Pete.
we're going ban for ban. We can go Pete for Pete, and Pete cannot challenge the Pete, so he's just going to quest up. And that is so funny that they can't take each other out. But questing for 3 here, not too bad. And Diablo's going to be back in his exerted position. So now Pete on Pete, violence. You hate to see it if you are Brian. Is that Pete? Your Pete was looking quite good, but now it's looking way worse in the face of another Pete, because he has the same ability. Now you can't sing, and you need to sing to catch up. So hard casting a Storm Rage onto this Diablo is not the worst play, but it still feels bad. What if Diablo was a pirate? That would be hilarious.
Don't give Ravensburger any ideas.
No
to make
more
a
ideas. Okay.
a pirate Diablo that's like on Pete's shoulder or something. Can you
Yeah.
imagine?
It's basically a pirate themed deck. This Green Steel Pirates deck, Diablo does fit in there thematically as well. He is a bird of sorts. I mean, he's not a parrot, but still, he's pretty lit. As we're going to go ahead and pat. Now we got a decision to make. As we're going to send 2, we'll put another
Okay, let's
Ursula
take a look.
Deceiver out. Let's get a sneak peek. And you hit
Yeah.
the storm. That's a good storm. But this
Do
5
hit the storm. Yep. The Lucifer in hand with the Pete as well.
I'm dumping
Pretty
it.
strong hard cast. Okay, Diablo. Your Diablo's safe. Get him out onto the board. I think that's a good decision. Let's see if we can wiggle our way back into this game, as Zenulus's hand is not super great if Brian doesn't have any cards in hand, which I don't think he does right now.
He doesn't. He was able to negotiate around that Lucifer as an option, but now you know he drew another one. Look at that. Look at the gamesmanship though. Off the top of the deck, double storm. You hate to see that if you're Brian, as that's just going to take the wins right out of your sails, as you're not able to sing it, but you're able to hard cast it. And now I think that might be a little too much to recover from, as we're going to continue to quest for 3. And both of these Pete's on Pete's, it's just such a funny situation that they just cannot touch each other. And they're not even going to try. They're just going to let them both just sit there and become fixtures of this board, probably indefinitely, as it looks like they're going to be there to the end of time, because there's really no clean way to get through these Pete's outside of that. We don't talk about Bruno, which I'm not sure how many Brian are playing. And I know that Zenless has lost one as we hypnotize. You hate to see it. You love to see it.
Yeah, and Brian only at 2, so even if he top decked a useful song there, can't use it because he can't sing.
Yeah.
So just ink the beast.
I mean, you could even play the beast there, maybe, but you don't want to just start feeding the Diablo and just make your situation, just exacerbate your situation. It's ink the beast. He's gonna ink the beast. Just, I mean, could you have played the beast? No, you checked
No, because he
sent the
played the
Ursula.
Hypnotize.
He played Hypnotize. That's right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, played Hypnotize, drew a card. Unfortunately, didn't get into a song. Probably holds on to that, but then you got to think Zenulus has this card surely in his hand as a Strength of a Raging Fire comes down.
And look at that. We cleared the Pete finally, as we're able to do Pete on Pete violence strength powered by a Strength of a Raging Fire. We'll take 4 damage back onto our own Pete, which I thought that was an interesting way they ruled that even when he challenges, since he is exerted as the challenge is going through, he does get to resist 1 on the challenge. That was a point of contention there for a while. And I'm glad the judge community sorted that one out. But I thought it would be like, no, you don't get on the challenge. You get it after he's exerted. I think that'd have been a little bit fair, but it is what it is. As we got those double Ursulas, they're just not going to be doing enough. And this board just seems super sturdy, super stabilized. And now Brian is going to be on the back burner. That Diablo, you need him to stick around, as we're going to hard cast the Bruno, probably going after the Pete, I would assume, or maybe even the double. I don't know. What do you hit here?
I was gonna say I think the Diablo is a little bit better. Maybe you can find something that you can use to get rid of the Pete later. The card advantage is really, really what's killing you now. I mean, everything hurts at this point.
Yeah.
The lore, the card advantage, but when Brian has nothing and Zenulus has everything, it feels a little unfair. So it's a tough decision.
I agree.
But I think maybe the Diablo was correct. You're between a rock and a hard place with that decision, honestly.
For sure. And Zenulus is holding 6 cards in hand, so there's a very low chance that you'll even hit the Diablo. And even if you do, it'll just be more gas coming your way.
It's probably the worst card you could hit. I mean, it does quest for 2, but it costs 5, so still probably the worst card.
And you have no cards in your hand, so Lucifer's not really doing too much. This is what we got to deal with in the production. This is what we're dealing with.
I agree. I mean, it comes down at the end of the day. It feels like this game came down to turn 1 both times.
Yeah,
did you have the Diablo or did you not?
Yeah, that's a fact of life. And I'd be interested to hear what Brian's mulligan, or excuse me, alter pattern was, because we saw him keep a comfortable 4 cards there. And so
Let's just add insult to injury. You didn't have a single little Diablo. I've got 3.
Diablo. Look at this. Oh my goodness. They're out there all yapping. And we're gonna quest hard again, going up for another 3. And this is looking great, as Pete is out a little too little little too late, and it looks like Xenulos is going to come on in with the Dublinsky, as I believe this is Lorthal on board. As we'll just ready the characters, quest out. You should just quest those Ursulas just for the vibes. Get those things exerted, because they've been sitting there as a fixture of the game for
they've
so
been doing
long.
this
Just hanging tough, as that's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, and the game will come to a screeching halt and an end as Xenulus evens the scales and takes a dub over Brian in the Emerald Steel Mirror. So we're going to hop on over as we're going to talk to the players and see how that thing went. And I think you're correct. I think it was just a tale of
you
two
took my
Diablo.
song, and I was like, I'm never gonna kill this Diablo.
Yo, competitors. We have Xenulus and we have Brian. Congratulations, Xenulus, on your victory. You came out and you won the Battle of the Bird. Can you talk about your deck? We thought you'd be on some Ruby Sapphire, but Sailor took that. What made you bring Emerald Steel to this tournament today?
To be honest, I mean, Sailor being on Ruby Sapphire, that's kind of been my comfort pick for this set so far. So barring that, I was like, well, I really don't want to play Amethyst Steel. The first tournament I took it to this set, I kind of got ranched pretty hard. So I've been trying to avoid that for sure. I don't know. I have more reps on Emerald Steel, and I think it's still pretty good into the majority of the field that's you're likely to see right now.
Okay. And we saw that match, and it kind of went your way. There were some things that we saw that put you in an advantageous position, but we did enjoy your build. We saw you were able to win the Battle of the Bird. Your Diablos were sticking, they were landing, your Ursals were hitting, and you had the I'm Still Here. Can you just talk about your construction of your deck, some of your theories behind your green steel, and what makes it different than the other green steels that you might see in the set 7 meta? What are some of the new changes that you added?
For sure. I mean, first off, shout out to Lorcana, bro. Anytime I have any questions about Emerald Steel, he's the first one that I kind of hit up about what the ideas might be. I'm Still Here, I think, is still pretty relevant. With all the steel that's prevalent in the meta, just being able to keep your Diablo alive in the face of either Let the Storm Rage On or Strength of a Raging Fire is incredibly pivotal. And then Pete Pirate Captain, I mean, he's just kind of a unit and
Mm.
a better shift target onto an already decent body that we have. I right now I don't think morph shifts are in a decent spot. I don't think I just think he's a little flimsy with as many brawls and storms that are in the meta. So having something that shifts onto Pete that's a 3/3 that's a little bit harder to kill is just where you want to be, I think.
Absolutely. Garrick, I know you saw some things in there too. I'm hogging on the question, which I said I wasn't going to do.
You're good.
But go. Any questions you got for Xenulus, Garrick? Hop on in there.
Yeah, Xenulus, congratulations on the big W. It was great to see you playing a deck I had not seen you play before, really. But Luke was telling me that was a deck that you were really a big fan of before Emerald Amethyst. I think the people might have wanted to see you on the Emerald Amethyst just because that would be a crazy, wacky pick. But talk me through the decision to have the docks in the build as well, just as the 2 of. Is that sort of like a crack in case of emergency?
No, for sure. They're just I think having the extra draw engine in the deck is very important. There are a lot of times especially if you start off with Shift Diablo, you're just kind of on low resources in general. And if you don't find Prince John into all of your discard engines, you can run into the problem of having too low of hand. So you can just get into a board state where you can establish muses, have a song, bounce dock back to your hand, and just keep on refilling that way. Um, but yeah, just having the third draw engine in the deck as just an emergency. Oh no, I have nothing left. Is it's something I've enjoyed since the Seattle DLC. Obviously, Wonderland winning with that in his list. It's felt incredibly consistent.
Nice. Well, I like the deck. I like the green steel. I'm not a huge fan of the green steel mirror. Well, Brian, we're going to kick it over to you. You came up on the short end of this green steel mirror. Can you
Yeah.
just talk about can you reflect some of those thoughts on your play on green steel? What made you bring it? What are some changes that you added? I know you had the Pirate Pete in there as well. And also, can you just talk about some of your choices and what was going on in that game number 2 and not getting a 1-drop and holding some cards? Can you just talk that whole thing through?
So I brought green steel because I just wanted to play something different. I'm normally like a red purple player, and or
Shout
I,
out.
I was playing a lot of like purple steel and amber steel. Um, but I just wanted to try something different and tap into green steel. So that's why I brought it. Um, the game two, um, I I guess I didn't take enough of a risk and mulligan hard for that turn one Diablo, because oh my gosh, yeah, I had like a nice curve, but I just didn't take that risk, and it kind of bit me in the butt.
Yeah.
Yeah,
um,
I was
yeah.
thinking that you had the shift line since you set back 4. Me and JDZ were talking about like this deck, these players, they like to send back 6, 7.
Mhm.
So what were the 3 cards that you kept?
I kept I believe I kept Ursula 2, Smee, and Diablo.
Mhm.
Um, and then I was hoping to draw into some like the turn one Diablo. And I wish I took a bigger risk and mulligan harder. Yeah.
Sure, for sure. I mean, but that it happens though sometimes, and it could have worked out great, or it could have backfired even more. You just never know. You just have to play it as it went. But looking at your replay, just thinking about through some plays and how it went down, there were some unfortunate draws. I remember there was that play with the back-to-back storm. You got rid of one, you thought you were safe. Diablo comes down, another storm calls off the top. Can you just talk about any plays that you feel that you may have left on the table, or was it just a series of unfortunate circumstances?
When I played Ursula 2, I was debating between taking his Storm and his Bruno, and I was debating on playing Diablo turn 3, and so that's why I wanted to take his Storm. But in hindsight, maybe I should have taken his Bruno to prevent him from inking. But it was like a risk. And then when I played Ursula on turn 5, I believe. I took his Storm, and then I was hoping my Diablo would stick, but he drew his next Storm and took away my Diablo, so it was like kind of went downhill from there because I
Yeah.
didn't have draw. Yeah.
For sure, the
Well,
luckiest
also,
top deck I've ever had.
yeah, I was taking a risk too. Like I was debating between I had the option. I had Ursula 2, Diablo 3, and Beast in hand, and I was thinking of inking Ursula and playing Beast. Um, so that was my other choice too. But I thought I had a good chance taking a risk playing Ursula 2 to take his, and then seeing what he had in his hand. And then, if anything, I could just play out my hand and then prevent him from discarding me. So that was my idea.
Okay. Well, I mean, this was a plan, and sometimes it works, and sometimes it doesn't. You did go up against a very phenomenal player in the name of Zaneless, and you just came up short. There's nothing to be ashamed of that, but that's just the way the game is going. But you do have another round to play. You do have another match. You have the good homie Dennis versus R&B. So it's the whole team thing is not over. You just fell short this time, but nothing to be sad about. But before we let you go, do you have any special shout outs you want to give Brian before we kick it on over to Zayla?
If I have any special shout out,
Yes, coming from you.
um, definitely my team. They've just been like really supportive. We talk about our like deck ideas, and we just like brainstorm together. And yeah, they've just been like really supportive.
Okay. Nice. And Zaneless, you were absolutely locked the F in on this one. It seemed like you did what you needed to do. You got to your points. Your Diablos were sticking. The cards were coming in well. Any shout outs you want to give before we kick it on over to R&B and Dennis in round number 3?
Absolutely. Shout out to my team, Maelstrom. Obviously, the boys that have helped me get where I am. And just just as a side note, shout out once again, Lorcana, bro. Not on Maelstrom any longer. He, chose to go to world class. Can't blame him for it. It was a wonderful opportunity, but he's still, he's still one of my good friends. I love him to death, and I can't wait to see him again.
Absolutely, absolutely. Well, gentlemen, we will let you both go so you can go and celebrate with your team, or have some sad moments with your team, respectively. And we'll get you guys back in here. But it's got an all important game number 3 coming up. And shout out to both of you, and thank you for your participation as always. But Garrick, we got a game 3, and I'm ready. I'm locked in. I'm laser focused, and it's time. This is what you wanted. You got Tian Hu versus Maelstrom in a game number 3. It all comes down to this. Oh boy, I'm ready. My body is ready. Let's do this.
Yeah.
Right on, right on.
Yeah.
Chris.
Okay. Sure. Okay, so yeah, we're going into match number 3 here. It's tied 1-1 between Maelstrom and Tian Hu, but I believe I am getting out of here for Sasuke, so I will say my goodbyes to everybody. Thanks to the ICL for having me on. Always an incredible opportunity, and it was amazing to be able to cast this matchup specifically between Maelstrom and Tian Hu. So thank you so much. I will be playing in a pretty big tournament next week, 90-player tournament, and your boy JDZ is going to be hosting it all day. I'm going to be feeding him the stream, but I'm playing in this one. I've been doing a lot of casting. I haven't played in anything, so I'm really excited to play. But thank you, ICL, for having me. And yeah, everybody enjoy the next match.
Hey guys, I can't quite hear JDZ. Oh, there we go.
Yo. Sasuke. Hello, greetings and salutations to you. I'm going all night. I'm going strong. So I'm already ramped up. So you gotta bring the energy. You gotta match me up here, because we've been going strong all night. This is ICL. This is on a Friday night. You locked in, laser focus. Sasuke, introduce yourself one more time for the Illumineers out there who may not know who you are, and tell us something about yourself.
Sure. So gamer tag obviously is Sasuke. I've been playing card games since I was about 8 years old. Really started off with Magic the Gathering. Didn't really get into competitive card games until I was like, I want to say like 22, 23 years old. And that really started with Gwent. Kind of hit like top 11 in the world with that one, and then just kind of delved down the online TCG world until we ended up here with Lorcana.
Nice.
Yeah.
And now you find yourself in the booth, and you came in at the right time, because this is a powerhouse matchup with 2 phenomenal teams and 2 phenomenal players, and they're about to get started. We have Dennis Wang versus RMB, Blue Steel Icon, Sapphire Steel Icon, the bald baddie himself, anchoring the Maelstrom unit, trying to take the dub here, while Dennis Wang, an unknown entity for now, but he will be known soon. And this is how you can cut your teeth and make your name here, if you can take down the bald menace right here, as we're going to get locked in and ready. And this is on a Friday, so make sure you guys turn up, lock in, and let's go. The tray stables should be stowed. The seat back should be in the upright positions. We're about to take off. Game number 3, ICL on a Friday. Tian Hu versus Maelstrom. Let's get it. It's time. The players are ready. I'm motivated.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited for this matchup here, because it's I'm not sure if we're allowed to say what the colors are as of yet, but I will. I do think that Dennis is actually slightly favored, having taken a look at both of these deck lists here. And yeah, I think that both of them really have great odds. like I said just a few seconds ago, I do think that Dennis is slightly favored for this just because of the color pairing that he's into here. It's not necessarily the best at removing the tools that Dennis has at his disposal here. So what do you think, JDC? Who do you think is more favored here?
I always like to bet on a known entity at this point. Maybe that's my own bias. I've gotten to know R&B quite well. I think he's a phenomenal player. Although, you know what I'm saying, I do have some personal information about this player. He has been playing a little bit too much vibes. Maybe he's vibed up. Maybe he's going to start trying to win the vibe check instead of trying to win these quest checks. So we'll see if that is something that is going to come up. You know, if he just tries to put 15 characters onto the board and don't do anything and starts vibing out, then we'll know what's happening there. But looking at these deck lists, I think it might be a little more 50-50 than we're letting off to believe, as this thing could get absolutely out of hand depending on how it goes. This is going to be a nice play draw thing, and the cards are going to have to flow as we've seen throughout the remainder of these matchups so far. But it's going to be great. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I am motivated. Let's do it. Are we vibing, boys? Oh, we're not vibing. This is Lorcana. Okay, we're not.
There are no vibes in Lorcana. Not allowed.
You can vibe. You can vibe out. You can. As R&B with the patent pending Robin Hood, Matt, we are going to be using the same system as the last round, as Brian and Dennis are co-located in the same area. We'll just make sure they're not absolutely giving each other the tools of the trade. Just a 1v1 here. This is not a team battle. But I do like that, though, whenever we see that in the ICL, as players are on IRL teams and they're at the same place. I think that's really cool, in my opinion.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you. I'm not sure who's going first here. I believe
it's always going to be the team that lost the previous round. The next round, they get to go first. That's the rule of the ICL. So I think that's a credible rule. I like that addition. I'm sure R&B would disagree. Would like to roll some dice to get a chance to be on the play, but you at no circumstance of your own, you have to start this thing off on the draw. And it looks like we are going to start it off revealing the Amber. Ursula Vanessa slam the Daisy Duck, and that is a pretty strong card in this matchup, as you alluded to. If it is in fact Blue Steel that R&B is playing, those 4 health characters are going to be a nuisance to them. And now R&B is going to have to figure this thing out easily as Tipo gets jammed to the inkwell.
Yeah, and you know what we'd like to see here is that turn 1 popsicle. He's actually going to miss it here, which is honestly incredibly devastating as the Blue Steel player here, especially because this turn 1 Daisy is going to be putting in a lot of work. And unfortunately for him, on top of that fact that there's not very many characters for you to hit. So, you know, he does get lucky there. Ends up drawing that card.
So he does.
What do you want to see here from R&B if this game is to start turning around? Because I feel like right now this snowball is definitely in Dennis's favor.
I would love to see a one cost item here on this next turn, and then get that bell into the fray almost immediately, because you know if they're playing steel, they could be playing a whole new world, and if you're not putting cards into the field of play, you can get blown out by a whole new world relatively easily. Seeing that Pete go down to the inkwell, Ben just going to follow him, and you are going to go ahead and kick 2 out to probably jam down this Smee if you have it. I would love to see a one cost item into a bell here, but you just didn't have that either. And Tipo seems super duper. It's a ramping. It's going to speed you up, but it's such a down tempo. It's not going to be able to check this board at all, as Bell would have been a great contestant here. We're going to keep rolling on, as Daisy's going to get another trigger, and the Troubadour is probably free to quest as well.
Yeah, I mean, that 1 to 3, that resist 1 is just so difficult for steel decks to deal with, on top of the fact. So it looks like this Daisy's going to quest here.
And there is man. I'm tilting.
Sent to the bottom.
Hardcore tilt right there. I'm tilting so bad. Like, you have no clue how much I'm tilting right there. You got to be built different to play this game at a high level. I don't think I'll ever get to that level, because I just tilt too hard. And when stuff like that happens, it just irritates me to no end. As you get the bell, you miss the pop, Daisy sends the pop, and you just want to throw your deck into the garbage can and just quit the game. It is what it is. As Ariel, the Spectacular Singer, is going to be up, revealing the strength. You could blast this Tipo if you felt so inclined. I don't even think you need to. I mean, you got all the motion right now, as R&B is just stuck in the mud. You really needed that popsicle. Maybe you'll get a second one to come off the top of this deck, as we will go and elect to clear this Tipo here.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't mind this removal of the Tipo play here because you did see that bell hit the hand, so you know he's got it there. And this Tipo just being able to get that little bit of poke off onto that Daisy is going to make it that much more difficult to remove. So honestly, I really want to see him drop down his Scrooge here. He is going to
There
be
he
able
is.
to do that. And unfortunately, that means that also this bell is going to get tossed into the inkwell. So even if he does find that popsicle or that fortisphere, it's not going to be quite enough to answer the board that's happening at least until the next turn. So I honestly don't mind the bell ink here, but it definitely doesn't feel good. That's for sure.
And he does find the last cannon, which is a sneaky tech in this set 7 meta. It is an item. Scrooge can find it. It can base boost your T-pos to help clear some threats. It can base boost your Bell to help take down some serious threats. And I think we just had a read there on the last cannon. It's a pretty cool card. It only costs 1 as well. So Hiram eating a last cannon is not the worst card. I think that is a nice pick for this set 7 meta. And it can help you in this particular matchup, as now Tipo will have the strength required to take out a Daisy. I think it's +3 challenger, right? Yeah. So a Tipo can now clear a Daisy. I think that's pretty good. And Daisy continue to plug away, sending more items to the bottom of the deck. You hate to see that if you're R&B. And it looks like we might be gearing up to sing here. It's a possibility.
I mean, Dennis just going and dumping as many cards as he can out of his hand here. He does have the 5-cost singer in that aerial, and it looks like he's just down to 1, maybe 2 cards in hand. So very likely to see a wheel if he does have it here on this turn, even though he doesn't really have anything else to do. It is really just about that tempo line here. So instead, a strength going to come down the second one.
Super
and at this
down,
point in time, I feel like R&B is got a mountain to climb to get back into this game.
This is tough. And you got that Tonka truck Bianca over there. Bianca the Tonka, that 5/5 coming in on 4 as well. Since you got the ally synergy and 1 card in hand, it's always whole new world. No, it's probably not whole new world. Maybe you're waiting for next turn to rip a whole new world. Maybe waiting for next turn to rip a whole new world here, as R&B is trying everything he can to kind of decrease the size of his hand to not get completely annihilated by a whole new world. It might be a backbreaker maneuver, as he's typically never don't wheel gang. Maybe he has whole new world in his own deck. Perhaps. I don't know if he's continuing to play it right now, but we do have an opportunity to get some more cards down to the inkwell after the Sell the Right Sea, and it will be the Hiram Flaversham, and we'll go and deploy the last cannon as well. And maybe we can pop off this last cannon and get the bell into the play right now, or maybe we can use the rest of our ink to play another character. And you will do so as Pete game referee. That's a great Pete. That's a strong Pete. This might be the Pete you need to turn the tides of the war again.
Yeah, down to 2 cards in hand, it looks like, for R&B, possibly 3. But 2 bells have been sent into the inkwell at this point. So it's pretty safe to say that this last cannon is just going to stick around and possibly used to make some sort of favorable trade for him. But that double strength, seriously, on those 2 previous turns, really making it difficult for R&B to kind of find a foothold into this game. Thankfully, Pete gives him 1 free turn here. But I mean, this board state is just absolutely ludicrous for Tian, for Dennis Wang here over on Tian Yu's team. But
if it could be, I mean, this Pete could be strong enough to actually, this Pete last cannon combination could be strong enough to kind of check this board a little bit, because whatever you exert will be taken down. As Tamatoa, happy as a clam, R&B's got to love to see that friendly face, someone who is familiar and recognizable, as we're going to go ahead and quest all Glimmies, get them exerted, and get that lore all the way up to 12. And now R&B might be in a position where he can slowly start to turn this bad boy around. And it could happen. If you get this Tamatoa down, you can start clearing this board a little bit. You got the last cannon. Probably got to start targeting some of these singers. Perhaps, I'm not sure. So you can go, but I don't think you can go last cannon and Tamatoa in the same time. I guess you can, because you'd have to pay that 1 ink cost to get them all out there.
Yeah, I mean, he does have the ability to ink for the turn, so that could possibly be what he decides to do here, right? Use this last cannon to make a favorable trade, possibly into the Troubadour. Very likely wants to trade into that aerial, even though this Daisy is still questing for 2, and he is at 12 lore here. And, you know, even if that aerial does go down, he can potentially get himself up to 16 on the following turn, depending on whether or not he wants to whole new world. But at this point in time, I feel like it's too far, too late for R&B. He's going to have to do something to figure it out. He's going to, he does have
that's a good one.
The 3rd bell, and that is, I think, something finally in his favor here. But yeah, I mean, it is a mountain and a half to climb. It just feels
Oh, and
so
we're going
far
Hades here. So Hades can
behind.
come on in, and this is a great tempo Hades here. He's going to be able to cleanly remove that Bianca, and now you have some real momentum going your way. You did put that Happiest Clam down to the Inkwell. You do have some bodies on the board, some very rigid, durable bodies here in form of Bell and Hades. They can resist a lot of the songs. Hades can even tank Along Came Zeus quite easily. A lot of characters cannot do that. So this might be the turn you need. You were able to clear both of those singers in one fell swoop and take over the board position. You can quest up to a mighty little 15, but 15 could be the stopping point for this strategy as Dennis is trying to figure out a way to continue to keep the pressure high and close this game. Maybe you can spam two questions out here and just stay ready, and just maybe that's enough to just walk off with the win.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he has a well, I guess he just objectively does not. But I was going to say, hopefully he has that Rapunzel line, because he could have attacked into that Pete, get the same trade anyways, and then healed, and developed a 1/5 2-lore threat, which still just historically not good at removing anything with 4 or more HP.
Yeah,
so.
I love how fast R&B put that Pete down into the discard pile. He's like, oh my goodness, thank you, Lord. And because that Daisy hitting that Pete, drawing 3 right there might have been the turnaround that you needed, as we are going to just straight up Zeus the Bell here, singer on the Bell, and now this Hades can't clear anybody. That 3 is just so pitiful right now. You hate to see it, but R&B does have a bouquet of songs as well. He hasn't sang anything just yet, so maybe a song played and a Hades swing could be what you need, as Popsicle is finally going to be played to the field.
Yeah, and I mean, honestly, this board state, that Hades really did a lot to turn around this game state for R&B. That said, this lore gap that is existing right now is something to be worried about. This Fortisphere is going to be able to get him another card into his hand, hopefully help him find some sort of removal piece that he's looking for. And looking at his deck, his removal tools are fairly limited. So he's just kind of trying to dig here and find those answers. But right now, this Daisy is just going to continue to be left untouched. I think at this point, this Daisy has quested for 10 lore, potentially coming up on 12 here.
Yeah.
So this Daisy just doing exactly what she was supposed to.
Oh, yeah. That Daisy has gone bananas. It was the very first card played in this game. It has been on the field the entire time. As Hades just going to go on a little bit of quest for 2. You will exert. You will play into this Rapunzel approach again. You were able to dodge it last time. Let's see if you can continue to dodge, as Daisy can plug the Hades and take 3 damage, and Rapunzel can come in and clear. But that will also mean that you can't get up to this 17, which could be quite formidable if you could just start slamming 2 questing characters again.
Yep. And I think one thing to note here, looking at the deck list, is Whole New World very likely in Dennis's hand here, but he just doesn't have the way to sing it and play it for free, so it's just gonna kind of stay in his hand. So it's very likely that he's down to 2 cards, possibly even 1 real card in hand, and might opt to just hard cast this Whole New World to try and find him, a new set of answers, because he is at 16 lore, but I don't feel like it's quite enough to finish this game out. And so we'll have to see what Dennis decides to do here. But that Scrooge finally going to be able to answer that Daisy.
Let's see if that is going to be the case. Maybe you have your own I'm still here playing on Daisy. That would be quite hilarious. I doubt that's something that's going to happen, as we'll just ink the Strength of a Raging Fire. And then it looks like we're going to pay the 5, and we are going to hard cast that Whole New World just like you drew it up. We'll kick the Sir Smee onto the discard pile. Maybe you could have just played that Smee and took another turn off and grabbed some more lore, and then made that decision a little bit later. I think, I don't know, maybe the Whole New World might, but maybe you're afraid of getting Pete locked out of the game, perhaps, and then you get a dime on board and this thing just spirals magnificently for you. But I think you might have pulled the trigger a little too soon in the Whole New World, in my opinion. He did just hard cast a Whole New World on 5 ink strength. You have 1 ink available. Maybe you're hoping for another 2 questing character. You play 1. It is Nala. Nala is not the droid we were looking for. You hate to see it, as we are going to quest the Troubadour as well. No, we will sing Along Came Zeus. We can pop the Scrooge, and just like that, you are so back. And now you are back and better than ever. Forget everything I just said, because now it looks like you have a game. Lorthel is in play now, and now R&B is going to be back on the back foot again, either clear some characters or you're going to be going into a game number 2, you'll start by a popsicle here. You can Scrooge for free if you felt so inclined, and you will do so. Scrooge is out for free, and you'll be able to check your items again. Scrooge has hit true 3 times in a row so far, and he will finally miss for the first time ever in this game.
Yeah. I mean, it just feels so doom and gloom right now. I mean, this Daisy is very likely to be able to get that second quest here. He still doesn't have an answer for any of these characters on the field here. He needs to be able to find himself in Along Came Zeus this turn right now, or this game is just over.
Absolutely. Or if, I don't know, they don't have any rush. There's no unless he play another character or 2, he can play a series of bells. I think he used all of his allotment of bells, but he could play like a Tipo. He could play a Hiram and then sing a strength and kind of be back in the fight too. As we're going to go ahead and play a hard cast Scrooge McDuck. We're going to go again. We'll get the Fishbone Quill added to the hand. So that's 2 characters out. Maybe there's a world where you can play one more character, sing a strength with the Hades, and be okay to survive another turn. But the other 2 characters are trying, so they can't challenge. Hades is the only one who has the ability to swing right now. Hands looking quite healthy. You have enough. I don't think you have enough ink to play another character.
I think he needs to play a Tipo here. Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be Tipo or another bell, and it will be
he
bell.
finds the 4th bell.
And now you got to be strength here or the game is going to be cooked. And it looks like Hades is preparing the pipes and will sing the strength of a raging fire coming in from the ruler of the underworld, clearing that menace Daisy, who has been on the board since turn number 1. But you are going to pass it back on over to Dennis, who has a full plethora of hand now and a whole bounty of ink to work with, so they can present a serious, significant problem for RMB to solve, as you are still quite far away from the lore total required to end the game. So let's see what this play. We need you need Dennis to slam this board with a ton of characters. Can you do it? A huge slam here. Bunch of Smees, bunch of Daisies, Lawrence, Nalas, and this Pride Lands, or wherever that location is called. Not Pride Lands. The 1 cost deal. I forget what the place. Neverland. There it is.
Neverland. Yeah.
There it is. It's coming back.
Yeah, I mean, here for Dennis, I just feel like he's just in such a commanding lead at this point. The lore lead is just so significant, on top of the fact that he's just got this handful of all these different tools here. Lawrence going to come down, and I feel like even if he just drops 1 or 2 more characters, this game is just going to go next here. It looks like that Smee that you predicted coming down as well into an Ursula. I mean, 3 more characters. He's at 18 more. There's just too many things I feel that R&B has to answer and just not enough time.
Well, he can go the Scrooge, and the Scrooge can clear the Troubadour and the Nala quite effectively. The Bell can sing something. Hades is going to have to sing something. That's just still going to be some looming over there. So you're going to have to clear the 2 exerted characters and the 2 questing dudes, and then the Ursula can hang out for a turn, and then you'll have to rebuttal with Ursula a little bit later. So you do have to possess the cards in your deck to do this. You haven't played any Along Came Zeus just yet. You still have some items or some songs available to you. They all can be sang by everyone on board. Hiram is up now, and he's going to add 2 more cards to the equation. You could play another Hiram as well if you felt so inclined, and then you can start ripping songs, and hopefully you have enough ballots to clear those 2 characters that are sitting in the ready position. And RMB just didn't get it, and he's going to have to wrap this thing up and get on into a game number 2. So, tough match. Very fortunate to start there. The way that game started was quite poor. Missing the popsicle, drawing the bell, getting the popsicle sent to the bottom of the deck. I'm scooping my cards right there out of pure anger. I think I'm vehemently putting back in the deck box. I'm getting the hell out of there. I'm telling you, I'm gone. I'm back in my car. I'm on the interstate. I'm driving home, and I'm like, hey, today's just not my day. But he's built different. What do you think R&B could do different there in that matchup to kind of help tilt the scales a little bit in his favor?
I mean, on the draw there, there's really not much he could have done any better there. It's really just an unfortunate situation with the matchup. You know, Amber Steel has been teching very diligently to beat Blue Steel. Blue Steel is the big bad of the meta right now, and so most of the decks are trying to find all these X4s that they can put into their lineup to make it just that much more difficult to answer. And so because of it, blue steel is becoming less and less favored in the match, or in the meta. Red blue kind of starting to take over as the new big bad in the meta. But that said, amber steel historically does very well into blue steel, especially on the play. Daisy, just an incredible powerhouse of a character. And we got to see it on full display there.
Especially when it comes out just completely unleashed and just didn't have any one rose to oppose her. Daisy going for 12, you're not winning. Okay. When one Daisy, not even a whole flock of Daisy, just a single solitary Daisy can hit the board and go for 12, you're not going to win. Okay. Just go ahead and pack it up. Let's get on into game number 2. You need those bells. You need those Scrooges to come in a little sooner. You need them to survive. I mean, you were hitting you're falling right into the curve, man. You put a Scrooge out, it's getting Zeus. You put a card out, it's getting strength, and that's just how the game goes from time to time. But now you're going to be on the play, and you have the opportunity to maybe not have those things happen to you again. As we're going to go ahead and make a nice strong altar, sending back 3, I believe. That's a pretty good sign for you. As Dennis is still going through the motions of what they want to decide to return back to the deck.
Yeah, and I mean, especially knowing this matchup now, you have to assume that R&B does have the popsicle as well as Bell in hand, because otherwise you're kind of digging 6, maybe potentially even 7, just to try and find that into this matchup here. Daisy, just truly the biggest nightmare for the deck in general. And we got to see Last Cannon in his deck, and I believe that's partially just to answer these daisies with things like Tipo. And so Dennis, obviously kind of sensing that, was able to get rid of it and throw away that only potential that he had to answer that daisy early on in that Tipo. So as long as Dennis continues to play as cautiously as he has been, I really have to say it is up on to R&B to be able to win this thing, and on Dennis to lose it. So it's not like a 70-30 matchup, but it's definitely, I want to say probably 55, maybe even 60% win rate for Dennis here. In general, and then on the play, just adding that many more numbers in his favor. So
especially on the play draw thing is always going to be a part of it, but on the play, I think it might be a little bit more favorable. I know R&B has studied this matchup. I'm certain he has a plan to encounter Amber Steel. It's not a complete throw, but if you can, anyone can lose to a multi-daisy opening, and it just, it never gets any easier. Ever since that card came out, it's been a menace since it dropped, and when it was, from the moment it was revealed, everyone was like, oh my goodness, what were they doing when they did this? Because the downside isn't even that bad. Like, it's not even that bad, because it can actually help you more often than it hurts. And it's just like, I don't know. I think that card it's been an incredible card since it's been printed, and it's still going to be a part of this game until it gets rotated out or banned or whatever. So that's the vibes, and R&B knows that, and now we're going to have to play another game. So going into game number 2, let's see how it starts off a little bit different. As we're going to ink the popsicle this time. So now that's how it goes. Sapphire Steel. Sometimes you have a bunch of popsicles, and sometimes you have none. As popsicle is going to be popped for the bail, and now this is a much stronger opening for the DLC Atlanta Mickey Mouse winner. As we're going to kick it on over to Dennis to see if he can match that energy.
Yeah, this is a very strong start here for R&B. Like we predicted, he had it in the opening hand here. And it's really going to be up to Dennis here to just kind of develop as many daisies as he can in the early game, and then use that to kind of snowball some pressure here for himself. So it looks like it's a little bit difficult for me to see. I can't quite tell what the card is. As
the Ursula Vanessa goes down to the inkwell, and then Nala, the careful, sneaky little sister, I forget her code name there, as Nala's going to be down on the play, and now you have a Tipo Bell combination who can tag team this Nala no issue and clear this zero strength character relatively easily. So you can't even exert this Nala now unless they exert this Bell, and you can get into some Rapunzel action a little bit later in the game. So this is a very comfortable position for R&B now. You don't have any singers established. Maybe if you can get a singer set up now and you can threaten this Tipo, you can start to exert this Nala, and there is your singer on 2. A very good singer on 2 with that resist 1. I think Troubadour, people slept on this guy. He turns out to be quite great, as both of these characters can now resist this Bell singing storm.
Yeah, and this is a very good position here for R&B. He's got the turn 1 Bell, he's got the turn 2 Tipo, and he's got the turn 3 Hiram Flavor Sham. And like at this point in time, he's going to be safe to start questing here. Troubadour really not going to be able to answer this Tipo. obviously Nala not going to be able to answer this Tipo. Bell, pretty safe to quest here. I was a little bit surprised he didn't quest on the previous turn as well. I'm not really sure what he would have been afraid of, considering Amber Steel not really known for pumping up characters and making them a bit stronger. So I think at this point, Dennis is a little bit on the back foot. I think he's got quite a bit of tools at his disposal to come back from this. Ariel definitely being one of them here. Hopefully he finds himself a Strength of a Raging Fire, and then that way he can get rid of this Bell and start taking control of this board again.
Yeah, he'll probably even take a Zeus as well. He'll take anything, but Strength or Zeus would be quite great. Even something to check this Tipo. And I was questioning why RMB sent this Hiram in without an item to pop, but just in case his Tipo falls, you need to have a guy who can swing. This Hiram is not about the items and the inventions right now. He's here for combat. Just in case his Tipo goes down, you have to have a guy who can match wits with this Bell and is able to help check down some of these 4 willpower characters. But now the Bell, who's the anchor of the defense, has now fallen to the discard pile. You could now freely quest this Nala for another lore if you felt so inclined. And now you're going to be on your way. So this is looking like it's starting to turn around for Dennis here.
Yeah, absolutely. And really what I want to see here from R&B is hopefully another Popsicle or a Fortisphere in hand to just get himself 3 more cards with this Hiram as well. And then from there, he can really start to take back this board state. And there is the Popsicle that we wanted to see. So questing here, going to be able to get himself up to 3 lore, find 2 more cards, and hopefully find some the removal tools that he is looking for. Unfortunately, no way to sing it as of yet. So probably just going to ink, maybe play a Popsicle again, and then probably pass the turn here, depending on what he does. He might even have Pete, but no longer available.
Yeah, I would have loved to see RMB go for a Fishbone Quill there if he had it. You do ink the Benja, and you're able to pop, and you're going to give another Bell a run at it onto the field of play, because now you have this aerial set up, and you have some singers set up, and then you can sing a whole new world. You can play some cards. You can ink a whole new world here and to blow out your hand that you just refilled with this Hiram and all those Fortispheres and Popsicles, etc. Without a Fishbone Quill, that does feel a little bit bad, but it's not the end of the world. Your board has been reestablished. You have your check for all of the 4-cost characters, which you have Bell and Hiram and Tipo to help check down. So now the onus is going to be back on Dennis to kind of crack this situation again. Can you blow up another Bell, the Adventure, and then, or are you going to try to accost this Hiram Flaversham here in order to break up R&B from drawing more cards? So this is the game. This is the point that we live for in Digital Lorcana. These 4 or 5 ink turns when you have a lot of decisions to be made, and these are the critical moments that separate the good players from the not so good players, or the better players from the good players, or etc. Something like that. You know what I'm talking about.
I do. And honestly, here is not a bad turn for a whole new world if I am Dennis here. So we'll have to see if that's what he decides to do, right? He's got about 2 or 3 cards in hand, but so does R&B. And the problem is this Hiram is going to continue to keep making this advantage in terms of hand state. And so now he's able to sink a second strength. Incredibly lucky for Dennis to be able to find that so early, because now the second Bell just getting removed, and it's going to continue to create this disparity in terms of board state. And so now it feels like Dennis feels a little bit safe to start questing here. Ariel, a little bit risky to quest with, kind of feels like he wants to, but isn't quite sure of it. And I don't mind the safe play here. You definitely need that 5-cost singer. You don't want to lose that Bianca as well after the fact. So yeah, I think R&B is in a good position. Dennis isn't in a bad position either. I feel like at this point it's anyone's game.
Yeah, this is a great game. I'm enjoying what I'm seeing on the screen right now, and it's going to be. I think Dennis is thinking long and hard about ripping this whole new world. I think that's what the pontification is, or the ponderance, getting that aerial singing, and you're going to say, you know what, I'm going to pass. R&B would love to slam a Pete here to kind of stun this turn a little bit, but you have that Tonka truck Bianca just sitting over there ready to start clearing. So if you do exert this Hiram Flaversham again, Bianca and the Troubadour can clear this Hiram and won't lose an ounce of sleep about it. And you're just left with this Tipo. So you need to have a mega tempo play here, and also figure out a way to not get annihilated by a whole new world. So if your play is quest is Hiram pop, draw 2, do some item shenanigans, you'll get cooked by a whole new world. So I like to see a very impressive play as Fishbone Quill goes down into the Inkwell.
You know, I'm actually surprised to see that Fishbone Quill go into the Inkwell here. I guess not anymore, considering this aerial is going to come down, and that is a massive
That's
lore
what you
threat
needed.
here. He's just going to pass this turn here, and I honestly love this line of play here for R&B. He says, look, I'm not going to be able to do anything with these 2 cards that I'm going to get from the Tyram, so I may as well just wait a turn and decide what I want to do on that following turn here, not give him too much value off this whole new world. And so honestly, the onus is back on Dennis to say, hey, look, you know what? I don't like the cards in my hand. I'm just going to rip them away. And it's going to give R&B a fresh new start here because this aerial is going to be putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, and that aerial is a bona fide win condition. So right before, Dennis had to be feeling very comfortable in this spot and playing this little slow game and playing this willy won't he kind of situation. But now that aerial, the treasure collector has hit the board, you got to start figuring out a way to win the game, because aerial will close out a game super duper fast, especially when the lucky dime starts getting to the equation as well. You can get up to that 7 ink turn, you can deploy this lucky dime, and then you could just be absolutely on your way. As the Bianca is going to sing instead of the aerial, I like that as well. You're going to use Bianca as a hammer, as a beat stick singer with that 5/5 stat line, which I think is just absolutely hilarious. Let's make sure we get a good count on these cards before we add them to our hand. I think is something that we all should start doing with this whole new world. Shout out to this weekend. I don't want to sully the vibes at all, but that's something that we all need to start doing a better job at. You know, just a PSA, if you will. And let's see if we can get more melodies coming out of here. Keep in mind, Ariel is awarded character, so you're not going to be able to do too much to Ariel. I don't think there's an out to Ariel in this whole deck aside from challenging.
Yeah, I mean, this Bianca really is his only out here for this aerial. If it's going to be able to quest multiple times here, though, it's going to spell doom for Dennis here, because he's already at a lore deficit. While the lore deficit isn't that much, that thing is going to creep up quick with a 5 lore quester, especially one with Ward. So he is going to be able to find himself a Let the Storm Rage on, possibly find himself some other answers here. Very likely just going to use it to remove that Tipo, draw himself a card, and unless he has, as well a Zeus. But that said, he needs to be able to find this 4th or 3rd and 4th strength to get rid of this Hiram to stop these draws from happening here. And Daisy finally making her way on the field.
So now I think you got to go full exert mode and just start questing and force this Ariel into a combat role, because Ariel wants to quest. Ariel wants to sit there and flip dimes all day. But when you get Ariel into a combat type role, she doesn't handle that very well. The 3/4 stat line is not the weakest, but it's definitely not paltry, as Hiram might have to go into a bodyguard type position. Will quest for 5 like it ain't no thing at all. And maybe R&B has another aerial, perhaps, and he'll slam another one in. And that could be good enough. I think you still need to get to a dime situation. We quested that aerial super quick. We will ink. We'll go 3. We'll quill up here. And Quill will send another one down to the inkwell just to get some more cards going. You will have to preserve some ink in order to reveal this Fortisphere. I'm assuming is going to be a part of the play. We'll go up to 10. We'll pop the Quill. Just add 2. You still need to clear some of these characters off, because they can slide tackle this Hiram and still have enough pressure to take down this Ariel, the spectacular, or the treasure collector, as Pete comes on in. So yeah, I think you have enough. Bianca has 5, and that Fortisphere does not resist anything. So you're going to clear that. I think you have enough energy over there to clear all this stuff, but it will cost your whole board. I think that's what R&B is counting on.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right here. That said, I do very much favor Dennis's position at this point. I mean, he's got 7 characters on the field right now, and even if he was to decide to just say, "Hey, look, I'm going to race you here," I don't think R&B has too much to be able to answer in the ways
cannot race.
That's going on.
You absolutely cannot race. If you're Dennis and you're thinking that, you're going to take a major L, because you're just going to play diamond and win the game next turn. If that were to be your thought process, I would not recommend that.
Oh, he's at 8 ink. My mistake. I counted right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, if he was at 7 ink there, he would have just been 1 off from getting that win. But yeah, I mean, the deck is known for running multiple sets of dimes here. You're absolutely right here in this regard. So we'll have to see what he decides to do. But I do think he's got a plethora of answers at his disposal here. He's got, 1, 2, 3, 4 singers if he so chooses. I think it's really just 3, considering the fact that Bianca probably needs to, go in a boxing match here and fight.
Yeah, Bianca is the win condition right here. If that 5 wasn't there, you'd be so comfortable here at R&B holding Dime in your hand. But there is a line of play that you can take that can clear this board. It will cost you. It will cost you a lot, as you got 2, 4, 5 going into Hiram, 2, 4, 5, 6, and then you can clear the Hiram, and then Bianca can just dunk on the Ariel, the treasure collector, on her own. As you are going to do that, and you will not lose your board. You'll just take 1 damage all the way across. Pete Gaines referee is going to be able to hold down the position, and then Bianca can clear the aerial, and you just got pluses all the way around. So that was a great approach there. So it didn't cost you too much. Aerial goes down. I guess you kind of had to do it, and Rapunzel is going to come out as well. Look at that. And you get 3 cards.
Well, 3 new cards on top of the fact. Yeah, this is
tilting.
a devastating position to be in.
And the 2 knowledge can just easily quest up for 2. So this spot looks almost untenable for R&B. I've seen him pull some miraculous maneuvers off. I don't know if he's still playing Grab Your Swords, but that would be a great time to have one, even though it really wouldn't clear too much. Another Bianca goes down to the Inkwell, and another Smee comes onto the play just for a good measure. As we're going to pass back on up to R&B.
That could potentially be lethal here on the following turn. He's got 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 2 off from lethal here. R&B's got to figure out something right now.
Yeah, I think you need like a Dark Hole, you need like Regeki, you need Torrential Tribute, you need like you need to be prepared. You need to have a Ruby situation right now and be prepared in here. But Sisu would be amazing. Like if you can get a Coil Sisu, and you're going to show the Dime and the Popsicle being added back to the hand, all that stuff might be a bit too slow here, as you need to clear. I think you can clear some of those 2 questing characters. That's 1, 2, 3.
I mean,
4.
if this Pete comes down here, all of a sudden R&B might actually be able to take this game out of nowhere here. We'll have to see if that is exactly what happens. And there it is.
Look at that.
So,
I ain't heard no bell.
So that means that all he has to do is drop down Timatoa, potentially the big one, or drop down a new aerial, preferably that new aerial, but he needs to be able to find a way to get that just more lore.
He would need to this Pete has to clear. Something has to be cleared on Dennis's side, because right now Dennis is not threatening Lorthel yet, and he'll be able to clear a character, maybe one of those 2 questers, maybe that Daisy, clearing the Daisy, taking 1 back on the Pete. If you have another aerial in your hand, you could be on your way. I don't think it's enough to win, but those 2 Petes can fight. I think the Tonka Truck Bianca can clear another Pete on seamlessly, answer this Pete and stick around to tell the tale. Maybe even deploy another Rapunzel, get it back healed again. And I think you might just be in combat mode coming in next turn. So if you quest here, how much is that? That's 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 puts you up to 16. Bianca clears Pete, so you can go up to 15.
Now, if another Rapunzel comes down here, I just don't know how R&B is supposed to survive.
And there it is. Rapunzel's there. You already know it's there. You already know it's coming. And that's another 3 cards coming in. So as soon as you run out of these Petes, we're going to sing so many songs. I'm talking every single. We're going to play the Amber Steele's greatest hits for the end of time.
How many Disney movies are there? Because I'm pretty sure that's the amount of songs this man can sing right now.
Every single song in the universe are coming at you next turn, and this is looking pretty grim for R&B, unless there's a line that we're all missing. Ariel, you need Ariel to stick around. Maybe you can quest Tamatoa for 2.
And 2 more 2-lore threats coming out here. It just feels like there's just absolutely no way R&B can figure this out here. I mean, he needs to be able to have 7 items on the field. One of them obviously has to be the Dime. It just doesn't look like he has enough time to be able to survive this here. Yeah, he's going to start with a Popsicle, though. And again, if he had quested with that Pete, it was very likely to get removed like it just had been. But then he would have had to have found exactly 1 more lore on top of the fact. So this Dime going to come down. If he has the ability to have,
he did get the aerial. Go for 5. Get up to 17. And we'll quest peak, go to 18. Goat
And
bounce,
that's it.
goat. Don't got it. Hate to see it. And Cobra, no Cobra. Hate to see it. Double dime, you hate to see it. He needed that aerial to survive just a little bit longer. I'd be interested to hear about that play, but it was I think he just saw the writing was on the wall and he just had to do exactly what he had to do. So we're gonna hop into the call as it looks like Tian Ho is going to get to the dub and take down Maelstrom in this week number 2. Yo, greetings and salutations. Can you guys hear me out here in the quest in the universe? Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. This is Dennis.
Oh, there you go. Okay, right on. Dennis, congratulations on your victory. You came in strong and you took down a phenomenal player playing this Amber Steel strategy. I like to hear from the players when they come into the ICL, especially players that I don't really know too well, and I don't know you too well, but I like to meet you. I like to hear about your deck theory and what made you bring Amber Steel to this tournament today.
I just honestly worked a lot with Ed on this deck. We just noticed there was a lot of blue in the meta. Blue steel is obviously very popular. And just one of the things we noticed was, having four willpower was pretty relevant in getting things to stick. So, for example, in this deck, it plays actually no Cindy's and just does Nala instead. And so it's just kind of going pretty hard on that sort of philosophy and just trying to, win back board against some of the early stuff that can be put out with Bells running around.
Absolutely. And I noticed that Bianca, I was very impressed with that card and how you deployed it and how it worked out for you. Can you just talk about that card? What do you think about it? Do you think it's living up to the hype? Do you think it's underrated? Do you think it's undervalued? Do you think it's trash? Or what are your thoughts on Bianca?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really good. In the whole new world versions of these Amber Steel decks, you want 5 singers, right? And we've had different ones over the different iterations. I think Bianca's probably the one with the biggest stats, and it comes down on 4, which is still pretty early. So yeah, that it was just good redundancy for Ariel. Although not good enough in game 1. But yeah.
How many allies are you running with in the list?
That is a good question. Troubadour is an ally. So actually Troubadour, I on 2 I usually prefer to ink Ursula and play Troubadour. Because usually we have enough Rapunzel targets, we don't need the Ursula to be one. And then on top of that, Troubadour is an ally. I'm pretty sure Daisy is an ally, Smee is an ally. I think Lawrence is an ally.
Lawrence is an ally. Nala is also an ally as well.
Okay, so that's like 20 allies.
Jeez. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, honestly, I sometimes forget to check whether I have the ally or not.
Daisy's an ally. Yeah, so you definitely have enough allies to bring out Nala. Nala's basically a 4-cost character in your deck and coming in at 5/5, which is just an incredibly powerful stat line. And you're able to use it very well, and it wears a Rapunzel quite well as we saw demonstrated in this game, hitting a peak, getting draw 3 2 times in a row. That's just a devastating blow that I don't think anyone is capable of coming back from in any universe. But I think you played it very well, and you did exactly what you needed to do. But before I'm gonna bring in R&B. Okay, the bald menace straight from the dentist coming on in, playing the Sapphire Steel strategy. It didn't go the way you wanted it to, but can you talk about some things that happened that maybe spiral this thing? Did you tilt at all in the way that round 1 went? Because I was mentioning I would have quit right there had that been me. Can you just talk about how that went in game number 1 and what happened in game number 2?
No, I mean, both games you just kind of had every answer every turn of the game. So, like, I mean, if that happens, like, there's very few decks that are just going to beat Amber Steel's nut draw. Like when they just have like the absolute like nut curve with like a singer on 2 plus like remove your threat every single turn of the game, like you're just not going to win if you're another character based deck. It's just not going to happen.
But against these, I guess.
Quick
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
for you I have a quick question for you, R&B, on turn 2. You opted not to quest with Bell. What was your thought process there, and what were you concerned with, and why you ultimately decided not to quest with her?
Because I'm sick and I forgot that I had a Bell in play.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, sometimes
it's... well, I mean, that's a vibe.
If I would have because of Sasuke, but like had I quested with it the turn that I like I used Pete to like challenge Daisy. If I wouldn't have had to do that, I would have won the last turn because I would have just been able to quest with that Pete, and that would have got me over the hump because I ended at 18.
Well, dang, dude. That's
Yeah.
how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Can you just talk us through that aerial line as well at the end? We requested the aerial, and you had the dime setup coming in. Were you just trying to just get the lore where you could? You thought the bodyguard was going to be strong enough with the Hiram, or what was your thought there?
No, I mean, like, he just like overran the board and I just didn't have any threats in play. So, like, I needed time. So, like, if he ends up challenging 5 characters to take out 2 of mine, that just buys me an entire turn of him questing. Like, I had to do something. Like, either, like, you stop me from what I'm doing right now, or I will win the game. And, like, if, like, I don't know, like, I felt pressured to, like, have to do something because if not, like, he's got just 20 dudes in play.
Okay.
I mean, I thought it was a really intelligent gambit, if I do say so myself, because I mean, granted, if you had quested with that bell on turn 2, that would have been enough to get you that game right there. So I thought that was a really clever line, and definitely not one I was expecting, and I mean, one that could have gotten you there. So I really commend that play. It was really smart.
For sure. Can you just talk through like what are the for the viewers at home who may not know, or what are some of the optimal plays? Like if it were to go if you could do it, have the best case scenario playing against this Amber Steel deck against these X4 specifically coming from Sapphire Steel with the cards that you have. What is the textbook way to get through this matchup?
I mean, it's a bad matchup. Like, it just kind of is what it is. Like, if you can go like Bell on 1 into Tipo into Scrooge. Like, I didn't have Scrooge. I had Hiram. Hiram also got no value the turn that I played it because I didn't have an item in play because I played the Bell. So like every like step of the way, like I was kind of just like mised a little bit. And then like also like just the missed quest with Bell on too. Like if I would have just quested there, like we win that game and we go to game 3, and then I probably lose when he's on the play again, unless he just like bricks.
It happens though. It happens. But still, I thought you played well. It was a great performance. We love to see you out here in the dojo, getting your game on, putting the vibes down, picking the Lorcana back up is always going to be an impressive feat to see. But we're going to kick it back on over to Dennis one more time. So Dennis, you did win this. You did seal the deal for your team. Can you just talk about how that feels and what's next? Where can we find you? What to look out for Tian Ho and what's coming up next for Dennis?
Yeah, I mean, it feels really great. We're trying to rotate through the players on our team to do ICL, and I'm just very happy that I could get a good result for the team. Yeah, a shout out to Team Tianhu. And yeah, I'm not really on social media, so you won't be able to find me. But we do have a Tianhu YouTube account. I sometimes go on there to do card reviews and stuff, and in general the team likes to mess around, put out some content. So I think there's a new video.
Nice.
Real quickly, what's your favorite card?
Like period?
In Lorcana, yeah.
I would say the DLC Rapunzel.
Nice.
So Rapunzel, gifted with healing.
Nice. The foil one. Got to get the foil one though. I'm a brokey. I can't afford it. But it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. But congratulations again on your victory, and thank you for playing. Hopefully we see more. I want to get to know more players in the community that are strong players. There are a lot of faces out here that you do recognize, but I love seeing new players coming into the scene that we don't recognize. But congratulations to you on your victory. Shout out to you. But we're gonna kick it back on over to RMB, my bald associate. RMB, it didn't go the way you wanted, obviously, but still, I got a lot of respect for you. Can you just give me some words of encouragement? And that you're gonna come back and gonna put the vibes down, or you're gonna keep what's the situation there?
I'm vibing right now.
You're vibing right now? No. We're done with that. Okay, you're gonna lock back in.
I'm vibing. I'm vibing right now for Hartford.
You're vibing. Okay, but everyone knows R&B. Any shout outs you want to give, big dog?
Yeah. Shout out to my people, my bald people, all of you beautiful bald souls out there, just like myself and like JDZ. Shout out to Team Maelstrom. Shout out to RMB. Shout out to the vibes. Shout out to all the people that make this happen. People like Judge Phil, like Wonderland, like Rod, all you beautiful souls. Love you all.
Much love, much love, much love, much love. But again, thank you both for your participation. We do appreciate it. And just to echo on R&B's sentiments, thank you guys for being a part of this. And Luke's been in the background working diligently, doing his production. Make sure you guys, if you haven't done so already, Luke is way too authentic to ask for a plug to say, hey guys, follow the stream. If you're not following, Phil, you gotta stop. Okay, I can hear the typing. We gotta mute that if you can. If please, if we can. If we can. If we can. Shout out to Phil though, and shout out to Luke. Make sure you guys are hitting the follow button. If you got a Prime Dog Nasty sitting around, hook him up, man, for the ICL. He's working super hard on this. If you guys haven't noticed, the production has gone extremely through the roof. That is all thanks to Luke Wonderland. He works super, super hard on this, multiple hours a day, and making this thing go off. So show him some love and let him know that you guys appreciate it. But Sasuke, sorry, back to you. Any shout outs you want to give before we wrap this thing up? What do you think about that match? What do you think about that game? What do you think about being in the booth?
I mean, it was an absolute pleasure, both to cast with you and to get to be a part of the pregame show with Colorless Law and Garrick. In terms of shoutouts, I guess shout out to the Lorcana community as a whole. Really, if every gaming community that I've been a part of, I really feel like Lorcana has just been the best, just generally speaking. Everyone here really just wants to see everyone else succeed. It's really just been a genuine, wonderful experience to be a part of this community. And if you haven't already, hit JDZ Quest to follow, give him a subscribe, and do you have a YouTube?
Oh yeah, I'm on YouTube. JDZ Quest on YouTube. Oh yeah. Big YouTube.
Don't forget that.
For sure.
Right.
I appreciate it, Sasuke. And everyone out there watching. I mean, this was a fantastic night of ICL. I think there's going to be a post-game show. Luke's going to come in. He may or may not be a cat. So stay tuned for that. If you're in, I could probably stay for the production area. I can stay for a little while, but I do have to break off and go eat some dinner, and then maybe I can come back or something. But we'll do a little post-game chill recap session and talk about the things that went down. Energy is high. It's Friday night. We got nowhere to be. We just got paid. It's nighttime. You know what I'm saying? Get your cold ones out and come on back in for the ICL post-game analysis, breakdown, etc. Is there a cool Luke? Are you going to come in with a cool graphic or something? What are we doing here?
What? We're all here. We're all here.
Oh, look at that! I'm telling.
Okay.
We don't deserve Luke. We don't. Look at this. Look at this.
Was it a surprise? Did you not expect this?
I didn't see it. I didn't expect it. It's beautiful. This is so good. Yes,
Yeah,
dude.
it's not bad. It's not
Air
bad.
horns, dude. Look at this. Look at that. I can kick it for a little while, Luke. I can be here for a time, but the production is coming in here, and she's pissed. Okay, no, she's not. She's fine.
She needs to come on. There's another square. I can make another square. She
the
can
production
come on.
in?
She can chat. She can be like, "You're taking all of his time."
I don't mind. She knows I'm on the grind. We're trying to do this Lorcana thing. But Sailor, you were in the you're I don't know. Has that information been leaked on the position that you hold within the team of Maelstrom? Is that something that has been announced, or did I just spoil it? Am I spoiler alerts right here?
I don't know if it's officially been announced, but
I feel bad.
I whispered it a little bit.
I'm a player from Maelstrom team.
That's right. Okay.
Is that all? Is
that okay?
Okay. We'll stop it there. Since you are a player on the team Maelstrom, can you talk about that, the preparation that went into that matchup? I had you guys out front. I mean, I'm a Maelstrom associate myself. You know what I'm saying? I was clear. I got my blue on. I'm rooting for Maelstrom all the way there.
Yep.
And you guys didn't get it done in this match. Can you just talk about the preparation that went into that? What happened there? How did it go for you, GM of from your perspective as a player on the team, and Luke as well
as a player.
As a player. As a player who goes first on the ICL, right?
Yeah.
So we RMB wanted his revenge against Ed, so he called him out on X, right, saying, "I'll be on the third seat if you want to arrange that, right, and do the revenge match from the top 16 at the North American Championship, right?" But unfortunately, as we saw, Dennis couldn't come earlier than the third match, so it didn't work out. And because I thought that Ed would just take on the challenge, I didn't prepare for the mirror match, right? Like I built my deck to be a little bit more towards, like, obviously I didn't know what the other two would play, but my idea was that they were gonna play green steel and amber steel or blue steel, right? Two of those three. And yeah, I just faced Ed instead, which he was very much more prepared for the mirror with the added Pirate's Life. And obviously it could have gone my way because I had more big Tamatoa, but it happened that he had the answer all the time, which is to be expected, right? But I think I was ahead on lore. I was ahead on items for a little bit, and then it evened out. And what's funny was that like the 6-drop Tamatoa drew 2 every time, whereas my 8-drop Tamatoa only drew 1 every time, right? So even though like the big 8-drop Tamatoa becomes the win con with the dime when you get to a very, very specific ink count of 8 plus the 7, so 15 plus 2, 17, and most likely a popsicle that you're taking back, so like between 17 and 18, you want to hit that threshold so you can do the Tamatoa dime turn.
Yeah.
Right? And that's what I wanted to do, but I never drew the dime, right? And eventually I needed to deal with this thing. And it, yeah, I'm not going to repeat everything, but anyway, so the preparation was like, okay, R&B can prepare for red blue, right? And it can prepare for anything else, basically, right? And I knew Tian Hu were not that much on aggro stuff all that much, so I took out like a small Sisu. I didn't overdo it, right? Like, because obviously you never know,
right?
But yeah, so it just didn't work out at all because some like Ed just couldn't take on the challenge.
Yeah, it happens.
So when if you got the opportunity to do that matchup again, knowing that you'd be going into red blue, what kind of cards would you want to tech in for the next time?
Good question. So I think a second dime is something that we're considering, because it happens to be twice this week, right? When I done a very grindy mirror and the dime was the last card in the deck. What can you do, man? It's the last card. It's the last card, right? But so that's one thing. But I think like outside of that, my approach was good. In like maybe like you put the second great stone just so that you make sure you draw it, right? But I had it from the start. I had like a fantastic start game 1. It was doing very well until
it was a very good start.
Until I didn't find the dime. But I think Ed had a very good idea on like, okay, let's put like a 1-up shark, 1-up a Pirate's Life, and then it becomes a second dime that also like is inkable. But obviously, it's not as strong if you cannot get too close to 20.
I mean, the whole time you could tell, like, you kept setting up for it. Like, it was there. Like, if you had, like, I was like, if he has the dime now, like, that's game. Or, like, okay, no, it's fine. The dime now, like, you just kept on it. And, like, I kept looking at it. And, like, even when you I know there's one turn when you kind of played out and then you just played a Maui and passed. And I was like, he's going to sing how far I'll go. And then he's going to look for the dime. And never mind, that's a V prep. Okay. Like, it was.
Yeah.
It was.
So that was still playing around Tremaine a little bit, but also I needed to push my luck when he played Be Prepared, because first I don't know that he has it, because we've been talking a lot together about like Be Prep is very bad into the current metagame, and so we're running from 0 to 1. I don't want to play around Be Prepared all game because of that. And also, since I was not finding the dime, I'm like, I just want to push my advantage and keep these characters in play so that if he plays another Tremaine, which I know potentially he could have more than one of, I would be able to like get to 15, and then at that point, any dime, right, plus almost any sorts of combination could get me there. But yeah, he was also playing the one of B Prep as I was. So yeah, it was funny because we were playing almost the same list except for a few cards, right?
Have you gotten a chance to look at his list since the?
No, but
we have.
I saw all his
I think Luke has the ability to pull because now that it's over, you can kind of see him now. We can kind of talk about him.
I want to see.
We probably
your
pull
face.
up all the lists. It is absolute madness, dude. I saw this and I was like, Luke, you sent me the wrong list. This is not. This is not an Edmund 2 special. This is not the right list. Clearly, this is a mistake, and it's an Ed.
I mean, Ed actually was joking about it, and he sent me like a red blue list with like I think 20 one-ofs, right?
Okay,
and,
yeah. I mean, that's about basically what he did.
This week, he was like really into like, but with Ed, you never exactly know because he's just like switching ideas every time, like multiple times a day. So like, is he joking? Is he serious? You never know. But when I saw the Develop Your Brain, I was like, okay, I know what's going on here.
So you kind of saw the 8 one-ofs happening in real time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is so funny.
And so that's something that I was pushing for, and it's funny because me and Ed are actually like going in different direction a lot in our deck buildings, where I like to play this as like my 3 Maleficents are like my Medusa number 3, 4, and 5, right? Like, so I don't mind not playing for us because I'm thinking in okay, this card replaces that, right? Like I don't need to run exactly 4. That's not necessarily what the number I want. And then this I only need 1 of, like, to be prepared, because right now if I'm going to face Embersteel, I kind of want the 5th board wipe, right? More than like I want exactly 1 be prepared. It's not what I'm thinking about. And so when he goes all 1-ofs, I'm like, you know what? I like it.
I get it. I
get it.
Dude, you just gotta go for it.
Yeah,
I mean,
it
takes a bit of courage though too. You can't be afraid, because I'd be too afraid to just send it, and it worked out. And honestly, with all the developed and the visions and the things of that sort, you can kind of. I think the deck is called Toolbox. Yeah, Toolbox Control, and you can kind of just turn your deck into it. They find the answer that you need for whatever problem you might find yourself. So he's got how many big Sisu right here? You got the 3 of big Sisu, 3 of small Sisu. Like he said, he may be going up to a fourth big Sisu, and everything else is just a lot of 1 of. That is a 4-line Ed deck. I've never seen that before in my life. There it is.
Yeah,
surprisingly, a lot of these one-ofs make a lot of sense, though. Yeah,
that's
the only 1-of that I'm like surprised to see here is the Maui, honestly, because I feel like that card is I mean, at least in
got a
CCS,
Vitalosphere.
most of the decks. Yeah, most of the decks just got punished by locations, and
I think he gambled on playing maybe against me, and Maui's bad into Red Blue.
See,
I think
it's one issue with being in charge of everything and being on a team. It's like I knew this was going to happen, but like I didn't get to say anything. I just had to sit there with glee and be like, "Oh man, my buddies are about to get." I'm just like, whatever. I mean, I believed in Sailor to like win the mirror, and game 1 was like intensely crazy, and he just didn't hit this thing. They each had like it was like Sisu. I'm gonna Sisu. I'm gonna Sisu. Oh, you call that a Sisu? Sisu, hit him with a splash attack, and it's just like fantastic, And,
it was such a good game to watch, and then like game 2,
it was real fun. It was one of the funniest match I've played, and Ed DM'd me after, and he said that was like the best mirror I've played all set. I was like, yeah, it was real fun.
Yeah, it just sucks. It just sucks though.
I saw you guys like laughing and everything. I was like, they're having the best time.
Yeah.
Them.
I didn't hate the bricking, to be honest, because like we were never gonna get the 3rd game anyway. So
like I played card games for 20 plus years. All right, losing never feels good. But never is not an absolute in TCGs, because occasionally it feels good. Like sometimes you play the game that at the end of the game, you're like, I don't care that I lost. That was one of the fun games. Like you don't get that every single game. A lot of times it's just repeating iterations, and you're doing it because you want to win, right? Like maybe when you first start the game, maybe I'm just jaded and I've been playing too many card games. But like the game that game 1 for Sailor and Ed, that's like the things we dream about. Like if every game was like that, we would be playing Lorcana 24/7 if we weren't already.
We're still doing.
I mean, we still do. Yeah, that's what I was telling JDZ. Like he's like, oh, you like that? I'm like, no, this is what I live for. Like you, like when you get in a mirror like this and you get enough space to where the deck can really like do what it wants to do and like fully back and forth like that. Like you you pull out lines, and it's so funny because you're like, I'll play a dragon, I'm gonna develop your brain, I'll do this, and oh yeah, by the way, I'll just tap 3, kill your Sisu, or banish your Sisu, and keep moving. Like it's just like the turns become so exponentially insane that like you just get to play with the entire deck, and you don't really get to do that a lot in anything other than Mirror. And I just really enjoy that. I enjoyed watching it, and I enjoy like playing those games. But apparently,
and now that I see like the 3 big Sisu, I'm like, man, I should have won that game. Yeah, like to be honest, big Sisu went from being very medium in the mirror to being the best, like one of the best card, because of you just want to set up Greystone Dragon Coil, and then suddenly all your big Sisus are be prepared at Quest for 3.
That is very true. I didn't even think about it like that. That is very true. Because is there a character in the deck that can resist that? I don't think there is. Even Maui, we saw Maui get taken out by a little Sisu, and I was like, "This is good. I don't play this anymore."
With so 3 funny. Coil, a Greystone, and a normal inking, or even potentially a Hofalga, like nothing in the game survives.
Multiple dragons. We're doing everything.
Crazy. Yeah, you put. I think you threw down 3 Coil and a Greystone Dragon. I was like, that's everything in the game. Everything in the game now is banished to those cards, and it takes a little bit of a setup, but.
And the first coil was so tricky. You like, oh, I don't have a coil. Yes, I do. Slam it down, hit your dude. Be like, what? You know, like,
you tap the 2, and then I was like, what? I was like, what is he doing the line? And then you like untapped, and I was like, okay. And then you were like, Greystone Dragon. And I was like, okay. And then like you took and then the coil came down the next turn. I was like, okay, we are gaming. All right.
Yeah, I set up the coil first, right? And to just catch him potentially, right, with the coil. And I had 2 coil at that time, right? So like that's why I kind of wanted to have one on this turn so that I can set up the second next turn, right? Because I couldn't afford to set both them on the same turn. But I was like, no, I'm just gonna play the Greystone now because it's gonna be real good. And
it was real good.
Greystone was like. And I really love Greystone now that we have a use for the ink, because people were just keep arguing me last set about like Greystone being the mirror breaker, and I'm like, no, it's not, because you play 1 character per turn because you don't want to overcommit to be prepared anyway. So a lot of the time my opponent would play Greystone, and it would put them in a spot where they would feel the need to play more because they have more ink, and then I would play Be Prepared, and the empty ended with 15 ink, and I would be there on my 10 ink and winning because I'm valuing my cards better than them. But now that we have like this huge coil potential with it, it's actually pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah. I saw your signed Greystone with
I think pretty good might be an understatement, because we were talking color when we were in the booth. We were saying like, hey, the downside of the coil is the fact that you have to ink a card, and you're going to run out of cards eventually. Well, guess what? Your discard is just an unlimited supply of extra use, and it just makes it that much better. So.
That's why I like the Tipo and the Sisu now. Like, you know, I mean, Tipo is not my favorite boy. I always love inking him, but now it's like with the Greystone, you're like, all right, I'll throw Tipo out. I'll have the Sisu. Now I'm feeding my Greystone Dragon that's coming into play later, and so Tipo's fine, I guess.
The kid in your deck is just all right as long as you make up. You ended up sacrificing it to the Greystone Dragon.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I love it.
Any questions? Is there anything chat would like to ask Sailor? We don't normally field questions from chat, so I figured maybe we could try doing that on here. I mean, what do you want to know from Sailor? And is it, where did you get that Dune poster?
That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know.
Every time you
and
play.
the Maleficent one, right?
Man. I need to pull up Etsy again.
Where's the that's the Maleficent one, right? The one that's over on the other side?
Yeah, so that's Sleeping Beauty.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right there. Here I have Black Cauldron, and you cannot see my Fantasia.
JDZ's like, I got a question.
And I got some new babies this week. I'm going to show it off.
Ooh.
Let's see.
Let's see it. Post game flex off.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So I got my Invited to the Ball in a alter extended art case.
Oh, and, nice.
Yeah, so there's a few shops on Etsy that those extended art. The first one that I got was my Stitch Rockstar, right? The first first enchanted that I won, right? Out of the first set championship, and so I wanted that as a souvenir of like the first set champ that I won. I also got one of my favorite art back then was the original Tinkerbell. Yeah,
Dang.
that one is very damn good. And I also got one of my signature Maleficents, and I got both. I got the fire and the dragon.
Look at Sailor.
Dragonfire looks
Is that
sick
the
in this.
D23 dragon?
I would love to, but no, it's just the foil version.
Right.
And the Dragonfire obviously is the.
That's so funny. I have like most of those cards, but then I turned them into plane tickets so I could continue to play Lorcana. So
Selling his treasures.
yeah, the Tinkerbell, the Stitch,
But now that I've won so many.
Right, of course.
Now we flexed on. Now Sailor's got to be modest. Sailor, I'm feeling bad for myself.
I mean, he's gotten invited to the ball. He was invited.
He just casually. Hey, now that I just won so much, I mean, I don't know. I won so much, is what he says there.
Like I gotta keep some of it because I just keep winning.
I might as well just start framing this stuff and keep my heirlooms, pass them down. It's gonna be really cool. And the thing about those invited to the balls, I think they're gonna be very, very cool 15 years from now. When you look back on it, and you might not even play anymore, the game might not even exist anymore, but you're going to be able to look back at that and be like, "Wow, I have this thing," and it's going to be
popsicle.
Look at this.
He's just got toys and cards everywhere. I love it.
Is that a toy, or do they actually make really small?
It's a 3D printed popsicle that somebody ended me in Seattle.
Nice.
It's someone from the West Coast. His name is Sag Hero, I think. I can't remember exactly what his handle is, but yeah, he does a lot of those.
You meet like 10,000 people a month, Sailor. How can you not remember everyone's name? You're canceled, bro.
I'm canceled. I'll find the name and say it.
Well, that'll be the only popsicle you have here soon when that thing gets banned. Okay.
Hey, take it down.
Let's go.
Sorry, I have his name. I want to make it right. The guy on Twitter is called Sage Mode 3D. So obviously he prints 3D stuff. I made up for it. I'm gonna get canceled tonight.
Now you're uncanceled. Good job.
Cancel.
Speaking of cards to get banned, though, I mean, is there any card that you feel like this no longer should exist within the Lorcana community or
in the game?
Ecosphere?
If it's Ruby or Sapphire or Amethyst,
why is it Daisy?
That's incorrect. Okay, well then, there you go. Let's talk about Daisy.
I only said that because Bobby's in chat and he loves it when people complain about Daisy Duck. It's his favorite thing.
He's like, oh my
god. So there's one thing you'll never hear me complain about any card.
About anything? Oh, any card.
Maybe because he knows. I think Sailor's just being modest again because he knows his deck needs to get nerfed. There are a lot of powerful cards in the Ruby Sapphire deck, and when
never complain about Green Steel.
Okay. No.
Okay? I never complained. I built a deck to beat it. That's what I did. And
that is a winner mentality. That is.
I like it. No.
Don't complain.
No.
Just beat it.
Popsicle is gone. Okay, it's got to go. Its
just
time has come.
Popsicle.
The time for Popsicle has come.
I mean, it has come eventually, and that will be through rotation and not.
No. We need to get it gone sooner than that. We need to give it that Bucky treatment.
So that's a good topic. If there is a rotation, I've got these questions for you. How many sets are rotating? When is it rotating? And what are your opinions like on it? Are you happy, sad? If there's a rotation. Let's start with Sasuke.
Okay, yeah. All right. For me, I think rotations are honestly a natural and healthy thing for a game because once the card pool gets too big, things just become inherently, degenerate. One deck will start to shine over the others, and it'll just create for a very unhealthy environment. You'll be like, oh, okay, this is the tier 0 deck. And I think a great example of that was like in set 2, Ruby Amethyst was just on its own league. And if you didn't play Ruby Amethyst, you weren't winning a tournament. Just plain and simple. But in terms of what that size of rotation should be, I think they should be similar to other card games before in the past, and it should be block based. So sets 1 through 3 would be one block, sets 4 through 6 is another, and now we're in our third block of cards. So I guess by the end of this third block, they should potentially start implementing those rotations. So sets 1 through 3 would get pushed out.
So you're thinking set 9 comes out, a rotation occurs, and it should be sets 1 through 3.
I guess set 10 is when the rotation should be, right?
Okay, so 9 would be like. So do you think they should?
One, the third block.
All right, I guess here I'll add a fourth question to you. How soon before it happens should they tell you there's a rotation that's going to happen?
Set 9, right?
So
once set 9's released, they're like, hey guys, once set 10 comes out, these cards are going away. I think that's a fair way to do it.
Give people time to make their necessary adjustments. I agree. I agree.
Do we want to go across these, next these? What do we want to do? Someone just volunteer. Who wants to talk?
Who's going? I'll go.
Well,
you know me.
JDZ.
I'll always have something to say, Luke. Come on now. You know this. No. I honestly do think there should be a rotation or a ban list or something, because it's just going to be too many cards and it'll just be too. But they have to make a very systematic approach to it, how they do it, because you don't want to ruin someone's collection and take away a lot of people's value and make their things not worth as much as they once were. Or maybe I've heard stories where they could potentially reprint some of the same cards that aren't as problematic and just kind of clean up the game a little bit that way. I think a good opportunity would do it would be the Fable. They already kind of leaked that Fable thing so many sets in advance. So I think that might be a good indicator that there is something happening at that Fable timeline, because we got this Arcasia's Island, we got this Return of Jafar, which already been leaked, and then we have this Fabled, and it just looks different than all the other sets, and it just seems like a good time to start over, quote unquote. So I would like to see maybe not 3. I think 3 might be too much. I would say 1 and 2, because those cards are still very iconic to the game, and a lot of decks feature a lot of set 1 and 2 cards. So maybe get just 2 sets out at a time, and then maybe every 4th set you do another 2 sets or something like that, and just so you continue to expand both ways. I don't know, but that's what I would think. I don't know. 2 sets at a time on set 9. Boom. That rhymes too.
So I could rant about this. So I want to go last. It's probably wise that I go last.
I mean, mine will be pretty short, just because this is kind of my first TCG. I played exactly Commander, so like it's just like there's just like you just have every card available to you at all times, and it is clown shoes. So I don't think that's a great idea. So the rotation kind of seems like a natural thing that needs to happen. But as far as like which set or like how many, like I don't know what would be the best answer for the health of the game. But I definitely know that I would appreciate reprints if they were going to do that. That is always something that's kind of interesting. Is like, oh yeah, this was banned, or this is whatever, and they reprint it, and you're like, oh cool, I can just use this again. So all of the fair cards like Fox and Maui and stuff like that just get reprinted. It'll be fine.
Yeah. What about you, Sailor? Sailor's like, I don't want to set rotation at all. I want to keep it rocking. I want to play Ruby Sapphire until the wheels fall off, dude. Keep printing broken cards and keep abusing them.
So what people might not know is that I was a Wonderland's disciple in set 1, where I was playing Amber Steel Wheel and doing very well with it. I was top 25 of the Pixelborn ladder, and I got invited in a Quebec invited only tournament by going top 4 on more than one tournament, and I was very enjoying that type of gameplay as well. I got off of the wheel because of specifically the flute. I hated flute. I hated flute. And when people started playing flute and like the lantern was not good enough, and red purple obviously was just too dominant. I tried to find other ways, and that's where I rambled with Zephyr with the early blue with the Sapphire Ruby deck that was playing Honest John. I was playing Honest John and Tremaines to activate it to make them lose lore. It was just so miserable.
The deck was hilarious. Yeah, never flew.
Wait, what is? Yeah, never flew. What is Honest John again? That is not.
All right,
He's a 3-cost uninkable. I think it's a 1/2 and a quest for 2.
1/4.
Whenever a Floodborn enters play,
it's a Bucky cycle. It's part of the Bucky cycle.
Okay.
And it makes your opponent lose a lore, but it's a 3-cost uninkable quest for 1. I think it's a 1/4. It doesn't exist because no one plays it.
The card's not real.
I mean, Ruby Sapphire at that time was very low on options, very very low, right? And it's really the Dine, the
he's a
Alpha
2/3
and the Grammatala.
Oh, a 2/3.
The strategy.
So whenever you play a Floodborn, do a jig? I have no idea.
Yep. Whenever you play a Floodborn character, each opponent loses 1 lore.
Ooh, hey, shout out to Patrick Côté, devoted in the chat, saying, I remember that Quebec Invitational, we were the only 2 undefeated players from Swiss round. Yeah. A shape of things to come, right? The 2 worlds, the 2 Quebec world invite. Anyway, on rotations, I think they'll do it either on set 9 or the year after, but they'll do it for the first set of the new year, right? Because they started at Gen Con 2023 with the first chapter, and so now they're seeing their blocks, as you were saying, Sasuke, as like a 4 sets, right, in a whole year instead, and they're always finalizing the lore, right, in that 4th set, and then releasing this like, let's beat on Ursula, and now let's beat on Jafar, right? And so I think they're thinking about their game that way, and so we could have set 1 through 4 being rotated out at the same time. Is my idea. I'm not sure that they'll do it now because that would only make for 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9, right? But I mean, 5 sets is plenty, right?
And we played with 1.
There you go. Yeah.
Great minds, right? Color. Great minds.
We did. And we fought for those Rapunzels.
Yeah, that's what I think they will do. And from there, potentially adding a rotation every 8 sets or 4 sets. It's going to depend, right? Like, I don't know exactly what's the best answer to that. And what I want to say, though, is that they need to think about an idea, and I'm sure they're thinking about it, but on what to do with those 4 other sets that are rotating out, right? Like, I think it would be a disaster for these cards to don't matter anymore. And I think it would also help one of the thing that is lacking in Lorcana, which is a casual format. It's all about competitive right now, right? Like, there's not much of a casual format, and I think one of the way to make those cards keep their value would be that they need to still be played in those casual formats. So would it be like a commander type of format? Whatever, I don't know exactly what it is, right? But I think
like a multiplayer type.
There is actually a multiplayer format that there was like a YouTube video. It's got like 3. It's not too popular, but it's got like 3,500 views. It's called Heroic. Pretty fun.
I was on a stream where we played it. Heroic's okay. It's not. I mean, I don't know how many of you played EDH, played Magic. It's not that good. It's not like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, Heroic sucked, as much good as like EDH compared to Magic was peak. It's a great way to play Magic. It's a great way to experience the game in a multiplayer way. Heroic, while pleasurable-ish, was like, I would rather just play 1-on-1
1v1.
Lorcana.
So what would be the things that made it like less fun to play? Because a lot of the cards are formatted in a way that like if they were to trigger and you had multiple opponents, they're bonkers. So it seems like the game is set up for multiplayer situations. So what?
Well, first of all, I was the boogeyman. I played the turn 2 shift Diablo every game deck. My ally was a Diablo. My heroic hero thing was Diablo. So as like, and 50% of my deck was.
Ew, wait a minute.
actions.
So like, so as a hero,
you have Diablo.
Well, I had baby Diablo, who is an ally, and then I had Diablo, who is the legendary.
That's clever. Okay. All right.
So wait, so how does heroic work? Like I just like
so
a little...
heroic is that you have an ally, a hero, and a song, and then your deck colors are based on those 3 cards. Also, the newest set basically just broke the crap out of heroic, in my opinion, because the dual link cards. So you can have like 4 color, maybe 5 color. Like you can have a dual link song, a dual link ally, and then
is there's a dual ink song?
It's an amethyst song. It's the Madrigal's one.
Yeah.
But and the song has to be singable by your legend. So you can't just put B prep as your song each time. Unless you're Elsa, you know.
So is there a tax like each time you use and it would go to the discard? It goes by
and it goes by all of them. So in the Diablo, but does not get taxed onto shift.
Well, that doesn't. That's not fair.
Diablo is.
So you had your baby, and then you had the big one, and then you had like a war crime of a song that he could sing.
You broke it, Luke.
But
you broke the format.
It's a casual multiplayer, and you're like, I'm gonna.
It's not as good as you think because one, the songs that you want to play with the Diablo costs 3, and by the time you've played Baby Diablo, your song costs 5.
Wait,
and you can't sing it.
Well, no.
If it costs.
Well, no,
5.
because it doesn't. The tax doesn't apply until they go back into the commander zone.
Well, the way we were playing it is once you play it, increases your tax. And I was playing it with the person who made the game, so I don't know. Maybe I was playing it wrong and he didn't say anything. But I go back. The reason I didn't care for it as much is like, yeah, there's 3 other people. It wasn't like EDH where no one plays Lightning Bolt. No. They all had 1 cost answers.
I don't know
to my
what
Diablo.
pods you were playing in. Mine were horrible. That's why I started playing competitive anything else because we were just removal and card draw.
I played in like power level 9-10 CEDH leagues. So you normally didn't have lightning bolts and little things like that. But in this format, every one of my opponent, like I think I had Diablo survive 1 out of 8 times. So it wasn't great for me necessarily.
Diablo cost 9. Congrats.
I mean, I got to it. It was just interesting. I don't know, like.
Were you the one being picked on because you had Diablo? And that's why you didn't
not really.
I
mean,
obviously, right? You draw when
in the
everybody
beginning.
draws.
Yes.
I know, right?
So everybody
was pushed out of the game.
Yeah.
That seems a little OP.
Yeah.
Because you draw with everyone. You get it. Everyone you draw with everyone. Yeah, you're gonna deck yourself.
It's like I didn't like the format because I just got just like I don't feel like it works really well. It's like you were the bad guy. You were the villain. You got eaten alive.
But hey, Luke, I gotta split, man. I gotta depart. I gotta go eat some dinner and prepare for my nighttime routine as it's getting old. I gotta get in my second job. But
yeah,
it was
like
a great night of ICL
for you.
And thanks for letting me hang out, man. It's 7. It's about to be 7:30 right now. 7:21 for me.
So early. It's
so
like
early.
It's dark out.
I'm old.
I'm tired, and you're just like, oh, it's dinner time.
I'm old. Yeah, I'm old. I'm an old guy. This is actually late for my dinner too, but I got to split, man. But again, thank you guys. It was a pleasure to be in the booth with you, Sauce K and Colors Law. We need to get you guys both back into the ICL. I appreciate it. And Sailor, sorry you didn't get the dub, but it is what it is. You're still a goat. You're still a goat.
Yeah, absolutely, man. It was
still a goat. All right. Until next time. Bye.
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 Oh man, but I digress. It was fun enough, even though like I got countered, like the other people were doing stuff, but not much really happened. So in EDH,
countered.
You got countered, and it's the worst
like in EDH,
format.
there's normally like a whole bunch of different things to do, But in Lorcana, it's still just kind of quest. You don't have like, oh, this is my tokens deck. This is my enchantment deck. Like you can't really. You can go like, this is my Chip and Dale deck. But none of the people we played with, I don't know. Maybe I need to give it more times, but
I was
I
about to
felt
say,
like it was
I have,
missing something.
There is a girl who will never see this video in my locals, Dina. She is an incredible deck builder, and all she plays is multiplayer. And every once in a while, like every set chance, she'll just come through and spike one. But the rest of the time, she's building these multiplayer decks. And when I go into like, they're like, oh hey, and like Dina's there, and she's just like playing card after card after card, and I'm looking around at everybody's faces, and they are dead inside because she has some wacky thing that she's made work where like this card combos with this card becomes with this, and if she has a little bit of space, like if it was a 1v1 environment, she would have never gotten away with it. But because it was this like open multiplayer experience, she is popping off with like, what was it? She was like looping some item thing over and over and over and over. And nobody could stop her. And it's like she had carpet bag and like something else. And it was just like, is this infinite thing that she was doing. And everybody was just like, you could see the light drain out of their eyes. It was, and she lives for it. And she's very good at these multiplayer decks. It's an interesting kind of thing that could be explored.
One thing that I think could enhance that multiplayer experience is that if those decks would maybe need to be like based on certain IPs, I think that would make for a casual experience, right? Like something really much. Hey, Bobby.
Hi, Bobby.
Hey.
Surprise.
Yeah.
Oh,
Bobby McMuted.
oh, wait.
Oh man,
Dick
I
Burns
heard
is also
surprise,
multiplayer.
and I was like, "That's not Bobby's voice." What the?
Okay, is it working now?
Yeah.
Can you hear me
Yes.
now? Okay. There we go.
Yes.
So yeah, I think like a casual format where it's based around IPs, that would be, I think, fun for the casual. But obviously, I'm not the market for that, so I might not.
Ducky worked on something like that. He was working on a format. It was a multiplayer format, and it was franchise based, where you could only play cards from those franchises, and then cards that were like the dragon crossbow, the things that are supposedly like Lorcana default, or everyone could use.
The Vitalis spheres and
Oh,
stuff.
okay.
Yeah,
Huh.
and I
So,
think
like,
maybe you could
Cinderella
combo
Stouthearted?
2. So you could like there's very few cards, but there's
So
some
like the
cards
coils
that,
and the spheres and the things like that are like
Yes.
Lorcana lore based only.
yeah, they're not from any of the franchises. They just are made up for the game. Anyone can use those.
Is the crossbow not from Raya?
Yeah, I think it is.
Is it? What am I
I don't know.
thinking of? I swear there's
And
Spheres,
now
coils.
there's a website that checks all of that.
what? Fancy.
You can search by franchise in Dreamborn, but it is all manually tagged, so some of the cards aren't always accurate.
There's a website that has okay, I got it. It's lorcania.com/franchises. And so you have there's 17 cards in the 101 Dalmatians movie. There are 61 cards from Aladdin, 30 cards from Alice in Wonderland. Yeah. I don't know how updated it is. I'll look it up.
So what would be the benefit of limiting the multiplayer format to just like specific IPs?
Fun.
Is it not fun just to build a deck with 3 other people in mind?
It can be done.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm just trying to find an idea that would be
Yeah.
fun casually, and that would makes it so that there is a restraint in deck building, but we're still be able to play all the cards. Because if we can play all the cards, then it can become kind of dumb, right? Because
maybe
right, yeah.
There's a ton of card games that do that though, and I don't necessarily think that's like a bad thing. I mean, Magic the Gathering has been famously doing that for years, and I think Pioneer and Modern are the 2 most popular formats right now. I think the cards before then are a little bit overtuned, I'd say. But I think
the dog
overall,
does not agree. The puppy
Yeah,
disagrees.
Carl does not agree.
He's just like, no. But no, I think it would maybe be fun. I played Rainbow, at the beginning in set 1 and 2, because as Sailor is saying, I like my lanterns and they took them away from me, so I was looking for new fun things to do. And one of them, like, so Rainbow Stairwell is a format where you can do multiplayer or regular, but it's where you play 10 cards of each ink color, singleton. So you got 10 ruby, 10 amethyst, 10 steel, and then you build your deck with that, and that's the only restriction you have.
Yeah, I mean, it might be busted, but the deck building constraint is like, there is what you have your commander in Commander C that determines what your 2 ink colors would be. But I think it's like when you're building the deck there's going to be 3 other people and it's 3 instead of just 1. I think that like it opens it up for like a lot of different stuff, and it opens it up for like the part of multiplayer that I hate the most, which is like politicking and
that's
negotiating
the best
with
part.
characters. Like I can't be bothered. I hate that. That is where everything falls apart. I'm like, I'm gonna do this really broken thing, and they're like, no, you're not. Like, what if I gave you a cookie?
So I played a form of Magic. I brought it up countless times. It's called Jank. It's basically Lorcana. You could play any card face down as ink, and you just play the cards. But we played like 5-6 player games of that for hours at a time. Every day, it felt like me and my friends. It was super fun. But you speak of the politicking. We literally created an extra step and stage in the game. It was declare attackers, but before declare attackers, we had a phase called threats phase, and that was the only time you were allowed to say, if you attack me, I'm gonna do this to you.
Oh,
because
okay.
so many times, so many times someone was like, I'm gonna attack Bobby, and then Bobby's like, oh, if you attack me, I'm gonna destroy your character. And they're like, oh, well, I won't do that. And I'm like, no, you said you're going to do this. If Bobby wants to give information about his hand and do this, he has to do it before you declare like challenges. Because if you already declare, you have to do it.
Yeah,
but we also kind of allowed takebacks because, to be fair, takebacks is a fantastic way to equal out a skill difference when playing with your friends. No one wants to lose a 5-player game of cards after an hour and a half because they had a brain fart and just like punted the game, right? Like, for the love of the game.
Yeah, nobody loves shuffling 100 cards for no reason. That's why CEDH does not make any sense to me.
I looked it up, and all the bows are in a franchise. So Fang Crossbow is in Raya.
Mm-hmm.
Robin's bow is in Robin Hood, obviously. And the other bow, the Emperor bow, is in Mulan. So,
well, I'm just a silly Billy. What can I say?
You're canceled.
That's why his screen's black. And we've done it. We fixed it.
Hey, Bobby.
Any card, but you remember it perfectly.
How's it going, Sailor?
What is this? Chat says there was a format in which you could play any card, but you had to remember it perfectly.
The mind magic.
The mind.
Oh. Oh
no,
like not a magic
chess
card.
Without a chessboard.
It's worse because it could say anything.
Yeah,
You're
that's
muted,
the idea.
Wonder.
I'm muted. Of course I'm muted. All right, that makes sense. It's called Mental Magic. You could play any card face down, and it tapped for any type of ink. And if I had a card in my hand, say I had Maleficent, the 3-drop Amethyst Maleficent in my hand, I could play it as any 3-cost Amethyst card in the game, except for what it actually is.
But you had to remember the text of that 3-drop. Exactly?
No, you didn't have to do that. You could do I'm pretty sure it does this. This is the name of it. Maybe some people played a more like brutal version where you had to remember Oracle text, but those people suck.
Yeah. Oh, just straight up.
I'm rude. I mean, like, so someone once wanted to play chess with me, and they're like, oh, I hear you're good at games. You play Magic, builds me up. I'm terrible at chess, played very little. We play like 3 moves into the game. I let go of the piece. I'm like, no, I want to do this. And they're like, oh, no, your finger left the piece. And I was like, oh, you win. Good game. I'm done. Like, I'm not going to play this game. Like, if this is what you need to win while we're at a party, like a literal party with like 20, 30 people hanging out, and you just like bust out, let's play a game of chess, and you're like, no, you let go of the piece. Like, this is not the vibes I'm going for. It's like...
Stuck.
You wanted the REL relaxed environment, and he was like there at the Pro Tour.
He's like, "Are you a grandmaster or not?" And you're like, "Bro, I'm just gonna grab another beer. It's fine."
That's what happens when significant others brag about you.
You have to play chess at a party.
Yeah.
I can't say that's ever happened to me.
Well, I will talk to whoever your significant other is and be like, you need to start bragging. You need to start bragging.
Okay.
We just need to start telling everyone that Color's Law is a grandmaster at chess.
Okay, well, hold on. Actually, no. I was playing. So, have you guys heard of that game? We were here. It's like that cooperative.
It sounds familiar.
It's like super old. I'm pretty sure the game could be ran on a calculator, but like basically.
Video game.
Yeah, it's a video game, and you can you drop in separately, and it's like a puzzle game, but you have to use the walkie-talkie in-game communication to describe the puzzle to the person that you're playing with.
Oh, that sounds sick.
It was super fun, and I was playing it with my significant other, and I don't know how to play chess very well. And there was a video reel, and they were on a life-size giant chessboard, and I had to describe the video of the chess play that was happening, and they had to then move the chess pieces to mimic the play that The problem is they were also outside and it was below freezing, and they were slowly dying while I was trying.
They're like, hurry it up! What?
I'm like, the black one goes forward, and then the white one from the other side that has the little thing, and he's like, so yeah, it took a while.
There's a game like that you can play it on the regular computer, but it's also on the VR. It's called Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes. And so the person that is navigating the puzzle has the VR headset on, and they can see the thing in front of them. They have to describe what they're seeing in front of them. Then the other people in the room have you can either print out a handbook or pull it up on your phone. And it's a bunch of chaos because you literally can't see anything except for what's on the puzzle in front of you, and then everybody's trying to yell at you from this ethereal,
that's just
unseen space around you.
It's like a absolute. Yeah, the thing about this game is you have to.
Oh, sorry. Go for it.
Oh no, it's just like the walkie-talkie in game is terrible. So sometimes you're like freaking out and yelling, and then you look down, and you're not even like pushed to talk, and we're like, okay, anyway, let me. So anyway, on your right, you know what I mean? Like after just like full panic.
It's like she's back.
Yeah. Right.
Oh man. Yeah, I don't actually. I've always been like one of those people that just like, if I don't have the ability to be competitive in this environment, I kind of like lose interest pretty quick. So I've never really played very many casual games, although like I have played competitive games pretty casually because I suck at them. Great example is League of Legends. I suck a lot at that game, but I love it and I still play it.
Wonder is doing a whole thing.
I've always gone competitive. I cannot do casual.
Yeah, that's pretty much.
My brain is not like that.
Was my downfall with commanders. You're like, oh, we're not supposed to win. They're like, no, like this is the only time we get to play, and oh, there's a thing happening down there.
Oh my goodness, he's evil too. He's kind of evil.
Yeah, I mean, stop laughing.
There's nothing to laugh at. Stop, cat.
Oh,
it's getting late. Go to bed.
Oh,
I hate that it laughs.
That entire conversation just got derailed when the cat showed up.
It scans my face, so it's like when it blinks, that's my blinking. Like I'm doing that. This is my facial expression right now. Until I like move and like cover my face, then it does that.
That's haunting. That's worse.
Face Rig was like the original 4-person's VTube experience.
This is for the people back in the day. This is how I started streaming. Like I used this kitty cat thing. My camera was really bad though, and it flickered, so like it would constantly go back to this right here.
I bet you didn't get many views at that time.
No, people loved it. People loved the cat.
Who are these people? I need you to.
Bobby.
Oh,
Bobby loves the cat.
I don't remember you being a cat. So like
Yeah,
either
me
I have
neither.
blocked this out mentally, or
Well,
I didn't start
Reasonably
watching
so.
you until after the
Honestly,
cat. I don't
look
know.
at like no.
It froze
I
a
hate-
lot. It froze a lot. My
That
old
is such
computer
a
was
creepy
bad.
face, just constantly.
I've
Like
never
one eye is
seen-
just slightly twitch, and it's just like, oh.
Well, that's my actual
Hello.
Twitch.
Oh, it's being remembered. Wonder Cat. Apparently.
I've
It
also
is
just
remembered.
been doing
Such an
this
evil
for a
look.
little bit. Here, I can change it if the cat's too much. I mean, I can be
This is
a
gonna
little
be worse than
girl,
you know it.
or-
Oh God.
He's
Here, I'll
now
be a-
the
Gonna
cat.
get
The cat
worse.
is now being self-aware.
Businessman. Yes, I'm here.
I hate it.
I don't know if
I
that's
did it
business.
here.
Yeah,
Wow.
It's like
I just
It's
alien
worse.
that's impersonating an FBI
Yeah.
agent. And it's here to,
right. Whose skin are you wearing? Honestly.
And why are you shaved?
It honestly does look like an alien's taken over a human's face. He's just trying to figure out how to move the muscles. And then the eyes just aren't really functioning very well.
Oh, don't do the thing. It's like a Men in Black. Yeah, there it is.
Oh, somebody in
Oh, they
chat
got it.
remembers the cat. Somebody in chat remembers the cat.
I remember
they
the cat.
Oh, Sasuke too. Okay.
I'm surprised you don't, Sailor.
I
mean,
have-
it was-
I don't have a great memory of those things.
Mm.
Also,
It's
too,
fine.
repressing
Sorry,
things
sorry.
is a hell of an experience.
I think my very first comment to Wonder when he was streaming was, "Why the cat?"
So
Oh no.
It was the
So,
the
anyways,
real-
my
the
opinion.
real laugh.
My opinion about how the rotation could occur. because we skipped
Now we have a
Is-
politician.
oh, circle.
it.
We got back
finally
to the
back on
topic.
track.
I think
We're
it's
finally
important.
back on track.
I do believe it's really important, like Sailor is saying, that if we get a rotation, there better be something to use mild cards for. I have foiled out some decks, and like, well, not all of them, but part of it. I'm starting to. I bought foiled Diablos, and if they rotate like 1 through 4, 1 through 5, I mean, 1 through 4 kind of makes sense if you look at it from the what are the cards people hate the most. Diablo, Flaversham,
Big
Siso.
Sisu.
Yeah, it's like that. They all go away, right? And like,
B-prep.
as if you elect me as president of Ravensburg, I will give you. I will ban these cards.
But I will reprint Lantern.
Yes, yes. No. I will make a new, better lantern. It'll be inkable.
It would be fake and inkable. No.
I think they call that Sail the Azurite Sea.
But in amber.
Oh, yeah. We were talking about that.
Amber doesn't get nice things.
What if Popsicle gets reprinted in Amber?
Amber only gets Daisy. That's what Amber gets. And then everybody complains about it for all time.
I think
Amber gets
I think
two
I would
cards,
be-
Rapunzel and Daisy, and then
I mean, Ariel got to be up there. Come on, guys.
Which is
All
very.
right.
I mean,
No,
Ariel
Ariel's like
was
half
up
of a
there,
real
and then
card.
people started cutting her because she just doesn't
they're
keep up
fools.
with things
I
like
love you,
Brawl.
I mean,
That's-
everything dies to brawl nowadays. So just don't be a
If
coward and put her back in your
then
deck.
nothing does.
Yeah.
I actually think Coil is actually
Everything.
maybe a good thing for Ariel because now at least you get something out of it. Whereas the characters that don't get anything out of this are pretty
I was-
miserable.
I was shaking my head,
Most
but only
copious
my
statement
eyebrows.
I think I've ever heard in my life. Hey, you know this card that's not good anymore? Well, hey, you know what? At least it's
It
you
doesn't
get
care
something
about
now.
Coil.
That's what I say. If everything in your deck is a coil target, then just play the deck you want now.
Yeah, doesn't matter.
It's true.
We're just like in a state of deck building where it's like I'm looking at this card, and it either dies to let the Storm Rage on, or it dies to Coil Brawl. Like,
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
can build versus one and not the other.
Back in my day.
Oh my god.
You know you don't need that one. You just
I
you have
do
the Zeus
like your chicken,
beard
though.
and hair already.
Yeah, exactly. That's just old version of yours.
We just have to wait for that version. That's really bad.
Long live enough so that we can see Luke.
Wonder why?
as this guy.
Why do you want less hair?
What? It's just back
It's
in
in
a
a
pony,
ponytail.
bro.
Yeah, he's got like a founding fathers type situation going on back there.
I don't know. That guy's got more forehead than me, which is saying something.
Why are you teleporting in your screen?
Loaded. Old man, get back here and give us some chicken.
You know I'm changing characters when it does that. But I really hope they don't rotate all my pretty foils out.
That one
Why are
seems
the
illegal.
eyes-
I don't like
the
that at
eyes
all.
are twitching. It's
I'm 1,000 years old. What's wrong with that? It's an anime trope.
Oh,
That's the one.
I
says
know I
that's the
have
one.
a dead eye based on this character. I know one of my eyes doesn't open all the way.
Can you close your eye?
Yes. I couldn't tell because my eyes were closed. I have to open my eyes all the way to look really normal.
You look like a child that is trying to learn how to wink. Like
That's not. I mean, it's.
Bobby and I got those. Most of us.
I think that one should be illegal. That's.
Well,
It's the lazy eye for me. Yeah, I like that. Do Deco Allegiance.
All right.
the Burn says this is better than anything Lorcana. So
The
you just need
voice,
to make
though.
a wonder league of.
Is this better?
She looks like she died in the first episode.
Am I a mannequin?
It looks like she never made it
Why?
past the first episode, and there's a pink-haired character that had a lot of growth from her death. That's
what is wrong with my eye.
Do we love technology or not? I'm not sure anymore.
I don't love it. No.
What you got a problem with?
No, who said that?
I said this. Wait, I don't match my voice. What? What?
Let's go. Here we go.
It's got
Much better.
Okay, he's kind of cute though.
Are we just
in a weird haunted
This
way?
is the Coraline. Coraline. I don't even know what character he would be in Coraline, but
the eyebrows on it are fun.
Oh, I hate that. It did take a Coraline shift there with the eyebrows for sure.
So
Okay, if that was a Lorcana card, what would it do?
it
what
would
would that card
banish to banish a character that costs 3 or less.
3 or
When one
less?
of your
That
characters
seems.
is
I don't like
banished-
the implications of that. That's awful.
when one of your characters is banished, you may banish this character instead.
Ooh.
Oh, he just takes one for the team. All right.
It's like
Okay.
a voodoo
Like a
replacement
ragdoll,
doll. It's like
yeah.
a
Oh, yeah, yeah.
It's like the Pokemon little substitute.
substitute.
Okay.
Oh, geniuses in the making right here.
Is DeCandio still here? We're doing your.
Yeah, exactly. We're doing your job.
It's like, hey, but
We're doing your job.
No, it's gonna be
Obviously-
one of those things where they can't use any cards that anybody's ever previously theorized. So like, people are just posting all these Lorcana cards as fan art, and they're like, "Well, we were gonna release that next
All right,
set, but
all right.
Not anymore.
can't do that
I
now."
got this brilliant idea. It costs 4. It's
Uh-huh.
a 1/6.
Samurai Cat.
When
is
it
the
comes into
best
play, you banish an item, and you draw 2 cards. And when it quests, you banish an item and draw 2 cards.
Do you just want a rat to eat? Little cat, evil cat.
And then they won't ever print it, right, guys? Like, right? That's how that works.
Straight evil cat.
You just pitch hire him. It has a cat. Honestly, that's probably what the board meeting looked like. They're like, this is a great idea.
I think it's a
It's a 1/6.
gigantic flavor loss that Felicia cannot banish Flaversham.
right. It'd be fun if it had Challenger +3 if it targets a rat.
Like a mouse or
inventor.
yeah. Have at it.
The only card that I've ever like fully fleshed out fan created was Mount Olympus, and it's Amber, of course, because Amber needs stuff. And
Amber's fine.
Characters at this location have strength equal to their willpower.
Ooh,
I like the Mount
Adora.
Olympus thing. Yeah.
That's
That's
actually
actually pretty
Yeah.
fun.
yeah, that's
I like
fun.
that.
It works with Amber.
It's like they just
And
Yeah,
how
make
much?
all
How
these-
much?
But that would be broken. Wait a minute. Hold on. That would be
So
busted.
How much
it was like
willpower
6
does the location have?
I think
That's
I had
12.
like 8 willpower, but it was like 6
Oof.
cost and 2 to move there.
Yeah,
Ooh.
okay.
It was a
Try
big
to
boy.
balance it.
Yeah, it
That's-
needs to be a
that's
little
Mount
bit
Olympus.
extra. You
All right,
say
what
it's broken, but it's only broken if it's under custom.
Yeah, I was about
What
to
if-
say. Yeah.
It has
you can
3
move.
lore though, because it costs 6, right?
No. I'll find the picture of it. I have it
No.
somewhere.
No.
So maybe if it said if there's a character here, all of your characters challenge or are challenged with their willpower instead of strength. Or, I
Oh,
don't
what
know
is
how to
that?
properly
What
word
is
it.
that? Is
Door
there a
in the
term
siege tower.
Topsy-turvy or something.
where like it switches like your the power and toughness?
Turnabout, I think, was the name of the card. Or
I
About
don't know.
Face was the magic card, but I don't
So
think they
here
ever
would become like a
claimed
6/1.
Yeah. So you could, I wouldn't mind abilities like that. Like, give me a 1 or 2 cost card that draws a card and swaps a strength and willpower of a character. Let me just eat Nala's immediately. Let me flop a Daisy Duck and then, like, take it out with a Tipo, right? Like, there's
Oh, knowledge
implications.
would just cease to exist, wouldn't they? The 0/4s would just go.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
That would okay.
My fan brew.
Anytime
I
they
see
have
it.
like a card like that, it's overcosted.
I don't see it, Bobby.
I've
had
got to
no
save.
lore.
I've got to move it. I got to do things and stuff.
Keep in mind, this was when locations were first spoiled, and I was like, "This is what I want in Amber."
The Mount Olympus. I really liked the idea of the underworld because I wanted. Oh, it's like really pretty.
I found that art somewhere online. I don't
Well,
know.
I'm assuming they're
Thief. He's like fan made. That's good enough.
Yeah.
Yep.
What does it say? Home of Heroes? House of
Yep.
Heroes?
Something like that.
House of
Home of
Heroes.
Heroes. Home of
Shoot. We
It's
need you to
inkable, though.
name cards over Bobby. Bobby, you need to hire color to name your cards.
If it was uninkable, then it would have lore.
It needs at least 1 lore. 1 lore. 1 lore is not
That's fair.
much.
Yeah, you're not really
2
challenging. it.
lore. I feel like if it's gonna cost
I don't
6,
think-
it needs like a bare minimum of 2 lore.
All right.
Otherwise,
I like it
Cost
not having
4,
lore on it.
never gonna
1
play
to
it.
move, 5 lore. You win the game when you have 3 characters there.
Okay, so like now you're trying to
When you
fix
discard
Amber
it, you
all
put
with
it
this
into
like
play.
6 ink card. Okay. Yeah.
I want
There
that.
should be
There
stuff
should
here
be
with
cards that
erasers, so-
interact with like discarding though, because
Yep, I want that.
I love that interaction.
I have thought that they were going to print those since they first revealed like Bucky.
Hades.
Like,
Well, so from what I heard, was it this set is the first set that they had feedback on from set 1, or the next set is the first set they had feedback on? So we're still a set or 2 away before we're in the like, oh, we need to answer this Bucky thing. If they even did that, instead of just being like, oh, well, we're just going to nerf that into the ground. We're just going to send Vondercat over there to eat at the little squirrel, and it'll be okay.
They gave
Poor
him back
Bucky.
to you.
he's warded.
No, Bucky's no longer warded.
Oh yeah, I know.
In my heart, he is.
Yeah, but your heart is real small right now.
That's true. It is true.
He does have 9
well,
lives though, so he's got that going for him.
I mean, the first, 8 lives are consumed by my wife and child, so I only have 1 to play with now. And it is devoted to Bucky.
Wait, which Bucky though?
The Bucky that's been
Warded
dead
one.
and gone.
Oh, fair enough.
So I only have 8 lives left, I guess. So I'm just devoted to the wife and fam now. Sorry, Bucky.
Nobody's ever said that ever.
The helmet adds a life. I'm pretty sure Katie did like a funeral or something like that.
No.
For Bucky.
Well, no,
I
okay.
swear. I'm sure Katie's in bed right now. Imagine like the meme of spitting out coffee, pointing at the screen, DeCandio, the Leonardo. I can't think of that
Leonardo
actor's name. I just want to
DiCaprio?
say DiCaprio.
Leonardo
I wanted to
DiCaprio.
say DeCandio. Oh, Leonardo
DiCaprio.
It's Leonardo
Candio.
DiCandio now, actually.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
I wanted to see him like going like from the movie where he's pointing at the screen. I'm pointing my paws at the monitor, but you can't tell because it doesn't have hand motion sensors.
The newest Disney prince, Leonardo DiCaprio.
Oh, they yeah.
Leonardo
Majestic. Oh, Dick Burns did a funeral for Bucky. Yeah.
My kid's praying it. Oh, poor guy.
Oh no. I saw so many things. Like somebody made a cake for set champs that was like rip. Like you know what I mean? Like literally so good.
Probably shouldn't show this one. We're not supposed to alter cards. For anyone who wants to make content, don't Photoshop Lorcana cards. It's literally in the piece of paper that says don't do these things.
You said that paper didn't exist.
Not for
There's
well.
a
I don't have one for the
community
ICL. I'm
guidelines.
saying the community guidelines for RB. For all right, so
Says,
if you
like,
want
not to Photoshop them.
So for casting
There
on
are
the
guidelines around
ICL, you just
displaying.
gotta what? You say spike? What'd you say, Bobby? I'm so confused. Wait, you're muted. Why are you muted?
It's broken. There we go.
Oh, there we go.
Apparently,
He's back.
if you use push to talk in this, then you can't leave the browser window.
Oh, interesting.
Or else push to talk just doesn't work.
But who would spend 6 ink for a yellow HP location?
Bobby.
Nobody.
Bobby?
I mean, not anymore. I probably would not play this at this point, this far into the
Like
game.
I said, if it had 4 lore like attached to that 8 health body, it would be playable.
I don't know. So it basically gives them more strength. That's not really what you want to do in Amber, right?
It just makes it very, very
Oh well, like
bad for people to challenge into them, right? Like they actually have swinging power, so they don't just have Maui running into Rapunzel for free, like
except for with
it just costs too much.
Coil.
Except for with Coil. Coil ruins everything.
Coil makes everything
All the
interesting, Bobby.
And by everything, you
In-
mean just specifically Ruby Sapphire.
So we talked
Aren't
about
those the only two colors?
we talked about rotation. So
Okay.
what looks good if there's a rotation? Like if they were just like, you know what, guys, we dropped the ball. Can't play sets 1 through 4.
Yeah, let's deck build.
Tomorrow.
Man. Let's go. Let's go.
Tomorrow
I'm
they
deck
say
building.
it.
Tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. I mean that's,
Tomorrow,
that's
I feel like Sapphire still is the best color. Even like, right?
Let's break it out. Set.
Taylor, build us a deck.
I mean, you could probably still make that
Arcage's Island. We only have 3 sets right now. Okay.
you could probably still make that Lady and the Tramp deck work pretty well.
Yes. Wait, I don't like dogs. I'm a cat. No, Bobby, no.
Role playing to its finest. Medusa's gone, right? That means that
Yes, she
a bunch
is.
of
Brawl,
cards.
too?
Is
Brawl
Brawl
is
gone,
gone.
too? Oh, so
Ruby is dead, is what
Ruby-
we know
yeah,
about it.
yeah,
Like
it's
Ruby
just-
is completely dead
Yes.
outside of chart.
Emerald's dead. Amethyst is also probably.
is Pete still in it?
Dude,
Is
I
Pete gone?
would be.
Pete, yes, Pete is there.
Okay,
but there's
so
no more
building-
songs.
Darkburn.
There's
No
no more
more
songs,
songs.
right? We know all the songs are from the first 4 sets. There's basically almost
Because
no
they
songs
realized that
from-
mechanic was busted and they kind of toned it back a little bit.
Dude, I'm gonna build. Well, I
Yeah,
forgot
it's too
because
tough.
you interrupted me 3 times.
Shark Storm, because you can't stop me.
Oh, Clarabelle
Oh no,
is still
Maurice.
there.
I'm
Clarabelle's
gonna
still there.
build Maurice's workshop in the new Ruby Maurice as like
Okay.
Maurice's
banished
workshop
target
is
character.
gone.
Maurice's
Not his
workshop is
workshop.
gone.
His
Oh,
whatever
all the
the
scars get
dueling
really
thing.
good.
The
The
dueling
machine.
thing. Yeah, Maurice's machine.
Maurice's machine. Okay.
Oh,
I
the
would try to
banishment.
make that work. It wouldn't,
So
but
does-
I would try.
Do we finally get like a Ruby challenge meta at that point? Like all the scars get kind of good? Eh? Can I play my set champs card yet.
Guys, there's only 22 songs between set 5, 6, and 7. And from the less than that because there's Enchanted.
All right, so they're probably not doing it tomorrow. So maybe they would, if they do a rotation,
Shark
let's
Pirates
hope that
Life,
there's
let's go.
reprints. And that's a perfect segue to if you got to
There's
choose
18.
one card of each color from the first 4 sets to make a reprint, what cards do you think should be reprinted if we were to cut a couple sets? Like if we cut the first 2 sets, like which card would you want to reprint? So let's say if it was just the first 2 a card, and then if it went up to 4, what card from set 3, 4 would you keep? Well, yeah.
That's too many questions, man. One question
All
at a
All right,
time.
I'll just
do the
do
first one.
sets 1 and 2. I'll just do sets 1 and 2. So for sets 1 and 2, I think that Strength is a great card. Strength of Raging Fire is a card you should keep. Maui is a card you should keep.
Okay, yeah. I like that.
And Friends on the Other Side would be like another one, I think.
I hate Maui.
I mean, Maui is a bonkers thing for them to print, but let them go ahead and reprint it over and over again. I don't care.
I think
I
I'd
have
rather
an
play
idea.
against Medusa.
They're just gonna make him uninkable and pretend like they didn't do that. Like he's just gonna get reprinted with the unink sign on it, and they're just not even gonna say anything. You're gonna be like, "Here's your Maui."
Ooh. So
just gaslight us.
All right. Then I'll bring that up afterwards. Keep going.
Mufasa for
Was that
the
like a?
Mufasa lovers.
I was like, was that for Humble?
Yeah, that was for my buddy Humble.
Yeah.
I would say Big Sisu. I think totally fine card.
Yep, I agree, 100%.
No,
that's set.
What are you? What?
I think that's a completely fair Lorcana card.
Why are
and
we
need
even
to make sure
rotating?
that-
keep Strength gone if that means that Sisu never comes back.
Wait, so what's the more oppressive card? Storm or Strength? You only get
Storm.
one. Which one?
Yeah, Storm is more oppressive.
Okay.
See, I'm surprised to hear that because
Little Cindy
so
and
many
Belle
people
got
are
so many
talking about
things to
cutting
do.
Storm these days.
Well, that's because
Well, it's just because Storm's uninkable.
It's already warped the meta, though, right?
Well,
like they're cutting
it's
Storm
because
because
of
everyone's
Belle.
playing 4 bucks.
They're cutting Storm because of Bell.
Ruby is the best ink.
Yeah, that
Thank
too.
you. Sorry, I was just...
Yeah, that's what Luke said, right? Like people are cutting Storm because Storm got eaten out all of the 2 willpower characters. I feel like you need to reprint cards that are still right. Like you don't want to just reprint Grab Your Sword that is not even being played anymore.
Whole New World.
I mean,
Too
it
good?
might...
You getting rid of it?
It's
No
like...
Fishbone. Yes.
Fishbone?
No, you don't want Fishbone, right?
Yeah, I was like, I said no Fishbone. Yes.
Oh,
if
I
we have
thought
Whole New
you
World
meant-
with no Fishbone, I'd be happy.
I think we had enough time of Whole New World. Like we can live another life, right?
like, we don't have to worry about wheel. Let's see, set. We'll go first chapter and second chapter. I want to see these cards.
I really like Strength.
I'm glaring at you, Sailor, right now.
Kind of
Well,
was like
the thing is
yawning,
if you cut Wheel, you cut Hiram, then like everything just starts running purple, right? Like, what's the best purple deck? Because purple has all the drop.
I mean, that's what we did before, right?
Yeah, but there's
Like,
not going to be any
rabbits
rabbits.
getting- rabbits
Rabbits are
getting
gone. Rabbits are gone.
Yay! We have
Like,
Genie
no more
Lens.
rabbits.
Well, yeah, then we're reprinting Friends on the Other Side.
But like, play a card, draw a card is just Amethyst identity. Just like Ruby has play a card, kill a card, banish a card. Jeez, man, I got to get my terms here right.
Banish.
Banish. We don't kill anything. We send it off to fight another day.
We send it to an eternal damnation in the Shadow Realms while they are slowly drained from their ink every last moment of their known existence before every bit of their animation slowly
All right.
goes away.
Okay. It's just like throwing a little like Black Cauldron in there for a second. Like that's a little. You went like Black Cauldron Disney for like half a second. like.
Yep.
I love crunchies and munchies.
Just got glimmers with leeches on them.
You can keep Cogsworth, right? That's like a fine card.
Sailor. We're getting rid of the cards I don't like to play against here.
Oh, is that what the question is? Oh, I completely.
That was the
didn't
hidden
understand
question.
the
I
aside.
wasn't supposed to say that part out
Yeah,
loud.
okay, yeah.
Whoops.
So, absolutely not reprinting Little Cindy. Leave that out. We don't need that.
Oh yeah, Little Cindy.
Leave that card.
I mean,
maybe
Ed cut it out of the Amber Steel list tonight, right? So who needs Little Cindy?
Well, I think that's like kind of like an
Did
interesting
Dennis
thing,
not play?
right? It's like because if Little Cindy's doing her thing, singing her songs, but now we have Belle in another color doing kind of like a mimicking of the same broken thing that we've all been dealing with. So it's like, is it as good when there's two of them and then one of them's a 3/3?
Ed came into the Amber Steel chat and said, "Cut Cindy."
Getting blue steel, right? He was just start getting blue steel with that.
Ed came into the Amber Steel chat,
did.
said, "Cut Cindy," and we were like, "You are insane." And then he's like, "I'm gonna have Dennis play that deck on ICL," and it apparently worked out just fine for him. So
That's why I said I don't question his deck building choices ever because of things like that. But
I mean, to
to
be
to
fair,
cut Little Cindy makes sense though, just because it dies to Storm, and that feels really bad.
like I find myself inking her and just playing Ursula and Troubadour so much that it kind of like he had the same thought and he was like, oh fine, I'm gonna play 4 Vanessa, 4 Troubadour, and that's what he did. And in the mirror and stuff, like that's not bad. And you never want to start with Cindy and they just play Belle and you're just like, I hope I have 2 more 1-drops and a Rage, which still isn't that good to do because now I don't have ink to play my Ariel to sing A Whole New World. And if I have A Whole New World in hand, then I don't have more cards to ink and I'm just in a rock and a hard spot, or however that expression is actually said.
Rock in a hard place.
Thank you.
I think my
Stuck
main
in
argument
between,
against
yes.
it was like Small Cindy as a gap filler after a wheel still feels pretty good, but like I don't know, now that Big Sisu is just so prevalent everywhere, maybe it's just not good anymore.
and being reprinted because 2 votes for the reprint. So, and Popsicle too, right? Are we reprinting that one?
We're not.
No,
we're not
we are not
Bell, so
reprinting
it's not gonna be
Popsicle.
good.
Why?
We're not reprinting Fortisphere.
Why?
Actually, Fortisphere is fine, but no Flaversham, no Popsicle.
Yeah, Flaversham's degenerate.
I think a Popsicle. You know what? I would actually be fine with a reprint of Popsicle if there was no Flaversham. But as long as Flaversham's in the format, I think if there's a Popsicle card, it cannot be in the same combination. Like you kind of have to like trap one ink combo into being able to do that instead of being like, oh, I can just put Flaversham Popsicle in whatever I want.
Because they go together.
Well, yes.
I mean,
But
it would have made
with-
more sense if it was Nick Wilde and Popsicle, but
Yeah.
Here we are.
Yeah, it's not like
I
a
mean, Nick
flavor
Wilde
win.
doesn't eat them; he produces them, right? It's
Yeah.
I mean,
That makes
Nick Wilde's not even good enough. What were you saying, Color?
I don't remember.
Well, shoot.
That's gone.
There's
Oh,
the
wait,
new
no.
Prince John. Dang it, Color.
I'm going to do this 4 more times. Buckle up.
All right, so there's this Prince John. I'm waiting for you to interrupt me.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. No, go ahead. Prince John that does what?
It doesn't it just like when it quests or you can exert it to return an item, so it's like a Nick Wilde but better because it goes over and over. Like wasn't it like a box promo from like a Villainous or something?
Oh, right. Yeah. The Prince John that everybody, I think he's a 4/4. Like is he a 4 ink 4/4? That when I think he taps, right? Sailor, help. These are sapphire
Exerts.
cards.
Yes.
Exerts. He does a thing.
Come on, Sailor. Come on. How do you not know this?
Because it's a bad card.
I'm trying to deck build a deck right now.
He's going to make. So wait, sorry. You just.
He costs 5. He's a 3/4, and he quests for 1. Dang, he's a.
No, he
or is
costs
a 5/3?
4. He's a 3/4, and you exert him to
What are
play
we
an item
talking
for
about?
free from your hand or discard with 5 cost or less.
Oh wow, it's even
It's a
better than I
strategic
thought it
shot, I
was.
want to say. I think it's uninkable.
No, it's inkable. So, and that's
It's
kind of like
inkable.
that's what we're saying. It's a the only problem is like right now, like Tala and Scrooge have on play abilities, and this is an exert ability. But as far as like he's an inkable 3/4 with a relevant tap ability.
I mean, Scrooge and Tala are definitely better. I'm just saying, like, that should have been the Flaversham we had the whole time, not actually Flaversham. Sculler's just like, you leave my poor little mouse alone.
What am I supposed to do with this deck if I can't do broken things on play? Like, it's not
Play
fair.
Lorcana like the rest of
Never.
us.
You are not playing fair, Lorcana.
You
you brought Diablo to a multiplayer event. You
Diablo.
brought Diablo and his shift target and a song that can be, yeah.
I only play the
Fair,
fairest
Lorcana.
of cards.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I was looking at it, and there's basically no removal in set 5, 6, and 7. Like,
Yeah, I was
very.
thinking that.
Lorcana the way Richard Garfield intended.
I was gonna say that.
Wait
after our
a
first
minute.
Game, that Ed and I played that game 1 just as Ryan and Steven intended.
Exactly.
I mean, that's a big complaint that some people have about Lorcana right now versus the first couple of sets. I think George Gubgigi, I don't remember his last name, but he was Nats qualified and he didn't go. He's just said he doesn't enjoy the game anymore as it is compared to how it was in the first few sets.
How much different
That's
is
because
it really, though?
that's because Ruby Amethyst is not good anymore.
It was
Joking,
good
joking,
for like
George,
6
I'm
sets.
joking.
It was good for 6 sets, and then he gets upset now. Like,
No,
he
No,
got
no,
upset
it wasn't.
2
Set,
sets
it wasn't
ago.
set 7. He stopped playing like after set 3
Sets
or
ago.
4 or
Yeah.
something, right? Yeah.
No. There was
That's-
only one DLC in set 3, so it was in set 4. I remember he qualified in like.
But there's a point too. It used to be questing and challenging, and now it's about who can get to large amounts of ink, drop a dime, and.
I mean,
drop
that's
something
Well, I mean,
big.
that
That's a ramp
happened.
deck.
That happened, and then we all kind of figured out how to play around it, or go under it, or through it, or. You know,
I mean, last
stuff.
set we had a whole bunch of challenging, even though like Ruby Sapphire was one of the best decks, if not the best deck in the format. Like Genies and Elsas, like I think there became more
Like,
lines
Blurple
to
was
go.
like a huge thing.
Yeah,
Blurple
I did like
really.
Blurple a lot. I
And
think
plus, like,
Elsa was very
grabs
good addition.
Yeah.
And what
Also is a great card.
is how is set 1 Ruby Amethyst about challenging? Like, come on, all
That was
they're
about
doing is
broom
Uber
loops
control
What,
and
what about
million-
Ember Steel, right? We were never
Yeah.
challenging anything. We were
Right,
just
it was like-
taking them out with songs and.
It was about Magic Mirror, okay?
Could we shift Tinkerbell on turn 4 and sing Wheel and just ruin everybody's hand, and then
The
everybody plays
JDZ
from behind the rest of the time? That's basically what it
JDZ,
was.
the moment you left, I was like, oh, I can be the cat now. Because the JDZ, or the JDZ,
JD.
the JDZ doesn't like the cat.
Oh, no. It is a haunting thing I've had to now accept as a new normal, so. You'll be in my nightmares. Thank you, Wonder.
You're welcome.
So.
Oh my god, did you
Just
see
here
Arathian?
instantly.
You see something bad about Ruby Amethyst and Arathian appears. That's
I
so
wasn't
good.
necessarily saying bad things about
No,
it. I was
it was
telling
just
the
not
truth
about
of it.
challenging, is what we were saying.
I think
Calm
they
down,
It
really-
did hate set
like-
1 Ruby Amethyst.
As
Calm
far
down, Olivier.
as far as like a rotation goes, if they were to rotate out, does Ruby challenge matter decks start becoming better?
No.
God,
I mean,
let me use Snuggly Duckling, okay?
I mean, if the removals are not, maybe, right? Like because right now, like I'm looking at the actions and songs, and none of them are good
Right.
removal, right? Like
So Ruby Steel would be better just because Mushu exists.
Yeah.
But you do
Ain't nobody drawing
lose,
cards.
but you lose the
Wait, Queen of Hearts.
you lose Shere Khan, the 3-drop Shere Khan, because she's in set 2, I want to say.
yeah, but I don't think that's
So
what. the
then
big
Ruby
means.
Amethyst has no real want to challenge anyways.
Yeah, but you can challenge unexerted characters with some of those.
With the steel cards?
With the steel cards. Not
Oh,
with
no,
the
it's-
Ruby Amethyst cards.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
I think we keep
what I'm
Elsa.
saying.
Elsa
I
was.
thought we were still
at 5.
talking about Ruby Steel.
No, I didn't know.
Um,
No, like I was just like, like Queen of Hearts, Like, do we go like? It depends, I guess, on the when they rotate, because then we don't have as great removal, so we start like dredging the bottom of the barrel for like for card draw and stuff like that again. Like we have to start getting really creative, I think.
Yeah, for sure.
In this hypothetical world.
I think Amethyst would reign supreme, probably.
Oh yeah, with like, when does Cantrip Diablo little? When does he rotate out?
5 or 6.
The new the 01, 01, it's set 6.
Yeah, so he sticks around.
And along with Genie, right? Those were the two best Amethyst card.
All right. Did you have any shout outs you wanted to give Sasuke, since you said you were about to head out?
Yeah. I guess shout out to you guys and to the ICL and letting me be a part of this cast. And I guess that's pretty much it. Yeah, thank you so much.
If you want to drop your... Here, actually, I have your links, I think. Here is his Twitch and his YouTube stuff. Please check him out. All right. We'll see you later, Sasuke.
Thanks for hanging out. Right. Chicha draws card.
Chicha does draw a card. Are you building...
With Storm gone, she becomes extremely strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, Doc, baby.
Yeah, Doc is like ring supreme as well. I think Chicha Sail. We don't have Quill anymore to make too much uses out of her.
Are you building our set 1 and set 2 less decks right now?
I'm building a set 5 through 6.
So
set 5 through 7.
Okay, I was like, yeah.
Wow, that was stupid.
5 and 6 done. No more resources. I don't need anything else. I've got this. Oh, it could be like Oops All Baymax. Do it. Do it.
I mean, oh man, but Emerald has Clarabelles. Clarabelles are kind of good. So let me put all the best cards and see how many of them.
So we have like an Inventors Matters, Oops All Baymax.
Obviously, you're going to talk about Baymax.
I'm trying.
Is Kiwi? Is Kiwi still playable? Like an aggressive Kiwi variant?
I was about to say, there's quite a few new cards in that.
Let's look it up.
I think it's Alice and Doc. Oh my! You get the John Silver 3-drop. You lose out on Smee, but you have Calhoun.
Calhoun's new, yeah.
Bell's kind of not, but you don't want Bell.
Yeah, Bell's kind of not good anymore without any Fortisphere.
Although in my Maurice's deck, she's pretty good with that 1-drop item.
Absolutely,
that makes your stuff cost 2 less, right? Yeah.
Does
red.
Does puppies become tier
That's
1?
a
Ruby thing, yeah. Puppies.
Ruby.
How many puppies rotate? How many puppies rotate?
I mean,
literally none.
None of them that matter.
The 100, the 90 puppies, the 99 puppies are rotating.
Yeah, the ones that don't matter.
Oh, come on. All the puppies
Not the
matter.
puppies, not the ramp puppies.
All puppies matter.
All puppies.
I've heard that somewhere.
Where
Okay,
did
so
you
we
hear
can
all
have
puppies matter?
Scrooges.
Dogs.
You can keep Scrooge, you can keep
cats
Oswald,
rule.
you can keep the broken Tamatoa. What item?
No, there's no items anymore. There's
What
more.
are you grabbing? Glass
Yeah.
Cannon and Shield rotate each, right? Too. So you don't even get like the
I
back.
think we
Back
can
item.
get Jafar.
Oh,
in.
you get the red stuff for the Maurice deck.
We found an
Dude, I
archetype
saw
and we
that
are
card.
sticking it.
I saw that card and I was just like, I'm gonna break this. Like, this is so good. And then I
And then
just
it
read
broke
it
you
more.
trying. Yeah.
I was like, it's not gonna work, but dang, I want it to work so bad.
There was a rumor that someone at Ravensburger said that Steel Chromicon was like the most broken card in their testing. And I don't know if that's why it exists today as a 6-cost uninkable item that exerts to deal 1 damage, but that is one of the most disappointing cards.
Maybe they lied, or on accident, misspoke, and they meant Steel Coil.
Okay.
And looting was originally busted in what they're doing.
Looting
Or they
seems
were
like
just,
it should be busted, but it's not.
or
Why would
maybe
it
they
be
just played
busted? All the
slow
cards
turtle
are
decks.
equally good in Lorcana, right? It's not like you need to
Get rid of
loot
them.
away your lands.
Why, thank you, Arathian.
A believable
Does my
cat.
perfect voice just
Lady Clock is actually busted if there's no Sisu, right? Lady
Wait, what?
Clock is the truth.
Who?
I'm putting Lady Clock in my deck.
What's
Oh,
Cluck?
yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That card actually did look very.
Do you put
2/7,
Maid Marian as
right?
well? Are we playing Maid Marian? Are we going?
Isn't that? Yeah, I was like them together, or is like really bodyguard? Yeah, she's
Yeah,
like
I think
I'm looking at allies.
Maid Marian, Lady Cluck, those go in Kiwi probably. If
I'm looking at
rotate
allies,
out
and I
one
want to
to
build
four.
an ally deck. I don't know why.
As Elrathian says, like sometimes
Doing what he
playtest
does.
players are not great for games. I mean, I could see that occurring. Like Magic, Wizards would hire literal Magic pros, and things still got through the cracks, right? There's still cards that people are like, "There's no way this was tested." Do they even test these cards? You also have
What's
to
that
think like,
bird that came out?
who
That
are
was
these?
just egregious.
Who are these people that they're testing, right? Like, how many games do you have to play, and what else is your job? Are they paying someone literally to do nothing but play test Lorcana, or is it really it's like a designer who's doing a bunch of other stuff who then like has an hour or two to play games, and they're supposed to balance an entire set off of that? Like, I think there's a lot of on paper speculation of how the cards work out, and sure they play games, but they're not going to have the time to fully commit. And what if one card they realize one card is busted steel, Chromacon is busted in half, and then they spent 3/4 of their testing time with it before they're like, we have to nerf it, make it cost 2 more and deal 2 less, and then all of that testing time was almost wasted if it included that card, and now they have to retest the new version and then everything else, so then things can slip through the cracks pretty easily.
Yeah, but there's certain cards like, I mean, Coil and Bell. Like I think as a community, we looked at those cards and went, no.
Wizards printed Felidar Guardian and Saheeli Ray in the same set color. The same set.
Those words mean nothing to me. So
I was gonna say the same thing.
I know Felidar Guardian is the flicker one, right? It goes boop, boop,
Yes. So they printed a card that says blink something when it comes into play. And they printed a card, a Planeswalker, that said -2, blink something. Make a copy of it and give it haste. Oh, that makes infinite 1/4 haste characters.
DeCandio says different sets. You lied.
That's not the same. It's still the same set.
Maybe it was the same block.
No, they're like the second set or the first set of Kamigawa. I'm pretty sure.
So the new Riot trading card game, Project K/Riftbound, is apparently
Kaladesh.
already hiring some people for testing. I don't remember who the second one was, but I know that Savige at least said that he had done some advising for that game.
I mean, Savige's good. So Wizards did have my mind goes blank on it. How am I forgetting his name? LSV, Luis Scott Vargas, Magic Pro player. He also worked for, I think, I'm going to say this wrong, and DeCandio is going to correct me because I think he also worked there. Grey Wolf, who I think designed Clank. Maybe this is a different time period. Direwolf. I'm pretty sure that LSV is involved with Clank, and Clank is like one of the best games you could ever play. Like, it is an insanely fun deck building game, board game. It is like a hybrid between a board game and a deck builder, which is great. And in general, I think a lot of games should copy it. Like, I think it's a version of board games that is not explored enough.
How close to Slay the Spire is it?
It's much smaller in terms of like it's not a long game, right? It doesn't have all of the.
I don't know how long Slay the Spire takes.
Stuff.
I've only played digital Slay the Spire, like the actual roguelike, not the board game, which I've heard is okay.
No, it's fun.
It's pretty good.
I like it.
It's pretty fun.
It's very well made.
So the designer of Clang is Paul Denon. He's also the one who designed Dune Imperium. I really like him.
So I should try that. I've heard so many things about it. Sky's constant. We'll go to like set champs, and Sky will see it, or like one of the other group in the group will see it and point it to Sky, and he's like, "Let's get it." Like he's been really.
My favorite board game.
Shoot.
Wait, what was it?
Man, maybe I'll try to see if I can find it at the board game convention. Dune Imperium.
Oh yeah,
Imperium?
I've always wanted to play it, but
It's
a deck
insanely
builder, right?
good. Yeah, it's a deck builder that is also a worker placement, and that you're going to war.
See the hybrid stuff, like I'm all about it.
that's always one that I see and I pick it up and then I look at the price and then my friends are like, "I'm not learning that," and I'm like, "Oh, okay, well, whatever."
Yeah, it's incredible, and there's also multiple expansions for it, and it's just a blast. So, fun fact: before I went on and played Lorcana, I was playing Dune Imperium competitively on Tabletop Simulator.
It's that
I was
old?
playing-
No, I thought the game was like 6 months old. I thought it was like brand new.
No.
You've been playing it for years and years, Sailor.
It's that old. I don't know why that sent me. Sorry.
It's a 2020 games. Like it's not old, but it's not from this year.
1,000-year-old board game.
I just thought it was like brand new. Okay.
In 2020,
there's
like
been-
that's
so there's
multi-travel.
been there's been 2 expansions for it, and then there's been
New
the
version.
Uprising, which is a standalone new board, new cards, new stuff, and then there's been another extension that also works both on those extensions. Sorry.
Well,
So there's just a lot of content for it.
So I'm going to the Great Plains Game Festival 2025. I already got my weekend pass. It could be cool. I'm trying to sell my mechs versus minions. I didn't realize that it's like $200 on eBay. So I'm like trying to sell it for 160 in a swap meet thing. Maybe some fool is trying to get rid of their copy of Doom Imperium and it wasn't snagged on the first day somehow, and I'll be able to buy it for cheaper than going to my LGS and supporting them.
It's very good. So the development team on Clan, you're right. There was Matt Nass, Louis Scott Vargas, and Conley Woods as some game developer for Clan.
Well, that's unfortunate to hear Conley Woods was involved. Let's just assume he had nothing to do with the game and he can rot forever.
I don't know anything about him.
Well, if you want to know bad things, you can Google his name and find out how he's a terrible person. But that's all we're going to talk about there.
Yeah, I'm good. Don't do it. Don't do it. I'm just gonna watch the smile wipe off his face. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I just saw the thing.
Speechless.
Conley Woods, not Matt Nass. I think Matt Nass might say some stupid things on Twitter, but I don't think he said anything to make me hate him. But that's also not something I'm going to go into. We don't talk about politics on the ICL. What?
Matt Nass won the last Pro Tour, and he had to count to 60 20 times before winning. It was actually the funniest thing I've ever watched looking at a TCG game. He was just so nervous that he would make a mistake on his counting of like lethal that he just counted to 60 because his opponent was at that 64 life, and he counted to 60 like literally like between 15 and 20 times. And at some point his opponent like obviously was like, man, I'm dead. But just kill me now. Oh,
it's the sort of thing that I would do.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've done that like dime turns to where my opponent has literally scooped because I'm like, okay, I play dime, and then they're watching, and I'm just like, okay, 1, 2, 3, and then like I for some reason like a popsicle will be underneath another popsicle, and then I'm like, 1, 2, 3, and then they'll just be like, okay, you got it, and I'm like, oh, cool, thank you, sorry.
See, she's to your future opponents. She knows she has it.
No, I don't. That's the problem. That's the problem.
You.
That's the problem. I actually don't know that I have it. Like most of the time, I'm like looking at it and I'm counting and this and the other thing. And then half the time I look and I'm like, oh, I can get to 23. I'm so sorry. I should have won 2 turns ago. Like,
oh,
There's too many times when I'm sitting there calculating combat damage that I'm like, wait, I just have game
yeah, just,
on board
oh,
right
just
now.
I win. Just win. And they're looking at you like, oh, sorry, math is hard. Listen.
Like, you're gonna beat me right now, and you don't even know it.
That one's hard.
There's got to be a flyer for this. I swear they sent one for me. I'm trying to pop up the thing that I'm doing. I'm casting an event in 5.5 hours from now. Do you think I'm going to get some sleep? I don't think I'm
For
going to get some
what?
sleep. I think I'm about to mess up my sleep schedule.
What are you casting?
Yeah,
Well, that's I'm trying to find the fancy picture for you. But
We love fancy pictures.
do. It's what's the spring league for the lore league? I think they're just called the lore league. I always say the lore league Italiana because I'm stupid. But the spring league, it's this weekend. I should know more information. I'm bad at my job. Let's not think about that.
Oh, I think they're using. I
Cat
think they might be using my lore counter for that. I haven't heard anything else about it, so hopefully nothing breaks tomorrow.
Oh, the one that you made, right? With
Yeah,
the-
yeah. The one, I made it one that you, for people that aren't aware, I made a lore counter that you can pull up on your phone, and it will sync with OBS, so that people can stream games easier.
Very useful. I've used it a few times, but luckily we haven't had to use it again.
Luckily?
Well, PBC hasn't failed us, so we've been able to maintain it. It's
What is
when...
What's it called, Bobby? What is this lore counter called?
Oh, it's not publicly
There,
available.
I posted a link. You can. So I posted a link in the chat. You can like demo it there. I haven't quite opened it up to like everybody to use, but eventually. So I've created some like private rooms for some people that use it on the regular. Eventually, once I am not so busy with work, I plan on making it so you can create accounts like Discord login or something, and then connect to games that way. But life is always busy. That's why I am a retired old man in Lorcana.
Tired old man.
Wow, you're casting a Bologna tournament.
You know, I fly out. I fly right there.
No, there's no way you do. I don't believe any of that.
He's like, absolutely not.
Just to finish on the Dune Imperium discussion.
Yeah.
There was also Justin Cohen, Sam Party, and Luis Scott Vargas as part of the team.
Oh man, I'm definitely gonna have to check that out.
Yeah, best board game of all time.
Okay, that's... Yeah, I was about to say, I have wanted to play it for so long. And again, it's like, okay, that's a bit of an investment. And then also people are like, absolutely not. But now that you've given it such a raving review, I'm just going to trick my friends into a Dune Imperium board game night. So, yeah, so absolutely. Yeah.
There's good video about how to learn it. So you just send that video to your friends and you're like...
And they're not going to watch it, but that's fine because I will just trap them in my living room and we will all learn together.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I just tell people to watch the video, or else they'll have to listen to me read the rules for an hour.
Okay, so the number one rule...
I see you've played games with
is
me before.
to never read rules before playing a game. You need to...
Just play it.
No.
This dude
You
has
need
a
to
board
learn
game.
You need to learn it in
podcast.
advance, right? You don't want to learn it as you go. Like one
friends
person needs
do
to
not do
know
homework.
how to play. Like,
Oh,
absolutely.
wait.
friends
So
will
are you
not do
saying
homework.
only one person learns and then teaches everyone else?
Yes.
Oh, like
that's
as you
way
play.
better.
Oh, okay. Like I can do that. Yeah. So like I would learn how to play the game, and then we just shuffle it up and play it. And you guys said,
No. And then you teach the game, right? You from the rules that you've read before. Is what I mean.
Yeah.
You don't want to read the rules in front of the people and trying to learn together.
It's like you're a DM in Dungeons and Dragons, right? You have to do a little bit of preparation before you lead your party through this game, and so you have to learn
That's
the game.
part of
before.
it. You're in my house now. I've trapped you into this situation. It's a board game, and we're all going to play it.
That's the
See, but
thing. You want people to have a good experience so that they come back and play with you again, right?
Yeah, I've had the experience before where we all tried to learn a game at the same time, and nobody had a good time because I was the one that was chosen to read the rules, and I'm like, listen, I don't, yeah, dull and.
Have you guys
droning.
played Villainous? Has everybody played Villainous?
Yes.
It's surprisingly complicated, I think, for like a casual board game experience. You know, like if you have somebody that's like, oh, I love playing, you know, like Dune Imperium and you know, different games like that, then you're fine. But like friends that are like, I like Disney and I wanted to play a board game because those two things sound nice. It's like it's more complicated than Lorcana, I feel like, as an entry level.
Yeah, I agree. They have been, I think, putting out easier games than Villainous since then. But I agree with you. It's just a little bit too much for very casual players, and then not deep enough for competitive players. So it's just kind of in a weird spot for me.
I bought some Ravensburger Disney Princess board game for my daughter for Christmas that we have not played yet. I don't remember what the name of it is.
Is it Core Light something?
I'll look it up.
Anyway, I should go to sleep because I'm waking up with my kid in 6 hours.
Yeah. It's probably bedtime.
Chronicles of Light Darkness Falls.
Oh yeah. Is that a kid's game? I keep seeing it. It's like the game pieces look really nice.
I think it's maybe like 10 and up.
Oh,
So she's a little bit young for it, but she's caught on to Lorcana pretty quickly, but we haven't played it too much.
Well,
Looks like it's on sale.
it was a really fun after show, and we kind of did it longer than I thought we would, lots of times. But yeah, this is the event. I'll be doing the English restream because the main stream is in Italian, obviously. There's a couple other restreams also happening. I think there's a way I can even ask questions in the chat sometimes during the interviews. And most people from other countries are smarter than us, so they speak English as well as their native language. I mean, just look at Sailor. I mean,
bonjour, bonsoir, oui, quoi?
See, I'm just a stupid American. I took like a year of Spanish and a year of German, and
You're supposed to take 2 consecutive years.
That's
to be able
about
to
it
graduate.
right there. No. American school system's dumb. You just had
I
to
thought
take
it
2
was
years.
It has to be 2 consecutive years of a language, no?
They let me graduate, those fools.
Is that the Midwest? Is that what y'all do over there?
Of course. What would you expect?
I think I took 2 years of Spanish, and then I sat in the Italian 1 room during my study hall because the teacher was cute.
we only had 2 languages to choose
That
from
is so
at my
cultured,
school.
and proud of you.
I took the tests. I took the tests, and I was actually passing more than some of the kids in the class. So it was
because you were really.
You were just. She just
You
like
were
gives you the
super
test.
locked in.
She's
Super locked in. He learned
By the
a
way-
language because she.
By
was
the way, we can play a 5 through 7 Kiwi deck. I think that's like a very legit deck.
Okay. We're
Because
all
we can
curious
replace
about
me by Mr. Arrow.
that. Oh, Justin's gonna be so excited.
We can have
Alright.
some Jafar violence, right? With the new Jafar that does some crab.
All right. Well, I started the raid. We have a minute to say goodbyes.
Right. Thanks everyone for watching.
If you're
I've
still
lost,
here, that's
but
crazy.
I had fun losing.
yeah. Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
It's
Finally,
it's not something I get to
join
do very
us.
often anymore.
I've offered so many invites, and he just cold shoulders me. And then the next day, he's just like, "No, stop talking to me."
My wife took the kids to her mom's house to stay the night, and I went and played Star Wars, and then I joined here. So it was a very productive night.
Well, thank you for spending your night off with us here. All right, you want to say goodbye again? I know you said bye before.
I know, and then you surprised, and then I came back, and so. But yeah, thanks for having me on here and letting me talk for entirely too long. But I appreciate it, and it was nice hanging out with everybody.
Yeah, well, you did fantastic. You were nervous, and you didn't mess up at all. So perfect.
I'm sure I did.
All right. Bye, everyone.
Bye.